The proceeding will start shortly.
My Lords, I should like to notify the House of the retirement with effect from today of the Noble Lord, Lord Lang of Moncton, pursuant to Section 1 of the House of Lords Reform Act 2014. On behalf of the House, I should like to thank the Noble Lord for his much valued service to this House. First oral question, Lord Speaker.
Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, the National Economic Crime Centre is continuing to assess the material submitted to them in relation to alleged signatory fraud by banks, as well as information obtained following preliminary inquiries to clarify matters with certain members of the public who had raised the issue. The National Economic Crime Centre is making a thorough assessment to determine whether there are grounds for a criminal investigation.
Lords, I'm not really satisfied with this reply from the Minister. The banks have forged customer signatures and fabricated evidence at an industrial scale in order to repossess people's homes and businesses. More than 700 crime reports and 26 lever arch files of evidence have been submitted over the last 3 years to the NECC. Still no action, as the Minister says. Can I ask the Minister to do two things? One, appoint an independent inquiry into this obfuscation. Second, will he meet me and a delegation of the victims to hear their concerns?
Lords, I don't think that characterisation of the situation is entirely fair. The NECC are reviewing the evidence that had been submitted to them by the campaign groups. We cannot comment further than this at this stage, recognising the NECC's operational independence. Once they finish their review, they will communicate their findings. The Noble Lord referred to the 26 lever arch files. They contained actually 10,000 pages of evidence in 7 staggered submissions. The last set was delivered in March 2021, and that was subsequently referred to the various subject matter experts at the SFO and the FCA. These are complex matters and they take time.
My Lords, in February 2021, in the case of Lynch versus Cadwallader and another, the High Court ruled that Aldermore, a bank, cannot enforce a personal guarantee to cover £1.2 million against a businessman, as the signature on the document was not his. The court said that the signature was signed by a person at the bank. Could the Minister explain why this did not trigger any investigation or prosecutions?
I'm afraid I can't. I'm not familiar with the case, but as I say, the NECC maintain that it should have operational independence. So I'm afraid I can't enlighten the Noble Lady any further. I neglected to answer the Noble Lord about his request for a meeting. There have been a number of meetings already with various Home Office officials, but of course I'd be happy to meet him.
The case that the government's on the side of fat cat bankers and not on customers. Yeah. And wouldn't it be a good idea to put more resources into the police so they can actually investigate it and prosecute and bring to justice these people?
Well, my Lords, I'm glad that the Noble Lord has raised the subject of resources, because we are. The spending review last year allocated a further £400 million to tackle economic crime over the next 3 years. which includes £100 million earmarked to specifically target fraud. That includes to establish a national fraud policing network, including greater fraud investigative capacity in the NCA, meeting a manifesto commitment to create a new national cybercrime force focused on fraud. In addition, new fraud investigation teams have been piloted in 4 regional organised crime units, which will be expanded and rolled out across all ROCUs. And these new capabilities are driven by a new tasking and coordination process run by the NECC. I should also finally say that as part of the police uplift, we are prioritising more investigators to the City of London Police who lead on this.
My Lords, the Noble Lord the Minister quite rightly was concerned about operational independence in an earlier answer. In that light, is it really appropriate that Lloyds Bank, one of the suspect banks, should have been directly funding the City of London Police to the tune of £1.5 million since 2019?
My Lords, I think the Noble Baroness is referring to Action Fraud, which is receiving some funding, but the money is ring-fenced from another source. I can't find the precise reference to it now, but I will write to the Noble Lady with the details. But it's not Lloyds Bank directly.
Additional action has the government taken since Lord Agnew resigned, saying he could no longer defend the government's action on fraud?
Well, my Lords, that was a completely different case, of course. But there are a number of other things that we are doing, as the Noble Lord will be aware. Some of it is legislative and some of it is to do with the various task forces and strategies that I've already highlighted to some extent earlier. There is actually also a joint fraud task force that has been set up, and that was tasked as of October 2021.
Prosecution.
This side.
Lack of prosecution is a theme today, and so much crime has moved online. This is an example, I think, of how this has happened that we've heard about in this question. So can we increase the resources for the police and prosecution in respect of digital fraud? I mean, my own experience of action fraud, admittedly some time ago, was that it was absolutely pathetic.
Yep, yeah.
Well, my Lords, my noble friend is actually right to raise the changing nature of some of these crimes. I'm sure she's partly referring to the UK FI report on fraud that was published earlier this week, which showed that some types of fraud are in fact diminishing while others increase. There are a number of actions being taken, and Noble Lords will, for example, have been, I'm sure, surprised to note that a number of the text messages that we all used to receive seem to have diminished somewhat, and that is partly a response to work that has been done by the telecoms companies, but also the National Cybersecurity Centre has launched its suspicious email reporting service to remove harmful scams from online. And since April 2020, I believe, it's taken down 81,000 scams across 147,000 URLs.
Well, about not just fraud, but money laundering and large-scale bribery, and money laundering not only from the former socialist states like Russia, but also from the Middle East, and bribery also in terms of a number of the Middle East autocracies. This does not seem to be a priority for the government yet. Is this also part of where we need to have a considerable reinforcement of officials who deal with these subjects?
Well, my Lords, I don't think it's just officials. I also think it's legislation. And obviously, we did pass one bill earlier this year at speed, and the Noble Lord will be aware that there's another economic crime and corporate transparency bill on its way, which deals with many of the unresolved issues from those debates in that bill.
My Lords, yesterday's Times newspaper reported that money lost to scams has risen by more than 160 million in a year, and that it increased from 583 million to from 420 to 583 million, which is a huge increase. Can the Noble Lord the Minister say whether when we might expect the Financial Services and Markets Bill to come before Parliament, and whether that bill will be directed to tackling fraud?
I'm afraid I can't answer that question. I will try and find out and write to the Noble Lord.
My Lords, as one of those who drafted or helped to draft the anti-money laundering directives in Brussels, and I emphasise the fact that they were directives, I nevertheless have certain concerns about the way in which the Financial Conduct Authority has interpreted them, in particular the parts of the directives that offered proportionality in the application of regulation. I think a lot of small investors have suffered as a result of sometimes an overzealousness of the banking institutions to do things they don't need to do and to inquire in ways they do not need to inquire. Does my noble friend not agree that proportionality should be deployed properly by the Financial Conduct Authority?
Well, I do agree with my noble friend. We're straying away from the Home Office brief on this particular subject. Obviously, the Financial Services Act of 2012 established the FCA as the conduct of business regulator for financial services. It has a focused set of objectives to promote effective competition in the interests of consumers, to secure an appropriate degree of protection for consumers, and to protect and enhance the integrity of the UK financial system. But I absolutely agree that proportionality has to be a part of that.
In May 2019, Dame Elizabeth Gloucester was appointed, I'm sure as the Minister will know, to investigate the collapse of London Capital and Finance and published a damning report in November 21. Blackmore Bond is also about mini-bonds and poor regulation, yet no investigation at all has been appointed. Can the Minister explain why this is the case?
I have to refer the Noble Lord back to my earlier answer about operational independence of the NCA. I don't know what the evidential situation is there. How can I possibly answer the question?
Right. Second oral question, the Lord Bishop of Gloucester.
I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
The Government acknowledges the possible link between advertising, body image and mental health, including the potential harm such a link may cause. The Government intends to use the online advertising programme consultation, which closed on the 8th of June, to develop the evidence base on this issue. Our priority is to ensure that any intervention is evidence-based and makes a real and positive difference, and the Government will set out the exact approach having assessed the evidence.
My Lords, with my Identity campaign, I've spoken to many young people about their worth not coming from how they look. In the other place, the Prime Minister assured the Honourable Member for Bosworth, Dr Luke Evans, that he would look at a body image initiative as part of the mental health plan. Given that Norway has recently introduced a retouched images law, can the Noble Lord the Minister say what assessment the Government has made about the potential merits of labelling digitally altered body images used for commercial purposes?
Well, I should pay tribute to the Right Reverend Prelate and the campaign that the Right Reverend Prelate has been involved in on this. It is an important issue and we're still learning a lot. As the Right Reverend Prelate rightly says, Norway is about to introduce it. France and Israel have introduced it in the past. Sadly, the evidence coming from those studies is limited at the moment as to their effectiveness. There's also a debate within when people look at this, whether you should be stopping those images in the first place rather than allowing altered images and then putting a warning. What's the most effective way? And we need to see more evidence.
Brinton, remote contribution.
My Lords, the 2021 Children's Society Good Childhood Report shows that 1 in 7 girls and 1 in 8 boys are particularly unhappy about their appearance. Young people who are not happy with their lives at 14 are more likely than others to have symptoms of mental health issues by 17, including instances of self-harm and suicide attempts. Despite the government's promises of future funding for mental health support for schools and CAMS, it's clear that young people are not getting that initial frontline support that they need now. So how soon will there be mental health counsellors in every secondary school?
One of the things when you look at the area of children and mental health, but also the fact of body image, it varies amongst age groups, but also within age groups. And at the moment, we've identified poor body image or concerns about poor body image as a risk factor that leads to mental health conditions, but it's not necessarily a mental health condition in itself. What we have to look at is how much of this already was present in the playground, before the dates of social media, people being called nicknames for their appearance. But it's been amplified now by social media, and we are looking and working with social media companies and others to find the most effective solution.
And tell the House what assessment.
My Lords, I thank the noble Lord for giving way. My Lords, despite the fact that advertising prescription-only medicines like botulinum toxin to the general public is already illegal, Botox is still widely advertised online by providers of cosmetic procedures. Given the risks of amateur and poor procedures to physical and mental health, what steps will government take to improve the enforcement of existing rules so that the online environment is free of these illegal adverts?
One of the issues that's looked at in the online advertising programme has been a range of issues, including the advertising, including social media, including where people get their messages from in the first place, and then the most effective way. What do we ban? What do we give advice on? What do we give warnings to? And it's an incredibly complicated issue, but what we're looking at is we're looking through lots of evidence that came in as a result of the consultation.
My Lords, what assessment has Her Majesty's Government made of the link between body images, obesity, childhood obesity, diabetes, cancer and early death?
Well, my noble friend asks me a very concise question, which requires a less than concise answer. But all I will say is that clearly there is a link. We understand the link between obesity and type 2 diabetes, for example. But one of the difficult things in this area, as with much in healthcare, is getting the right balance. The more emphasis we put on tackling obesity, the unintended consequences that it affects people who have eating disorders. And we now see that in restaurants now and out-of-home places, you have calorie labelling, but some charities that work with people with eating disorders are concerned that that may have a negative impact on people with eating disorders. It's always a difficult balance, and we've got to try and achieve that.
Lords, since the noble Lord and others have raised the issue of social media in this area, what assessment has he made, or does he know of the influence of social influencers in this area, particularly where they are supported by commercial deals, where certain kinds of advertising are part of what they're paid to promote?
Well, the Noble Baroness makes a really important point about the contributing factor to people having poor body image. And we do know that there are influencers who promote certain products. We do know that quite often influencers alter their own image to almost an idealistic image, whatever that means, and then young people feel inadequate by looking at that. But we also have to recognise it's not just young people, it's people across a range, even older people. It might be as gentle as a comb over, but if that makes them feel better, great. But we have to look at this issue in its entirety. I know as part of the online advertising programme, this is one of the issues that's been looked at.
Is the Minister... I'm sorry.
Could my noble friend tell me what the government would do in trying to look at reducing or banning lightening creams, because amongst the South Asian and black community, we do have an issue around a push for lightening creams, and it does affect the well-being of a lot of young people who desperately want to fit in.
Well, if I have been accurately briefed, can I begin by wishing my noble friend a very happy birthday? Yeah. Now I've forgotten the question. It's a really important issue, and it's about ethnic minorities and people with different colours. First of all, young people want to see people who look like them on TV and in the media, so as role models, but just to show they're an everyday part of society. But there's also, within certain ethnic groups, and I'm sure my noble friend will be aware, sadly there is this issue of colorism, where there sometimes is a preference for people within certain ethnic minorities of a lighter colour, and people who are darker with it quite often discriminated or not necessarily abused, but there's a preference for lighter colours. This is all being looked at, and I think what my noble friend says shows what an incredibly complicated area this is. It's really important we look at all these issues. Is it size? Is it appearance? Is it colour?
Minister,
early intervention is crucial. Treatment for mental health conditions such as eating disorders have consistently unacceptable waiting times. At the end of last year, a record 2,100 children and young people were waiting for treatment, with demand continuing to rise. So can the Noble Lord the Minister tell your Lordship's House when the waiting times will mean timely intervention? And what is the government doing to recruit, retain and train the necessary levels of staffing to be able to provide the treatment that's so desperately needed?
Well, I hope now Baroness will recognise that before the pandemic, we were actually meeting the targets for many of the younger people on waiting times. Clearly, as with many things in our health and social care service, the pandemic has had a huge impact, not only on delaying people who should have had treatment before the pandemic, but actually increasing the number of people seeking help on mental health issues. Now, as I'm sure Noble Lords will recognise, for young people, those 2 years were a massive proportion of their life compared to us, and those are lost years for them, and it has led to many mental health issues. As the Noble Baroness will know, we have announced the draft mental health bill. The NHS long-term plan will have an additional £2.3 billion a year for mental services by 2023-24, and there will be an extra 2 million people able to access support. This will all take time, and we have to work through that.
Lords,
Thank you. Noble Lords have been rightly criticising advertising and promoting unrealistic body image, but the government itself isn't helping. In April last year, the Women and Equalities Committee published a report on body image saying the government's own obesity strategy actually contributes to eating disorders and mental ill health. The Minister is nodding, so in the interest of brevity, I'll just ask him, does he agree with the recommendations of this committee, and can he tell the House what the government is doing to remedy its approach?
Well, I'm sure the Noble Baroness will acknowledge that many Noble Lords and many people in society want to do something about obesity and healthy eating. But I think this demonstrates what a complex area this is. And what we have to always be aware of, any policy positions, are unintended consequences. And what we've got to be very careful about is the impact on people with eating disorders, but also the interventions, do they actually work in the first place, and do they lead to more unintended consequences rather than positive results? One example is the calorie labelling on menus, for example. We know there are concerns from from eating disorder charities. At the same time, we don't know whether the evidence is whether it will help reduce obesity, and we need to wait for that evidence to come through.
Third oral question, Lord Oates.
Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing my name on the order paper, and in doing so I declare my interest as the co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on South Africa.
South Africa and the International Partners Group, the IPG, chaired by the United Kingdom, have focused on establishing new structures to underpin the long-term partnership. These are now in place, as set out in the recent update to leaders, and work is underway to develop a South Africa-led investment plan ahead of COP27. The COP President, the Right Honourable Alok Sharma MP, visited South Africa earlier this month in June to meet ministers, the head of the Presidential Finance Task Team, the Presidential Climate Commission, Eskom and the groups from the mining community to underline our commitment to delivering this groundbreaking partnership.
For his reply, does he agree that the partnership is not only critical for South Africa's energy transition, but if successful would have a huge significance as a model throughout the world, provided, of course, that it provides finance to emerging economies such as South Africa on sufficiently advantageous terms? Does he also agree that the UK and South African parliamentarians could play a constructive role in supporting the transition and ensuring that the necessary measures are implemented expeditiously? Would he therefore be willing to meet members of the South Africa APPG to discuss how to take this forward?
My Lords, I say to the Noble Lord, yes, yes, and yes.
My Lords, given that the UK and the 4 other participants have committed to a staggering $8.5 billion, part of which will be used to mobilise the private sector, does he agree with me that it's vital that UK firms, innovative firms, play a part in this? And what is UK trade and investment going to do to assist those firms?
My Lords, again, as I said to Lord Oates, we agree, and I think we're very much at one. Perhaps I did slight injustice in the brevity of my answer to the Noble Lord Oates in paying tribute to his excellent work in re-establishing the APPG. But in terms of the question my noble friend poses, the United Kingdom has given a specific commitment to the partnership. In the overall initial $8.5 billion of public capital, the United Kingdom is providing $1.8 billion. And we'll be looking to see how we can leverage further financing in providing the terms that are needed to make that crucial shift when it comes to energy. from coal to all more sustainable sources of energy.
So of course, it's an excellent model, one to be followed. And of course, lessons need to be learned so that they can apply to other developing countries. Moving from 90% reliance on coal is a huge task, but other countries need to make the same sort of transition. And of course, one of the organisations the UK government commits to is, of course, the British International Investment, the old CDC. Can you tell us how the lessons learnt from this programme will be adopted by the CDC in terms of the transition programmes they operate?
My Lords, first of all, again, I agree with the Noble Lord. And when you sit down with many countries across the developing world, as I did at the CHOGM last week, we met directly, and there was, and to be very open with Noble Lords, quite challenging discussions at times over the whole issue of transition, particularly in light of the current global crisis and what we're seeing on energy prices from Ukraine and indeed on food prices. That said, I can assure the Noble Lord Collins that the British International Investment, the UK Development Financial Institution, is very much part of this £1.8 billion commitment. In terms of lessons learned, I think the speed with which these structures can be set up is a direct learning, but equally we need to ensure local buy-in. This isn't about a country like the United Kingdom prescribing a solution. It must come from within.
My Lords, with the Noble Lord, the Minister agreed that at a time that South Africa is facing one of the worst energy supply crises with stage 6 load shedding, initiatives such as this partnership are to be welcomed. But also action needs to be taken to curb corruption and mismanagement of Eskom, which is the monopoly electricity supply in the country.
Again, I agree with the Noble Lord, and my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, met with President Ramaphosa in the margins of the G7 meeting this week. He mentions particularly Eskom. Eskom's ambition is to facilitate and be part of this accelerated decommissioning. We are fully aware of Eskom's record and the sustainability issues surrounding Eskom's existing debt. I assure that these are being dealt with in a very practical manner.
The length of time it takes to set up the enabling projects and so on required in order to achieve the objectives of this scheme. Is the government talking to partners and other appropriate third world countries, having early discussions about how such partnerships can be set up as soon as possible, or is the government waiting for COP27?
My Lords, again, I assure the Noble Lady we are doing exactly as the Noble Lady suggests. We are talking to other partners, and I pay particular tribute to the current COP President, Alok Sharma, who's been championing this particular issue. But in recent weeks, I've also had the opportunity to visit Egypt as part of my portfolio. But the discussions with Foreign Minister Shukri, who's the next president of the COP27, centred around how we can take our learnings, experiences, including new innovative structures, to make sure that these can be practically applied in Egypt as well.
My Lords, since my pre-parliamentary career working in developing countries on aid and development programmes, my African friends have driven home to me that the precondition of economic growth in Africa is not aid or trade, welcome though they are, still less patronising advice from the West, but cheap and reliable electricity. Again and again they say that. If they have the opportunity of investing in renewables, and it's cheapest when backed up with other electricity from hydro or fossil fuels to provide a reliability when the sun doesn't shine or the wind doesn't blow, they will choose it without any advice from us. But isn't it hypocritical and damaging of us to cut off finance for them if they want cheaper fossil-based electricity?
My Lords, again, my noble friend speaks from great insight and expertise, and I agree with him in the sense that this shouldn't be in any way prescriptive. Secondly, it should mean not developed worlds preaching to the developing parts of the world, and that's what, as I said earlier, it's about localised buy-in and a real management and ownership of this transition by the country we're dealing with. Every transition is particularly difficult, particularly in developing parts of the world, and of course the ultimate cases, keep the lights on in the country to ensure that the energy that's required across a given country is provided for.
I declare my interest as set out in the register. Would the Minister agree that as part of a just transition, rather than a lecturing to developing countries, it's really important that there is the finance and support to wean them off coal in particular? And will he make it a priority for the government at COP27 that we look at how we can help the decommissioning of existing coal in those countries, especially when looking at the fact that in Asia the age of coal mines is around 11 years, whereas their usual lifespan is something like 3 or 4 times that.
Again, the Noble Lady raises an important point. What I'd say to her to begin with is this particular framework, the J is just, and I think that's something that we recognise, and it should do what it says on the tin. I also agree with the Noble Lady about ensuring proper structured finance is provided in this particular transition, and ensuring that as the transition takes place, it's systematic, it's structured, and fully supported. I think what we have seen is, over time, experience lends itself to our learnings in this particular issue. And on a broader issue, recently again on travelling through North Africa, there's huge potential when it comes to self-sufficiency in terms of energy and renewables, also self-sufficiency when it comes to food security. And I think part of our role going forward when it comes to supporting country as an enabler, including use of ODA, should not be in terms of a hand out, but a hand up in ensuring that countries do become self-sufficient in the transition to renewables, as well as in terms of food security as well.
Cease to admire the wide range of topics that the Noble Minister, the Lord Ahmed, deals with, along a whole range of things. But wouldn't even he admit that the whole issue of development would be better dealt with if we return to a separate International Development Department and a spokesperson for that department in this House?
My Lords, I think I've done 7 or 8 questions, and I was in the unusual position of leaving your Lordship's chamber saying that I agreed with every single noble lord who spoke in the particular debate. Unfortunately, I won't be able to say that. I do agree, and I'm sure on the intent of the noble lord, about the importance of the development budget, and I've made it no secret. I think the importance of the point 7 is an enabler for the reasons I set out in my answer to the previous question. However, I do believe, as someone who's been a minister as a standalone within the FCO, then a double-hatted minister across both DFID and the FCO, and it's not because I had to walk down Whitehall every now and again, twice a day. It was actually doing my health a great deal of good. But actually consolidating the 2 departments into a single department allows us, when we're on the world stage, to talk with strength, both in terms of diplomacy and development, and I'd welcome an opportunity to share a cup of tea with the noble lord to explain why I believe in the merits of the combination of these 2 departments.
4th oral question, Lord Young of Cookham.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, Ministers have been very clear that the current situation is unacceptable and that passengers must be properly compensated where applicable. We are working closely with industry as they resolve the current issues, and today the Transport Secretary announced a set of 22 measures that this government is taking to support the aviation industry.
My noble friend, responsibility for the chaos rests primarily with the airports, who aren't providing the necessary support services, and with the airlines, who can't provide the flights that people have paid for. But to improve the industry's response, a fortnight ago, my noble friend set up a strategic risk group to meet weekly. Can she tell the House what fresh solutions that group is working on to minimise disruption to holiday travel? And in particular, are they looking at lifting the restrictions on night flights?
My noble friend is absolutely right. The strategic risk group is now well underway. It meets weekly at the highest level. It's a CEO-level meeting with the aviation minister, and they are working on all of the mitigations to the risks as they become higher up the priority list and therefore more urgent to deal with. The 22 measures that have been set out are very much some of those things that have resulted from that strategic risk group and indeed from other conversations that are happening, particularly on the operational side of matters. On night flights in particular, the government is well aware that there's always a balance between the aviation travelling public and also the communities that live and work near airports. The current rules extend to October 2025 and the government has no plans to change them.
About time that the airlines stop selling tickets which they cannot deliver. Shouldn't they reduce the number of sales until they're absolutely certain that they, the airports, their colleagues and the immigration centre have got enough resources?
Well, this is exactly what the government has actually said to the aviation sector. The government and the CAA wrote to all of the sector, both the airports and the airlines, to set out the expectations that both have over the summer period. And the first one of those is that summer schedules must be reviewed and to make sure that they're deliverable. And to that end, the government is changing the regulations with regards slots to introduce a slot amnesty for a part of the summer.
Isn't it time that the government actually took some action on behalf of the passengers for the airlines? I mean, if we, for example, just take the levelling up strategy, how can it be right that British Airways are charging more than £500 for an economy return fare from Glasgow or Edinburgh if it's booked a week in advance? And the travelling public are treated very badly with the airlines. In the past, my noble friend has rejected written answers from me suggesting the government should intervene, which I'm sympathetic to. But this is just simply out of hand, and the public will be taken for fools.
So I will maintain my position on intervening in terms of the price of flights, but we absolutely are intervening in terms of the standards of care that passengers are receiving from the aviation sector. Again, as I mentioned in this letter that we've recently written to the industry, one of those things was to make it very clear that passengers must be informed promptly of their consumer rights. Obviously, passengers should take it up with the airline itself, and then to the CAA if it is not acceptably resolved with the airline.
The recent airport delays are undoubtedly as a direct result of the opportunistic employers like BA slashing jobs, pay and conditions during the pandemic. And now, unfortunately, we can all see that the chickens are indeed coming home to roost, with many airlines too slow to rehire and refusing to restore wages that were stolen from staff under the cover of COVID. However, I'm pleased to tell the House that thanks to my union Unite, members working for CAE cabin crew have now secured an 18% pay rise. Yes, an 18% pay rise and £1,200 summer bonus. Does the Minister agree that BA should follow suit and reverse his 10% pandemic cut for everyone, not just for management, as indeed is currently the case?
As I'm sure the noble lord will not be surprised to learn that the government will not get involved in the sort of pay and conditions discussions within the aviation sector as it is a private industry.
Does my noble friend share my frustration that on every passenger ticket that is purchased, an airport passenger tax is taken? So it shouldn't come as a bolt from the blue to either the airport or the airlines the number of passengers that are travelling. What action is the CAA taking in this regard?
I'm not entirely sure that I follow my noble friend's question there. I mean, we are taking all sorts of actions that I set out in the 22 measures that the government announced today, and that is from working with the ground handlers where there is an issue in terms of people getting their suitcases, to working with the airports to make sure that they are able to cope with the number of flights that are arriving, and also with the airlines to ensure that their service is as good as possible and they can actually meet their schedules and not cancel flights at short notice.
Do the
20-plus measures that the Noble Lady, the Minister, referred to, include additional staff for Border Force to make sure that they always have the capacity to deal with the additional security requirements that the Noble Lady, the Minister, referred to in her written answers to me, make sure that require the staff to take additional measures, take additional time. So will there always be efficiency and sufficiency of staff for Border Force?
Yes, I can absolutely reassure the Noble Lady that we have established a joint Home Office and DFT ministerial border group to identify and prepare for the high levels of demand at the UK border. Over the course of the half-term, Border Force did deploy extensive plans to ensure that it was able to meet demand, and the e-gates have been upgraded to make them more effective.
My Lords, last time we discussed this issue, I commented the need that the Department to get involved early. In fact, it seems the Department accepts my advice but did not get round to it until mid-June. Intervention in aviation is crucial because of the complex interaction. Can the Noble Lady, the Minister, firstly advise us how we will get to know of these 22 interventions? Will she perhaps write to me listing them and put a copy in the House? And can she explain how a fast-moving industry who traditionally plans day by day and has to, can actually make an impact with a weekly meeting?
Yes, indeed. I agree with the Noble Lord that it is indeed a very complex ecosystem, and that's not just within our own borders, but also internationally, and issues outside our borders can actually have quite a significant knock-on impact. The 22 measures that I have already mentioned today will be published as a WMS later on today, but if there's not enough detail, I'll very happily write to the Noble Lord with the full detail as to exactly what they are. So the Noble Lord mentioned about the government not getting involved. When he looks at the 22 measures, he'll see that there are things in there that have been in train for a very long time. So the government has been working on this for a very significant time, and the government is not intending to get involved in the day-to-day operations of the airports. It's very much, these weekly meetings are very much about taking a medium-term view of emerging risks.
Minister aware of the increasing use of fast track by airports, which is demanding a fee to get through the airport at a reasonable time. Does the Minister not agree with me that the airports have a duty to do that for every passenger, not just for those who pay an extra fee?
Well, I absolutely agree that every passenger should get a good service at an airport, should be able to get through security within a reasonable time, and I know that the airports are beefing up their staffing. The government has done an enormous amount in this area as well. We have ensured that UK security vetting now has no delays. We have also changed the regulations to ensure that training for these new security staff can start whilst background checks are still ongoing.
The Chief Executive of EasyJet says one of the problems that they're suffering is, I quote, "It's the pool of people is smaller. It's just maths. We have to turn down a huge number of EU nationals because of Brexit. Pre-pandemic, we would have turned down 2 to 2.5% because of nationality issues. Now it's 35 to 40%. Could I ask, how does the 22% plan that the government's produced deal with these kind of staffing shortages?
The 22 measures include a number of interventions that we are able to do to sort the staffing shortages. Obviously, I've already mentioned the changes to the security regulations, working alongside the industry, because it is ultimately their issue that they must deal with. But we have been very content to support them in terms of working with the general aviation sector to encourage communications in that sector about the careers in aviation. The Aviation Skills Recruitment Platform has already been launched. We're working with students with the Talent View Aviation Platform, and indeed we have 12 aviation ambassadors. So all sorts of things that the government's doing, but I would remind the House that this is an issue that the industry has to solve.
My Lords, I will allow a few minutes' grace before I call the next business to allow noble lords who wish to do so to leave the chamber.
Motion for debate. The causes of crime and effectiveness of rehabilitation. Lord Farmer.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper. My Lords, I am very pleased that the House has opportunity to debate the causes of crime and reoffending and the effectiveness of rehabilitation, including the contribution made by the voluntary sector. I'm also delighted to welcome the noble Lord Bellamy to the front bench. I believe he was here yesterday, but this is the first debate, and he's very welcome. The whole House will benefit from his expertise and experience, including as a judge for the General Court of the European Union and President of the Competition Appeal Tribunal. Of course, most recently, he gave forthright advice to the government following his criminal legal aid review. It's a nice touch that his central recommendation of a 15% funding uplift for fee schemes, increasing investment by £135 million a year, was announced by the Ministry of Justice the week he makes his maiden speech. I'm sure the whole House is anticipating what he will say as keenly as I am. I am thankful to all noble lords who put their names down to speak and look forward to hearing all contributions, but particularly that of the noble and learned Lord Wolfe. His report on the contributors to the riots which began in HMP Strangeways in 1990 and spread to 20 other jails was an indispensable foundation for my own 2 reviews. These built on one of his 12 recommendations linking prison safety with family contact. I emphasised the importance of strengthening prisoners' family ties to prevent reoffending, including, of course, whilst inside prison, the focus of the Wolfe report, and intergenerational crime. Before I turn to the importance of healthy and supportive relationships in rehabilitation, I want to start with the causes of crime and reoffending. There is not time to do justice to the many criminological theories that try to explain these causes, each of which have their own strengths, weaknesses and gaps, and apply only to some types of crime and not others. Simply, some see individuals as rational actors capable of making their own choices, including whether to commit crime, by weighing up likely benefits and disadvantages. Others focus on relative deprivation and suggest crime happens when individuals or groups see themselves as being unfairly disadvantaged, or groups see themselves as being compared to others who appear similar. Frontline practitioners describe the high prevalence among criminals of family breakdown, father absence, and other adverse childhood experiences, as well as neurodiversities like dyslexia. The prison service refers to criminogenic needs, the characteristics, traits, problems, or issues in an individual's life that directly relate to their likelihood of reoffending. The big 8 are accommodation, employability, relationships, lifestyle, drug misuse, alcohol misuse, thinking and behaviour and attitudes, as well as 3 others which affect how offenders respond to support: learning disability and challenges, mental health conditions, and low maturity levels. However, the idea that there are causes of crime is a relative newcomer. The late Professor Christy Davies points out that it was not until the 1890s that thought processes of the educated and prosperous elite became causalist. They looked down, as he puts it, at a mass of weak people divided into the virtuous and the offending only by chance opportunities and adversities that caused, my emphasis, them to act as they did. They were not truly free agents. In today's parlance, they would be termed victims, in the sense of those who have come to feel helpless and passive in the face of misfortune or ill treatment. The half-century up to 1900 saw a decline in deviance, a drop in crime and social disorder that was directly linked to the influence on popular morality of religious institutions, notably the Sunday schools. These turned out such relatively law-abiding young people that the average age of prisoners rose. The turning point of this decline was the First World War, which started a flattening out, and the late 1950s ended it, just before the dawn of the sexual and social revolutions of the 1960s. That is when we begin to see Davies' U-curve of deviance based on data, not on theory. This U-curve reflects a fall and subsequent rise in crime, drug and alcohol abuse and births outside of marriage. He associates this rise with a decline in moralism, knowing the difference between right and wrong, which implies that individuals have autonomy to choose whether they behave with, as he put it, virtuous innocence or deliberate guilt. This was gradually replaced with an ever-expanding legal corpus. To give an example, when I started in the city in 1963, its famous motto was still, "My word is my bond." The complete trust in a word and a handshake slowly disintegrated to a recognition that one was bound only by what the law allowed or forbade. Religiously reinforced moralism, with its totemic notion of free will, was replaced by the causalism I described earlier. The loss of commitment to and identification with religion and country led in turn to a loss of the idea of service, sacrifice, and the moral driver of duty. Perhaps one reason we admire the Queen so is because she embodies these values, which are self-evidently right and needed. Not for a minute am I saying the century when deviance fell and flattened was a perfect golden age. However, neither can anyone say the changes that have taken place since the 1960s have produced that either. The House of Commons Library describes the history of crime in the 20th century as being dominated by the sharp rise in offences since the late 1950s. The 1960s was the only decade in the last century where crime doubled. Family breakdown has also soared. Half of children are born outside of an explicitly committed relationship. Hence, 1/3 of children live in separated families. 1 million rarely or never see their fathers, and 80,000 are in local authority care. So, as we talk about the causes of crime today, we need to hold that concept in tension with Davies' sense of demoralisation. Ultimately, the cause is always the freely exercised decision of someone's will to commit a crime, which may, of course, involve coercing others against their wills to be involved. But there is in everyone a contributor, without which they would not have ended up in criminal behaviour. Turning to what is effective to curb reoffending, the Ministry of Justice's own statistics highlight how good relationships with families and significant others can aid rehabilitation. When I wrote my first review in 2017, reoffending rates were running at 43%, and over 60% of children of prisoners went on to offend themselves and ended up in prison. However, prisoners who receive family visits are 39% less likely to reoffend than those who do not. Intergenerational transmission of crime is, if anything, higher when mothers have been incarcerated, presumably because they are more often primary carers, whose absence typically makes life more chaotic. Possibly as few as 5% of children stay in the family home, for example. Yet the stark truth is, pre-pandemic, around half of prisoners were never visited. Given that around 25% were in local authority care, this is perhaps unsurprising. Looking at very recent reports from Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons, the level of visits in some prisons has not yet picked up to their rate in early 2020. The Ministry of Justice and the Prison Service must be congratulated on the swiftness of the implementation of my review's recommendations to make video calls available. when prisons locked down at the beginning of the pandemic. However, these should complement and supplement, but not replace, physical visits. In some jurisdictions, only video visits are available, and this is very far from my policy goal. I met prisoners who longed to see their children in the normality of their home environment. One man had been in care and in prison for almost 3 decades and yearned to see his only remaining relative, his grandmother, who was too old and infirm to visit. I heard about teenagers undertaking exams which precluded a long, possibly overnight, journey to prison. A video call can make a huge difference when physical visits are not possible. But a woman I met recently highlighted the value to her daughter of seeing her father in the flesh, saying, "When my daughter visited the prison, the school said it was a breath of fresh air for her. They could see how the face-to-face contact brought a massive improvement." The quality of physical visits is also another very live issue following the pandemic. I visited 8 prisons in late April and late May this year to see how they were faring in terms of their strategies to improve prisoners' relationships with families and significant others. Whilst so much of the outside world really has returned to normal, many prisons feel far from that, even if it's a long time since an outbreak. High perspex screens shot up during the pandemic for public health protection, and social distancing was still in force. Gradual changes may have been made since my visits, but normality must be reimposed everywhere on the estate as quickly as the restrictions were brought into force. And it will be very important to clear away all artefacts of the pandemic so that in 10 years' time they haven't become so entrenched in visits that, for example, no one knows why prison officers are still behind perspex screens. Prisons should not be among the large sections of the public sector which seem to have a case of long COVID. There are, however, many vacancies in the prison service, and officers are being lost to border force, amongst others. So may I ask my noble friend the Minister, can he outline what the government is doing to recruit and retain them? Without adequate staff, rehabilitation is almost impossible. Other important rehabilitation activity addresses prisoners' lack of education, employment skills and accommodation, and helps them to get off drugs. I know other noble lords today will do justice to these, but relationships provide essential motivation. One deputy governor I met recently impresses on his staff that, quote, "Without a supportive family to return to, he will return to crime regardless of the education he takes part in and accommodation he gets upon release," unquote. Yet we need to ensure relationships are truly embedded in the reducing reoffending culture. That means in all national and local strategies, every speech from politicians, families and relationships have been firmly screwed in as the third leg of the rehabilitation stool, without which it falls over. I see part of my role as ensuring that this happens. Now, turning briefly to the voluntary sector, which includes prison chaplaincy, they have a vital role to play in weaving that golden thread of relationships through all the processes of prisons. Although prison chaplains can be the overlooked service, they stayed on the front line during COVID, as did many family service organisations. They are statutorily required to meet all prisoners upon arrival at a jail. And on my recent visit to HMP Durham, a reception prison, I realised that these early days are possibly the most stressful time of a sentence. Indeed, Professor Alison Leibling found that 1/3 of all prisoner suicides take place in the first week of custody. The organisation NEPAX runs a dedicated early days in custody programme in HMP Durham, and all the men on the wings know Tracy, who runs it. Her work is rooted in awareness that the huge stress that comes from being in prison after being on the outside is compounded by not having your glasses, by not having your own underwear or your own false teeth. She sources these, and the messages she passes between prisoners and their family members dampen some of the shock and crisis all are experiencing straight after arrest or sentencing. The voluntary sector often excel at spotting important unmet needs such as these and filling them, but they have to go to charitable trusts and dig into their own reserves to do pioneering work. The commissioning process needs to incorporate and act on proven effectiveness of new ways of working. So again, may I ask the Minister if he can tell me if the government is convinced their commissioning process drives continuous improvement and innovation rather than just preserving the status quo. I will finish here because I'm very keen to hear all noble lords' contributions, particularly my noble friend's maiden speech, and thank you again for contributing to this vital debate.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
Lords, I'm grateful to Lord Farmer for getting the debate today and for the very thoughtful and somewhat, for some, I suppose, controversial contribution which he's made. He's been very brave, and I think he's said some things that do need saying that these days we're not prepared to say. I look forward with interest to the Bishop of Gloucester's contribution. The causes of crime, they are the fundamentals, the 7 sins: greed, pride, lust, anger. And of course, anger is one which causes a great deal of problems for families and in society, and many people who have uncontrollable anger end up in prison. And it's interesting that the government's 2018 strategy on anger and violence in society and in prison took it back to looking at what happens particularly with alcohol and drugs, which is an area in which the House knows I have spoken fairly frequently. I will not labour on that today, and I anticipate that my good friend Baroness Finlay, who was chairman of the Commission on Alcohol Harm, of which I was a member, I declare an interest, I trust will be speaking at some length on this topic, because alcohol and harm and the government's responsibility and the way it handles alcohol and harm is a big factor. But I will not speak too long on that today. I welcome the Minister to his role, and we, like others, look forward with great interest to his contribution, and with the hope that we will have not just words, but he will be able to pull some levers and we'll have some action. I come at this myself from a long experience of having personal problems with drink and drugs many, many years ago, but having spent much of my time working with people in recovery. And I work also with people in recovery from prison, and I will give you later a little message I've had from a friend who I spend a couple of hours every week with, who has been 3 times in prison, in Brixton Prison, comes from a difficult background, is now in recovery, now training as a therapist and making very good progress indeed, but he's got some useful insights into what we might be doing. I agree basically that the family as the unit is the best one available to us, but don't let's deceive ourselves and think that simply because we're in the family and we have the relationship that everything will work fine there. It does not. My experience is that many people come from backgrounds where prima facie the family is perfect, yet they end up taking drink and too much drink and taking drugs. And why is that? Why does that happen? We should spend time on looking at that. My experience is that this is often a combination of both the DNA, the past history of the family, and then, of course, the environment in which the child is, and it is mainly at the childish level that they have developed. So we've got to be careful about making assumptions that there are some simple solutions. There are not. This is a complex topic. What I'm particularly interested in, and I go back to here, I pay tribute to the Cameron government. When Cameron was in power in this area, he came up with I think, a number of quite notable and distinctive policies, which regrettably were not followed through. On alcohol, for example, we had an alcohol strategy, and it was a very good one which they produced, but was never implemented. It fell by the wayside by 2015. I'd like to know, one quick question, why has the government still not got a strategy on alcohol when at the present time we're having more problem with alcohol than we've had for the past 15 years? But Cameron also was encouraging the development of society to be more participative. And it's interesting that Lord Farmer quotes the Queen in service. What is interesting with this country is that when we're in difficulty, we found an extraordinary response comes from the people. When we had COVID, 750,000 volunteers to work with the NHS. They weren't used properly. What a waste of talent and opportunity. Everywhere we look when we have a real problem, we get a great response. Ukraine, we've had an outstanding response from people who are willing to accommodate refugees. Now, when we come to prisons and see what do we do there, not enough work is done in this area in trying to tap into the goodwill of the British people and to get them involved in a way that Lord Farmer is involved, in a way that many of the people I know work in AA go into prisons and help try and get people recovery. What I would hope that the government might, the new minister, might start thinking about is how we can marshal that great British spirit. And this is a debate to a degree about spirit. We spend so much time talking about material deficiency when in fact we have a great poverty of spirit in the country. But if we can give the leadership, we can give a lift to people, and they will come forward and they will work with it. And we need to do more because our record in prison is very poor indeed by comparison with many other countries. I'm running out of time and I regret giving you the quote from my friend who's an ex-prisoner, but I will write to the Minister with him. He gives some very good suggestions indeed on what needs to be done.
Contribution to the Lord Farmer. What he has done.
My Lord, I'm very sorry, but this is a named debate. You cannot just stand up and speak. I'm very sorry.
My Lords, firstly, can I congratulate the Noble Lord, Lord Farmer, on securing this debate and welcome the Noble Lord, the Minister, to his new position and look forward to working with him. Worked with his predecessor who conducted himself with great integrity and conscientiousness, and I very much hope that that positive and constructive relationship we developed will continue on. In 6 minutes I can only cover a small number of points, and part one of this debate, the causes of crime and reoffending, is a Herculean task in itself. But the Noble Lord, Lord Farmer, has treated us to a fascinating insight into that this morning. But I'd like to focus on two areas of sentencing which frustrate the rehabilitation of offenders. Firstly, we put people, especially women, into prison for short periods of time. I know that steps have been taken regarding sentencing here, but if better development of women's centres, recommended over 14 years ago by the Noble Lady Baroness Corston, had been properly implemented, this would have obviated many of the problems that we see today. But if you tried to design a system to ensure that people have the worst possible chance of rehabilitation, take them out of their home, rob them of their identity, put them in a threatening environment rife with drugs, lock them away for long periods of the day, ensure that they get little or no help with addictions, mental illness and re-education, and no home and no job on release. Release them on a Friday. That's when they're unable to get anything organised, money, accommodation, etc. And you have a perfect recipe for perpetuating the system. Short-term sentencing shows how amazingly successful you can be at robbing an individual of their self-respect and their former lives in a really short time. And when they reoffend, just give them more of the same. Spend more money on what doesn't work. At the other end of the sentence spectrum, we have those who don't know how long they're going to be incarcerated for. Life sentences duration has doubled over the last 40 years, from an average of 9 years to 18 years, according to the Independent Commission into the Experience of Victims and Long-Term Prisoners. But even worse, in my view, is the situation of indeterminate sentence prisoners who are being kept in prison for inordinate periods of time, long after the sentence has been abolished because of its unfairness. I'll leave it to other members of our small and select cross-party group to elucidate further on that. So I'm sorry to say that the noble Lord the Minister is inheriting a broken system, with any rehabilitation services trying to operate on a shoestring. And we, who have the temerity to point these contradictions out, are branded lily-livered liberals. Well, I'm a liberal, for sure, but like many across this House, I believe in evidence-based policy. And the report of the Independent Commission into the Experience of Victims and Long-Term Prisoners concluded that sentencing for serious offenders has lost its way and is not working for victims, prisoners or society as a whole. The report discusses the 5 purposes of sentencing, which are supposed to be punishment of offenders, reduction of crime, reform and rehabilitation of offenders, protection of the public and the making of reparation. Well, my lords, we've got the punishment side down really well, but the rest of it, not so much so. If all 5 purposes of sentencing are to be met, and not simply locking people up and throwing away the key, we need more public awareness of what prison is actually for. And we need a complete root and branch review of sentencing policy, incorporating all the resources at our disposal. And we need the voluntary, private and public sectors all working together, throwing away the dog whistle and using evidence-based policy, doing what works and thus serving the interests of all.
Can I also thank Lord Farmer for securing this debate and also welcome the Minister to this debate and to his maiden speech. Others have spoken of his great attainments, but what must now be half a century ago, he gained first-hand experience of the real problems of what people face in day-to-day life needing legal advice as we work together at a legal advice centre, and I shall be returning to this in a moment. But what I wanted to speak about was not the causes of crime. It's impossible to get it into a few minutes, though Lord Farmer did so eloquently, but deal with what really needs doing now, what works and what doesn't work. And I wanted to say, first of all, a word about IPPs. I could not equal the eloquence of Lord Brown of Eton under Hayward or Lord Blunkett in dealing with the sentence. But I think we ought now to appreciate that although there are about just over 1,500 people who have not been released, there are some 1,400 or nearly 1,400 people who have been recalled and who overlook the importance of rehabilitation. One appellant described to me once that she felt like a puppet on a string when released. And we need to address the problems that are caused by indefinite detention and the possibility of recall. We have to wait on other matters, the report of the Justice Select Committee, but I very much hope that we can address proper support to those released so we don't find so many coming back. Secondly, I wanted to turn to women offenders, because here again there is something that works. Obviously, there are some crimes for which we must send women to prison for a significant period of time. But short-term offending, sending a woman to prison for that, is, in my view, almost invariably wrong. When I chaired the Commission on Justice in Wales, we recommended in our report the following. A commitment should be made, in our view, to establish a number of women's centres and the supporting interventions. This would overcome the well-documented problem of women's imprisonment and would enable women to serve their sentence in their home areas. These centres take a holistic approach to reducing offending by women, offering court-ordered support and supervision, access to mental health care, treatment for addictions, skills for employment, financial management and debt advice, parenting support, and the opportunity to gain and maintain safe housing. And it is those issues which is of safe housing and employment of which the Minister has first-hand experience of knowing how vital they are to dealing with people. Now, I therefore wish to say how grateful I am to see that the Ministry of Justice, in conjunction with the Welsh Government, is going to open next year in Swansea a women's centre, residential centre, that will be an alternative to short custodial sentence. This is a very, very important development, but key to it, and I'm not sure how well understood this is the holistic support that is to be given. And the probation service does an excellent job, but you need to bring into dealing with offenders the whole of the community, and you need the voluntary sector. And certainly from Pathfinder projects that are being undertaken in Wales, and there's not time for me to set out the details, it is quite clear that there is success through not criminalising people, and I shall return to that in a moment, but in providing holistic support to them in the community. Debt advice, safe housing, employment, dealing with the consequences of abuse, a one-stop shop for rehabilitation. And doing this, and it's shown in Wales that it works, is one effective way of trying to stop reoffending and to rehabilitate effectively. And I would commend the work being done by the Ministry of Justice and the very significant sums that are being spent by the Welsh Government, both in subsidising the third sector on a more permanent basis and in funding the work being done. And thirdly, I want to turn to the other aspect that needs urgent attention. In the Criminal Justice and the Police, etc., if I call it, Act that was passed earlier this year, sections 98 to 122 dealt with cautions. I very much hope that urgent steps are being taken to get the legislation underway, because another cause of reoffending is criminalising at too early a stage. The success of the projects in Wales, particularly that in Dyfed-Powys and in North Wales, has shown that if you give people community rehabilitation and don't criminalise them, you can stop them from going on to offend. So I very much hope that urgent work is being undertaken by the government to get the statutory instruments that are needed and the necessary guidance so that we can properly stop criminalising people and look for an alternative rehabilitative approach.
My Lords, I'm very grateful to the Noble Lord, Lord Farmer, for introducing this debate. His work is inspiring, and I want to say yes to all that he has said. I'm sorry I only have 6 minutes. I too would like to welcome the Noble Lord, Lord Bellamy, and I look forward to his maiden speech. I refer to my interest stated in the Register as Anglican Bishop for Prisons and President of the Nelson Trust. Last week, I visited HMP Wakefield, and in reflecting with the Governor around long sentences, he said he'd asked a group of prisoners that if they'd known the tariff for their crime, would that have been a deterrent? For all but one, the answer was no. Most crimes are rarely planned in a calculated way. Earlier this month, the Independent Commission into the Experience of Victims and Long-Term Prisoners published a report with a comprehensive set of recommendations, holding together for the first time both the perspective of the offender and the victim. The report highlighted that the number of people given a prison sentence in England and Wales of more than 10 years has more than doubled in a decade at an ever greater cost. Where is the evidence that greater severity equates to greater deterrence or indeed a safer society? We need to curb the unhelpful and inaccurate rhetoric about keeping the public safer through longer, tougher sentencing. What matters more than longer and longer sentences is how people are spending their time whilst in prison, not only in terms of education and purposeful work, but also regarding meaningful interventions which prevent reoffending and someone else becoming another victim. The issue of holding together justice and restoration is central to Christian theology, and I believe it's vital for us to rediscover how those two dwell side by side. As has been said, at the opposite end to long sentences are short sentences. These too are often not the answer. From my work with the Nelson Trust and women's centres, as has been said, I know the value of community sentences, police diversion schemes and other non-custodial interventions. Holistic intervention in the community for women and men, and indeed children, can often address the root causes of offending, including drug and substance abuse. We know that offenders are often people of multiple disadvantage, and tackling those drivers to offending is key. We also know that if men and women are to cease from reoffending, they need purposeful work, strong relationship, addiction intervention, and a home. A project I've been an advocate for in the Diocese of Gloucester is the Prisoners Building Homes programme. Prisoners are working with a modular housing provider to build low-carbon modular homes for local communities and vulnerable people across the southwest, hopefully including for prison leavers. Prisoners are acquiring skills for future employment, and I'd love to see more projects like this, but it will take significant cross- and interdepartmental working and the will to think outside the box when commissioning or securing funding. A recent IMB report on HMP Bronzefield found that 65% of women face homelessness on release. I would urge Her Majesty's Government to continue to engage on this issue in a meaningful, interdepartmental way and with a gendered approach. And so to the voluntary sector. Lord Farmer has highlighted the importance of relationship. As a Lord Spiritual, this is not a surprise. Restored relationship sits at the heart of Christian belief, and I'm glad Lord Farmer has highlighted the importance of chaplaincy, paid and voluntary, in prison and beyond the gate. Relationship sits at the heart of so much of the work of the voluntary sector, supporting the charity sector in a commitment to the flourishing of individuals and communities, not least with prison leavers. We have many examples, not least within the faith-based sector, such as the Welcome Directory, which signposts prison leavers to worshipping communities of all faiths, to find a place of welcome and community. The Prison Advice and Care Trust, PACT, who have volunteers and staff in courts, prisons, probation services and the wider community. And there are so many local and national initiatives with stories to tell of transformed lives. People in the charitable and voluntary sector stand ready to be part of the solution, but it needs the government to intentionally work with them and tap into their considerable experience, wisdom and insights. Returning to the overall focus of today's debate, I would argue that sustainably funded community intervention and purposeful rehabilitation in prison and beyond the gate need not carry a high financial increase if we realign the funding, stop a focus on more prison places, and address the pervasive issue of more and longer sentences which are failing both victims and prisoners. I urge noble lords to join me in pushing for national debate informed not by the occasional sensational Daily Mail headline, but rather by evidence, so that we can turn the tide for the sake of our overcrowded prisons and for real justice for victims of crime, so that reoffending is tackled effectively once and for all. I invite the Noble Lord the Minister to meet with me and those behind the Independent Commission to reflect further. It is, of course, easier to file all this in the too difficult drawer and continue to focus on lengthening sentences, building more prisons. But I hope for a better way, and I look forward to the rest of today's debate.
My Lords, it's a privilege to follow the Right Reverend Prelate. I want to tip my hat at the work that the Church of England, but all faith leaders do in the work to do with prisons. And I particularly want to draw attention again to the report chaired by the former Bishop of Prisons, James Jones, who has been a great influence on me and in the way I have tried to think about prisons. I wanted to start by declaring an interest, that is to say that I'm a patron of Unlock, which is a prisoners' charity. I'm also a trustee of the Prison Reform Trust, and I see my first chairman, the noble and learned Lord Wolfe, in his place, and I look forward to hearing what he has to say. And it's interesting and no surprise that two former Lord Justices are down to speak in this debate. One, the noble and learned Lord Thomas, has already spoken, and Lord Wolfe, of course, has yet to speak. I also welcome my noble and learned friend, Lord Bellamy, once again to the front bench, and I look forward to his gripping this vexed question of what to do with prisons and what to do with prisoners with some degree of enthusiasm and even with evangelicalism, because unless a policymaker in the government takes charge of this and owns it, it just dribbles on uselessly. My noble friend, Lord Farmer, is to be congratulated in obtaining this debate. If I could bottle his speech and have it delivered by the crate load to every Whitehall department, I would do so. I have a suspicion that not every cabinet minister will condescend to read the Lord's Hansard of today's debate, but they jolly well should do, because everything that he said goes straight to the heart of the issues that my noble friend on the front bench is now faced with. Now, everything that has already been said in this debate has been said time after time after time ever since I became interested in this question. I was appointed Shadow Prisons Minister by David Cameron in 2006, I think it was, when he became leader of the opposition. And I set about visiting as many prisons, YOIs and secure training centres that I could to see what was going on in order to produce for my party evidence-based policy. I produced, in the end, after about 2 or 3 years, a paper called Prisons with a Purpose. And as the noble Lord Brooke mentioned, a number of these ideas contained in that paper were taken up by the coalition government when it came to office in 2010, but sadly so many of them have fallen by the wayside, so we are still here, and I am like a cracked record, repeating what I have said for the last 15 or 20 years, and I dare say I will go to my grave and wave from the hole in the ground, saying, do you remember, why have you done nothing about it? There is, if I may say so, not only a moral case, there is not only a case in justice for dealing with prisoners in a productive and sensible way, but there is a hard-headed economic case. What it costs to house a male adult prisoner in a long-term secure prison is enormous. And if, when that prisoner is in there, literally a captive audience, we do nothing to prevent him, and it usually is a him, from reoffending, are we not letting ourselves down? Are we not letting our fellow citizens down by fooling them into thinking that a government that has a policy of sending more and more people to prison for longer and doing nothing constructive with them whilst they're in prison, that we are achieving something positive? When I became the Shadow Minister, the first person I rang up was the noble Lord Ramsbottom, no longer in his place. And I have learnt a great deal from him and many others who know an awful lot about this subject. And as other noble lords have said already, the three things that he asked me to think about were what we do with prisoners when they are released. And he said the thing they need are a job, a stable place of accommodation, and a stable relationship. It comes through families, it comes through the system, be it the prison service, be it the parole board, be it the voluntary sector, enabling people to leave prison in a condition that they can get a job. If you leave prison and you cannot read or write, and bear in mind that the average reading age of an adult prisoner in our system is that of an 11-year-old, you cannot get even the most basic manual job. So why do we send people to prison for all of these years and not teach them to read or write or to add up? Why do we send drug addicts into prison and not effectively treat their addictions? Why do we send mentally ill people to prison and not effectively treat their mental health problems? Because it's easy, I guess, just to keep on doing the same thing over and over again. I have been saying the same thing over and over again, and my 6 minutes are now up. But I want to urge my noble friend on the front bench to launch out on a new path, one of real reform and real positive advance.
My Lords, it's an honour to take part in this debate. My main reason for signing up was to listen and learn. But much of the discussion has focused on whether prison works, and I want to highlight this issue in relation to older prisoners. The noble Lord Garnier quite rightly stressed the importance of having a job for prisoners when they come out of prison, but of course a proportion, a small proportion, but a proportion of prisoners are pensioners. And I think their specific needs need to be given greater attention. And I would ask the noble Lord, the Minister, in his reply to at least say something about the specific needs of older prisoners and their rehabilitation and their re-entry to society. I've just got two specific points to add to that general call. Firstly, the punishment is what's levied by the court. But prisoners also lose out. Prisoners of working age, they lose their national insurance contributions. Well, there's a whole debate there, but the inflicting poverty when they get to retirement age should not be part of the punishment. And I would suggest that one reform would be that those prisoners who are working or in full-time training should be entitled to national insurance credits so that they can look forward to an adequate pension. That must be part of a policy for rehabilitation and re-entry. But my main point relates to the removal of the state pension from those who are of pensionable age. Now, it's always difficult to engender sympathy for prisoners, and perhaps even harder for older prisoners, given the typical nature of their crimes. But this isn't an issue of sympathy, it's an issue of rights. We have a system of state pension based on contributions, and if they've paid their contributions, in my view, they should receive their benefits. The argument is broadly often reduced to, well, we need to recoup part of the cost. But we don't do that for pensioners under pension age. Why should we take away a pension from those who are over pension age? And it's notable, of course, that occupational pensions, people don't lose occupational pensions, and there's a technical point here that to a certain extent many older pensioners now currently, part of their occupational pension is a replacement for the state pension. So there's a lottery element here. You get the pension from the state, you lose it, you get the identical pension from an occupational scheme, and you don't lose it. And there's also, again, given the national insurance position of a large numbers of older pensioners, is their wives, and typically it's wives, of course, their wives lose their pension as well, and that simply cannot be right. This is not a new point. In the past, the Prison Reform Trust and Age Concern have expressed dismay at this policy, and it is directly relevant, and this is my main point, to prospects for rehabilitation and return to society, that we should not inflict additional penalties which move people into greater poverty with the consequent knock-on effects on their futures.
My Lords, I welcome my noble friend, the Minister Lord Bellamy, and look forward to his maiden speech. And I'd also like to thank my noble friend, Lord Farmer, for this very important debate today. This debate is full of so many key and important issues that matter to me and many of us here today. And I'm grateful to focus today particularly on the contribution made by the voluntary sector in reducing reoffending and helping deliver successful rehabilitation outcomes. My Lords, many of us will be aware of the contributions made by the voluntary sector and their work in delivering early intervention and helping to divert people away from the criminal justice system. Much of this work is increasingly dependent on the work of the voluntary sector and passionate volunteers. However, sadly, there are those that end up in custody. The youth and adult secure estate is without doubt a deterrent and a form of punishment. But equally, and so importantly, is that we help address and rehabilitate those who want to be helped, both when inside and leaving custody. My Lords, we know people in contact with the criminal justice system face significant health inequalities compared to the general population. The COVID-19 pandemic has undoubtedly added an extra burden to these complexities. Her Majesty Chief Inspector of Prisons' 2021 annual report highlighted that prisoners spend long periods of isolation in cells, sometimes with no company, without purposeful activity. This had a profound effect on their well-being. Purposeful activity is defined as an activity that is likely to benefit the prisoner, for example, work, vocational training, educational programs, and to address their reoffending. My Lords, an underutilised and under-resourced intervention of physical activity and sport. This can be one of the best ways to engage prisoners, children and young people by acting as the hook to draw them into the wider, valuable support they need to help their rehabilitation and tackle health inequalities like addiction. The 2018 independent review of sport in youth and adult prisons, carried out by Professor Rosie Meek, included some statistics which showed reoffending data for sports-based initiatives can be as low as 6%. The contribution of the voluntary sector and its focus on the use of physical activity is highly beneficial, and today I'd like to draw attention to some of their work. For my part, and declaring my interest, I am involved with trying to improve and develop sport and physical activity's ability to enhance the health and well-being of those involved in or at risk of entering the criminal justice system. As co-chair of the APPG of Sport and Physical Activity in the CJS, and as chair of the Alliance of Sports Task Force on Physical Activity and Sport, also in the criminal justice system. And to be complete, I'm also vice chair of the APPG in Sport and Charities and Volunteering. My Lords, we must work to better improve and prioritise the health and well-being of children, young people and adults in the secure state. This can be done through introducing more activities, qualified and appropriate mentors who can support and deliver successful outcomes. Working in partnership with a very busy and specialist prison service in this way can be a huge asset, not a hindrance. There are a broad range of sports and physical activity-based voluntary organisations already doing great work across our prisons. An example being the Twinning Project, a football-based programme that connects local clubs and prisons to support prisoners through professional coaching qualifications, refereeing and employability skills. Aston Villa Football Club collaborated with HMP Birmingham to support a cohort of men who were approaching release back into the community. One recipient in 2020 gave it the ultimate testimony. Aston Villa Foundation has saved my life and my mental health. A further example is Park Run, which now has 31 events taking place in custody each week. And in addition to running or walking 5K, the event allows participants to volunteer as marshals or timekeepers. Participants can also take part in community park runs on their release from custody. So from football to rugby, rowing to running, and activities including trauma-informed yoga, there are many organisations already helping to address prisoners' health and well-being and supporting them to learn new skills to improve their employment prospects. However, this provision remains patchy across the secure estate, and it impacts supporting the continuity of care remains unclear. Without proper funding and coordination, potential opportunities for tackling reoffending are being missed. Therefore, I'd like to ask the Minister how he can both improve the access to prisons for our voluntary organisations and at the same time support the prison service, who in partnership are making greater contributions to living better outcomes for those in the secure estate and beyond. My Lords, we should not underestimate the impact of voluntary organisations and volunteers who make a difference day to day, dealing with the range of pressures across our prison service at present. It is a win-win to look at how these organisations can work better together with prisons. More work should be done to evaluate and deliver greater investment into these partnerships to help and make an even greater difference to the future of those prisoners who want to turn their lives around and to go on to live crime-free lives.
I would like to welcome Lord Bellamy to his new job. I hope he does better than all the others have ever done. Let's look at it in a way that one of the things that we're not embracing is that whatever we're doing, it's not working. It is just not working. In my opinion, that until you recognise that something's not working, it's a bit like carrying an illness around with you and saying, I'll go and see the doctor, I'll go and see the doctor, I'll go and see the doctor, but you don't go to see the doctor, and then one day you go to see the doctor. That means you move nearer to the solution than not doing anything about it. So in my opinion, we have a problem over prisons, we have a problem over all sorts of other things that government is expected to respond to. But particularly over prisons, what we've got, we spend £4 billion on largely warehousing people for a particular period of time, and then we let them out on the streets, and they return to crime. When I made my maiden speech here 6 years ago, I was being really serious when I said that I got into the House of Lords by lying, cheating and stealing. I didn't mean to say that I had to brown nose a lot of people and leave a lot of envelopes around. What I meant was that the class of person I came from, and we always like to avoid the word class now, post Thatcher, the class of person I came from, you didn't get an education. You got something that was a form of babysitting from the age of 5 to 15. I was blessed by the fact that every time I got nicked, I was taught something. In a boys' prison at the age of 16, I learnt to read and write. And even though it took me another 15 years to get out of being a naughty boy and a naughty young man, I'd laid the foundation stones of a complete and utter transformation in my life. Why is it that the illiteracy rate in prisons are so high? Why is it that 35% of children who pass through our schools are failed, who join the working poor, who join the long-term unemployed, and who become 90% of the prison population? 35% of our children are failed at school. I really like the idea that Lord Palmer finds a magic bullet. I'm not being rude, but we're always looking for a magic bullet. My magic bullet is, why don't we address that fact that we fail 35% of our school and we condemn people to poverty? Behind all of this is poverty. That's what it is. How did you do in the poverty argument? When you come into life, you could say, where am I in the poverty argument? When you leave life at the other end, maybe you should also ask the question, how did I do in the poverty argument? Most of the people who end up in prison did very badly in the poverty argument. And it's a class issue. It is not just an issue of families. I mean, my family, God above, I wouldn't want them anywhere near children. My mum and dad couldn't organise a urination in a whatever. They were absolutely useless because they did not see the education and all the other things, the ballet lessons, which they never paid for. They did not see that in order to bring me out of poverty, they had to address the fact that they knew nothing about education and they knew nothing about the social opportunities that education brings. So I'm really glad that Lord Farmer has raised the issue of families, because I do agree. Isn't it terrible that if a child does not see their parent in prison, the parent, the re-offence rate of the person, the prisoner, goes through the roof. 60%, I love that figure, 60% of children of people who have been to prison are likely to re-offend. But until we address issues that are nothing to do with prisons, prison is an emergency response to a social crisis. It's emergency. You've been a bad boy or a bad girl, we're going to lock you up and we're going to do all sorts of things which we say we're going to do, but we don't do. Why is it that when I talked to 150 prison governors in the north of England a couple of years ago, and I asked them to tell me how much money or how much time do you spend on rehabilitation? Nothing. Next to nothing. Next to nothing. They were putting rehabilitation maybe as the fifth or sixth consideration. The first thing was safety of staff. The second thing was the safety of the prisoners, nobody ran away, and all these sorts of things. So you have this kind of problem that rehabilitation and education, which can get people out of the sticky stuff and move them on, is not there. But until we address the problem that 35% of our children are lost in the education system, and they become the working poor, they're the ones who can't handle inflation, and they become long-term employment, and they become our prison population.
My Lords, I congratulate Lord Farmer on securing this debate and indeed making a speech which I thought was one of the most important, courageous, thoughtful and worth rereading of any speech I've heard since I've been in this place. Indeed, all the speeches that have taken place so far, I think, have been important contributions and were worth reconsidering. Baroness Burt, with whom I don't always agree, said, as she focused on rehabilitation, that those of us who do are often accused of being lily-livered, and she's lily-livered liberals, and she's a liberal, and my liver is undoubtedly Lily's. But I get most of my original interest in this subject from a great Christian Tory, Samuel Johnson, who said that back in the 18th century, and little has changed since then, as Lord Burt has indicated, prisons are academies of crime, that people go in because they haven't been very good at their crime, and they learn more likely to learn from fellow prisoners than they are to be taught by anybody else or helped by anyone else to be rehabilitated and to leave crime behind them when they leave prison. My experience of the prison system is far more limited than most people contributing to this debate. It's limited to visiting and talking to friends and constituents who've had the misfortune to go there, but they confirm the impression that Lord Burt brought home very forcefully, that though we pay lip service to the importance of rehabilitation, and though initiatives like that of my noble friend Lord Garnier have endeavoured to re-emphasise the importance of rehabilitation, it hasn't had much impact, because my impression is it's incredibly hard to change the culture of prisons, which are basically about incarceration. It's hard physically and it's hard culturally. And I suspect that we need actually to set up an entirely new prison as a pilot project, which is focused primarily on rehabilitation, which is staffed, equipped, designed, the architecture to make a rehabilitation possible. So it will, within it, put great emphasis on literacy, as one of the speakers has pointed out so far. That is a major problem of the population of our prisons, that they, and certainly in my experience from my constituents who found themselves there, illiteracy was often a factor. It will be designed so that the day is designed around work, to give people and reinforce the habit of work, so that when they return, it's not something that they've lost touch with when they return to the working world. So there are links with employers who are willing to take on former prisoners, so that jobs will be available to them. So there's training in skills which will enable them, skills suited to the individual, to take up work when they leave. So that we tackle drugs more seriously than we do. One thing I did learn visiting a friend in prison, he said, of course, most of the fellow inmates, who it was an open day, were talking there on marijuana. He said, in the drugs wing, however, they're not allowed out on visiting day, they're all on heroin. I said, oh, so you only go in there if you're on heroin? Is that, gosh. Let me turn these things off. And he said, no, you go in there if you're caught taking marijuana. But then once inside, you learn that you can't wash marijuana out of your system for the fortnightly test, but if you take 16 litres of water, you can wash heroin out, and so they all switch to heroin once in the drugs. Now, if that is going on in prisons, we're actually encouraging people to move from soft drugs to hard drugs. It shows how little thought is being given to one of the most prevalent and damaging problems that cause to and prolong lives of crime. And we'd also build into the system of this pilot model prison aftercare services, so that people do have a planned accommodation, planned work, links hopefully with the charitable and voluntary sector, so that they have people they can call upon for support and help. And hopefully it would work. We would then have some experience which would then be possible to spread throughout the prison system. But if not, the chance of converting an existing prison to change the priority from incarceration to rehabilitation, I fear, are very limited.
My Lord, it is with some hesitation I rise to my feet to talk, because there was a time, and Lord Farmer has identified that time, when I didn't know an awful lot about prisons, but that time is long past, and I've now got to a stage where I'm afraid I'd have difficulty in identifying the very large number of prisons I then visited, both in this country and abroad. But what I am sure of is that having had this debate is of very great value, because it gives people who do know and are aware of the current situation an opportunity of explaining the problems that we have. And as constantly people who go to visit prisons find, the experience is
shockingly sad in the fact that it has resulted in the situation that we have today. Bearing in mind the vast sums of money that are spent on our prisons and on the criminal justice system in general, it is extraordinarily sad that we can't make a bigger impression. And I believe we can. I believe the money could be deployed. And what I believe also is that is a very simple answer. We've got to find the resistance to the siren song that goes out from the media saying, let's have longer and longer sentences. What we've got to have is a message that we've got to reduce the need to have the length of sentences we already have. Because what can be achieved by our prison service at the present time could be done without extending the length of sentences, and could be extended if only the culture changed. And I hope that our new minister, who is going to have responsibility, I hope, for continuing responsibility, can realise that we've got to change the culture, and nothing less than changing the culture will achieve the result that we will want. Of course, there will be opposition. When I came to retire from being a judge, the Department of the Courts, which looks after public relations, sent me a little present. It was one of these shields that you get if you play rugby for a team or some other sport. And it said in the middle, hated by the Daily Mail. And I regarded that as a very considerable honour. And it's the one thing I really did get, which I've treasured ever since. Because it told me that I had at least done some things which were right in my office, which I had been privileged to hold. And I was very, very grateful to Lord Farmer for giving the kind remarks that he made about my now ancient report into the prison situation that existed after the prison riots in 1990, and in particular in Strangeways Prison. At that time, the situation was that it was remarkable how many worthy people were working hard to try and make the system work. And they unfortunately found that they couldn't fight against the system. And if we could get the message across that it is possible to make a change, and we could produce improvements, because every now and again we have marvellous examples of the best possible practice. And if I may say to Lord Lilly that what he was talking about would be another example. They come into existence, they prosper for a time, and I'm afraid they disappear from sight. And that is despite all the efforts of everyone. So I'd like to say, just to conclude my remarks, that every word I've heard in the last couple of hours in this debate, I believe is absolutely right. And you have identified the nature of the problem, what can be done about the problem, and what we've got to do is somehow or other try and change public attitudes so that politicians feel that this is what they must bring about. Thank you for giving this opportunity, and I must say I wish that every word you've said is heard by the widest possible audience.
My Lords, it's humbling to follow the noble Lord Wolfe. I really welcome this debate. It's so important. So a special thank you to Lord Farmer and also for his thought-provoking speech. There's so much to say on the topic, and I'm really glad to have heard many refer to IPPs and that the noble Lord Moylan is going to continue pursuing and trying to do something about this ongoing blight on the criminal justice system. And I hope that imprisonment for public protection sentences will be one day forever gone. Of course, showing such regard for these prisoners or any prisoners can grate with the public. Too often attempts at raising issues of prison reform can be met with angry rolling of the eyes. What about the victims of crime, people say? And at present, to note, this goes far wider than hardline tropes of lock 'em up and throw away the key, or repetition of the myths that prisons are cushy holiday camps. Rather, I think it reflects a larger problem of public despair at the state of criminal justice and the crisis of trust, in particular, with policing in the UK. On the one hand, many citizens feel the criminal justice system is becoming oppressive and inconsistent in the application of law, over-policing and penalising what were erstwhile non-criminal activities, whether that's of protests from the one-man foghorn Steve Bray to those at the Sarah Everard vigil, or the seeming obsession by some police forces with trawling through social media and threatening those who tweet offensive or hateful comments, in their opinion with criminal sanction. I also look at the squandering of resources spent on investigating tens of thousands of non-crime hate incidents, despite the fact these NCHIs have never been voted for by Parliament and have even been declared unlawful by the courts in relation to the Harry Miller case. In 2018, Sarah Thornton, the chair of the National Police Chiefs Council, stated that the police should, quote, solve more burglaries and bear down on violence before they make records of incidents that are not crimes. And yet still these NCHIs continue, and burglars and violent crime are neglected, and the public feel that they are being ignored. And so many feel underprotected by agencies charged with their safety. You only have to look at the story in the news this week as an example, the release of the report on the Oldham grooming gangs. It's shocking reading, and many still feel it is too evasive and a whitewash. Vulnerable young girls who no one would listen to in authorities were drugged, raped and sexually abused with seeming impunity as the police and local authorities looked the other way, refusing to investigate for fear of providing, quote, an opportunity for far-right racist elements to capitalise politically. This politicisation of policing adds to a sense of grievance, especially as there's been similar stories emerging from Rotherham, Rochdale, Telford and so on. And I think it's these set of failures of criminal justice agencies to live up to the public's expectations that can breed a wider cynicism about the importance of focusing on the plight of criminals and the rehabilitation initiatives. We must not be deterred, but we can't ignore that either. So a couple of points on how we can improve prison life, a vital tool in deterring reoffending, as many have said. I was recently visited the new Early Day Centre at HMP Bronzefield, a Sodexo-managed women's prison for the MOJ. It made a real impact on me, a hugely impressive initiative, enthusiastically backed by management and staff, that allows a smooth settlement into custody, that was shown to have such a positive reduction on self-harm, violence and suicide, as the noble Lord Farmer explained these initiatives do. These early days centres really do work in cutting down on the volatility that any new prisoners will feel when entering the prison estate, allowing new prisoners to reach out to help without fear of repercussion, providing access to practical access to rules, and being taught all of the ropes of the prison regime by peer mentors. I met 3 peer mentors, young women residents as they were known then, prisoners now, I can't keep up, whose dedication to their role was meticulous, their attention to detail so impressive and organisationally competent. And that not only contributed to their own accumulation of skills for their own rehabilitation, I'm rather hoping they might get a job in the MOJ when they're released, but it also helped take some of the time burden from hard-pressed officers as well. Special mention here for Michael Campbell-Brown, who has arranged over 160 of these specially trained peer mentors. And there's 15 of these early day centres, with a new one opening earlier this week at HMP Ardwill, and HMP Peterborough launching theirs for the female prison this week. So I really hope that the new minister will back rolling out these programmes far more widely and look at these kind of innovative new initiatives. If we now understand that setting the right tone at the start of prison sentence is important, creating a positive contract between prison and prisoner, ensuring incarceration is not just an extension of turbulent, fearful and violent life outside, this can all be undone when we look at the circumstances of release, which so often sets people up to fail, and all that good work is ruined when prisoners are just dumped out into the outside world. Often those released are given tasks by probation officers that are unachievable. Many are not given travel warrants or means to attend probation meetings, and then they end up being recalled back to prison. Also, often the focus of post-prison rehabilitation is helping provide prisoners gain employment. That's a big thing. But there's less focus on leaving jail without accommodation, and tens of thousands leave prison without anywhere to live, with not everyone's got a family home to go to. So this is crucial, and we know that there's a clear link. Sorry. I apologise. There's a link between homelessness and reoffending, and I do hope the new minister, who I welcome heartily, will look at that too.
My Lords, it's a pleasure as always to follow the Noble Baroness Fox of Buckley. Can I begin by thanking the Noble Lord Farmer for bringing this matter to the Chamber today, and indeed for his very impressive speech. And I'd also, of course, echo the sentiments by welcoming the Noble Lord Bellamy as the Minister to the front benches. My Lords, in a former life, I spent most of my time detecting and arresting criminals and putting them before the courts. And whilst I appreciate that there may be those who will disagree with me, the reality is that we put the more serious offenders in prison because they need to be punished for their wrongdoing, and more importantly, because victims and the public at large must be protected from further harm. But that, of course, doesn't mean that we should not make every attempt, indeed, to engage, and we have a responsibility as a society to rehabilitate the wrongdoer. Now, I've long been mystified as to why the reoffending rate remains so high. The Ministry of Justice estimating that this cost the country somewhere in the region of £18.1 billion, a staggering figure. I'm sure your Lordships will agree. We know that people commit crime for a number of reasons. Some for drugs and profit. Personal circumstances, whilst growing up, can give some individuals a higher propensity for violence. We know that alcohol plays a substantial part in many offences against the person. Domestic violence, for example. But there is also an undeniable link between deprivation and the lack of opportunities with many offences, a factor I have seen first-hand in my policing career here in London over many years. And it is this lack of opportunities that captures my interest more than anything else in respect of the rehabilitation process. Last year, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons reported that in terms of education, training and employment, those who engage in prison probation education, training or employment activities are more likely to be employed and less likely to reoffend than those who have not. Now, around 70,000 prisoners are released from prison each year, and recent figures from the Prison Reform Trust, the Bromley briefing of winter 2021, tells us that some 28% of prisoners had been in employment the year after custody, and the same source tells us that 39% of people are less likely to be reconvicted if they secure a job after their release. And it's not all bad news. There is some good news, which brings me neatly onto a really fantastic initiative called the New Futures Network, a specialist part of Her Majesty's Prison and Probation Service. And they broker partnerships between prisons and employers in England and Wales, and these partnerships help businesses fill skills gaps and prison leavers find employment. Over 400 businesses already work in partnership with prisons to provide work and employment opportunities.
And of employers surveyed, more than 80% of employers positively rated those they employed as reliable and hard-working. As part of this structure, each prison has an employment advisory board, which is a platform to connect employers with prisons. 2 weeks ago, I attended the inaugural meeting of one such board at Swansea Prison. My Lords, the enthusiasm and passion to make this work was impressive, and I cannot let the opportunity pass without a mention for the Timpson Foundation, which specialises in the recruitment of marginalised groups within society. And it is worth noting that Timpson are one of the largest employers of ex-offenders in the UK. Amongst other things, the purpose of these employment advisory boards is to help develop a positive culture of employment within the prison for the long term, and to help prisoners get job ready with a focus on CV building, interview practice, skills training, and a knowledge of what opportunities there are for them to apply for. And also to encourage local businesses to engage with the prison, to offer their resources, connections and knowledge to help those living and working in the prison to prepare for and find work on release. Opportunities in the building industry, hospitality and road transport are all areas that are catered for, and at Swansea Prison they have secured funding for a heavy goods vehicle simulator, which allows prisoners on the scheme to gain driving qualifications. And it was interesting speaking to the Governor that one of the hold-ups in the whole system is the fact that they had to get £35 to apply for a licence. And it seems to me that, that's rather crazy, and I'm sure that the Ministry of Justice could speak to the DVLA or the Department of Transport in that respect. The new Futures Network can help by working with prisons to field appropriate candidates to join a business on a day release. This enables serving prisoners who are within 2 years of release to leave prison to work in the community. It allows individuals to gain valuable experience of the way organisations work and receive essential training before being permanently released and possibly joining a business. Timpson has a long history of working with the prison service to employ ex-offenders, and James Timpson, Chief Executive of Timpson, has said that far more people go into their shops because of what they do with ex-offenders and see it as a really positive thing. My Lords, a scheme such as this has to be a very positive step forward, and I'm bound to say, so impressed was I with the scheme that I very much hope that it will expand throughout the UK. And I think that as politicians, we should take note of the good and very positive work that is being carried out to assist ex-offenders and do everything that we can to support it.
My Lords, like others, I'd like to welcome Lord Bellamy to his position on the front bench in particular. And I must declare that I chair the Alcohol Harms Commission. As the Noble Lord, Lord Brooke of Alverthorpe, has predicted, I want to talk about alcohol as one of the things that lead into that funnel, which eventually ends up in prison, an area that so many people have already spoken about today. And like my noble friend Lord Bird, it is some of those antecedents which I think are particularly important and we must focus on. Last year, over a quarter of homicide suspects, it was 28%, was under the influence of alcohol, 13%, illicit drugs, 5%, and both, 10%, at the time of the homicide. The cost to the country of alcohol-fuelled crime is £11.4 billion a year. And 20% of offenders supervised by the probation service have a known alcohol problem. Last year, Dorset Neighbourhood Police received over 8,000 crime reports that were linked to alcohol across 12 months, up to September last year. As has been said, alcohol is consistently found to be linked to domestic abuse. 37% of domestic violence is alcohol-related. And to bring this to light, I'd like to quote from Alexandra, who features in our report from the Alcohol Harms Commission. She said, "I stayed in my bedroom. It was like a cage, but the safest place possible. I was too scared to leave or to talk to anyone. The solution was to be invisible and quiet, hoping she would not come after me, but she did. She abused me and my dad mentally, emotionally, sometimes physically, for years and on a regular basis." How does somebody like Alexandra stand much of a chance when she grows up into the world outside, having been hidden away for years with that problem? Knife crime has increased in our society, but for every such offence, there are 15 violent crimes that the victim judges that the perpetrator was under the influence of alcohol. And the crime survey indicated that 39% of victims of serious offences believe that alcohol played a factor in the incident. And overall, alcohol-fuelled incidents account for 40 to 60% of violent crime year in, year out. And the problem is far worse in areas of deprivation. Alcohol-related mortality is 20% higher in the North East than the English average, and alcohol-related violence is 5.5 times more prevalent in low socio-economic groups. So there's a really important figure here for the levelling up agenda, and this debate should fuel into it. The Noble Lord Farmer, in introducing this debate, made an astoundingly important speech, and I hope that it resonates. It isn't only his speech, but it reflects his commitment to try to solve some of these problems over the years. I would like to now focus at one solution relating to alcohol and driving. Having spoken recently to a magistrate, she said that drink driving used to be the main offence, but now it's either both drink and drugs or drug-fuelled driving offences. Driving rehabilitation schemes, though, do have a way forwards. Both driving rehabilitation schemes themselves, and I want to focus in particular on the alcohol abstinence monitoring requirement, which the Legal Aid Sentencing and Punishment of Offenders Act 2012 amendment allowed to be piloted. This came from South Dakota, where Larry Long, a judge, had recognised alcohol was the root problem of people repeatedly coming through his courtroom, and the antecedents to alcohol abuse needed to be addressed. The catalogue of rotating failures of suspended licences, ignition locks, impounding vehicles and prison sentences were all known to fail. But with the abstinence scheme, or sobriety tags for short, people are required to be sober for up to 120 days. In the pilot, over 3,121 offenders were monitored, and over 3,000 remained sober during the period. So this was 97% of the days monitored, they remained sober. And interestingly, afterwards, they continued to remain sober. And that becomes really important because it shows the effectiveness of this scheme. As one offender said, "I was pulled over on a Saturday morning and devastated to blow over the limit. Like many others, during lockdown, a drink at the weekend had turned into maybe a glass of wine, and it made me reflect. Wearing the tag was hard, but it's given me extra motivation to reduce my intake." There are other schemes as well. Checkpoint in Durham is trying to address this. And in relation to drugs, I hope that we can learn from Hawaii, where the Hawaiian Opportunity Probation with Enforcement, or HOPE scheme, is trying to do the same with substance abuse probationers who are addicted to drugs. My Lords, I would love to go on in this debate and talk about other factors. Time doesn't allow, and I simply would like to mention that in Wales, in Cardiff, John Shepherd has done a great deal of work with the police to also try to decrease crime on the streets, particularly when there are celebrations going on in our city streets. But we do need to address these antecedents head-on and not be seduced into thinking that somehow a little bit of education will cut down the alcohol abuse that we see.
My Lords, I'm grateful to my noble friend Lord Farmer for initiating this debate. If noble Lords will indulge me, I propose to spend all of my few minutes talking about the continuing scandal of IPP prisoners. And the noble Baroness Lady Burt of Solihull, the noble and learned Lord Thomas of Cumgeath have already given some background facts on that. But just to summarise very briefly, in between 2005 and 2012, when this form of sentence was no longer given, nearly 9,000 people were sentenced to it. Of those, over 1,500 are still in jail, never having been released. And as an instance of the egregiousness of that, nearly 200 of those had a tariff of 2 years when they were sentenced, 2 years. and are still in jail, having served 10 years over that tariff. But the 1,500 still in jail doesn't represent the full tally, because in addition, as of March this year, there were 1,400 who are back in jail, having been recalled. Nor is the problem going to get any better. In a written answer given by my right honourable friend Kip Malthouse to the Member of Parliament for West Ham in another place in December last year, the Ministry of Justice said that they estimated that the number of people to be released over the next 4 years from the IPP prison sentence was of the order, it is a round number, it is an estimate, I accept that, of the order of 600 prisoners. Asked at the same time to estimate how many they expected to be recalled over the same 4 years, it amounted to 2,600 persons currently out on licence. So to the 3,000 currently in jail, we may confidently look forward to a further 2,000 being added over the next 4 years. And the situation is actually more fast-moving in policy terms than noble lords might be aware. The Deputy Prime Minister and Lord Chancellor announced in a press statement a few weeks ago that he was arrogating to himself the decision when prisoners were to be moved from closed to open prisons, not to be released into the community, but when they might be moved from closed to open prisons. That move, of course, is an indispensable step for them ever to be released. No longer to be taken by the prison service, but by the Secretary of State or his delegate. And the test for whether they are to be transferred from closed to open prisons has moved from being a balanced assessment of the risks and benefits to being 3 separate tests, all of them harder, and all of them set out very kindly for me in a letter in response to a question I'd asked by my noble friend Lady Scott of Bybrook, a copy of which is in the library of the House. So things are not moving forward, they are moving backwards when it comes to addressing this injustice. I would like to take just a few seconds to remind noble lords, I know they're aware of it, that nearly all of these people have families. And the families suffer as well from simply not knowing when, if ever, these sentences will be discharged, when they will be able to have their family member back as a normal member of society. And other members of those families suffer from the simple fact that they have seen their relatives successfully commit suicide, not merely attempt it, but successfully commit suicide while serving these sentences in simple despair at the very thought that they might be able to escape the system. If it is hard for ministers to do anything for prisoners who clearly are there because they've committed crimes of violence, that was a condition of why they're there in the first place, I fully accept that. If it's hard for ministers, especially in the other place, to do something for people who are in jail for that reason, let me at least make 2 propositions that ministers might take on board in relation to supporting those who are out on licence and living in the community. The first is, as we discussed in debate on the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill, they have to be out for 10 years. That is the qualifying period set in statute, before they can discharge the sentence finally. That 10-year period could be cut to 5 years with no risk to public safety because they are out already, and because if they have been out for 5 years, we know from experience the likelihood that they are going to offend and be recalled in the second 5 years, the half of it, is minimal. The second thing that ministers can do is that the current IPP action plan, which they have said they are going to revise in the light of the report of the Commons Justice Select Committee that we are all avidly looking forward to, says a great deal properly about the prison service and about the parole board, but very little about the probation service. The plan needs greatly strengthening in terms of the probation service and the support that is offered to these poor people as they try to rebuild their lives in the community. If my noble and learned friend the Minister could give assurances to the House that action will be taken on those two things at least, then he would allow me not only to welcome him to his place, but also to give him hearty congratulations in advance on his maiden speech.
I apologise to the House that I have to speak in the gap. I didn't quite get round to getting it properly organised to go on the list, but I will not make a habit of it. My Lords, when it comes to talking about the prison system, most of us involved in this debate have quite long memories. I remember over 30 years ago working for Apex Trust, an organisation that tried to deal with the offending cycle through getting people into work. Most of the problems I bumped into on my first day are still here. The primary one is Lord Bird basically put his fingers squarely on it. The group you are dealing with, where you're recruiting from, are chaotic and unachieving in terms of education. Most of them, the scholars among them, have made it to year 9 in the education system. The rest have been out before that. Secondary education has been patchy at best. And primary education may not have been much better. The incredibly high percentage of what I would call the hidden disabilities, and I remind the House of my interest in dyslexia and related fields, is so overrepresented to make it ridiculous. But these are, let's call it working class background, the non-exam passing classes where you don't find this. My Lords, dyslexics like myself, with the tiger parent who expected them to get through, identify the problem. The rest don't. And then a good reaction to the system is, well, I don't like school, so let's not go. And if you happen to be an 11-year-old who's at the bottom of the class, failing everything, not being able to handle the situation, it is a perfectly logical thing to do. Nobody's telling you otherwise. Nobody's getting into it. The prison system is finding itself having to deal with these people who have failed. Now, the Special Educational Needs Review hopefully will do a better job of giving some more information here. But it's a big ask, and the prison system is going to have to back up that work by identifying when they're in prison and telling a person, you're not terminally stupid, you have a problem with learning, which is X. Just think how much easier that person is to deal with then. You haven't been written off. Think of the psychological grip. Now, the other point I'd like to make before, in the moment or two left to me, is actually saying what can you do that addresses this lack of confidence. One of the things, and the Baroness Sater has already referred to it, would probably be sport. Sport is a good one for this predominantly male, predominantly young population. Remember, they've been out of school. The normal links into sport and organised activity have been removed from them. Their families probably don't provide it or back it up other ways. You have these young people stuffed in an institution. Why not give them some exercise and some structure? Professor Meek's report of 2018, and remember the pandemic does mean that's still very current, points that if you get in there and give a positive role model to people, they will respond well. And if you teach a sport, you teach discipline, you teach organisation, control, regard for rules, you can't succeed without it. You have a positive role model to go for. It's not surprising. I'm sure the arts can do a similar job for other groups, but it's something in there. Could the Minister, when he sums up, and I do look forward to his maiden speech and wish he had a few more friends out here, could he give us an idea about how these types of interventions are going to be structured into the ongoing situation? Because one thing we are agreed on, what's happening now isn't working.
My Lords, this has been a very thoughtful debate, and we have been treated to a glitterati of expertise around the Chamber. And I would like to thank Lord Farmer for addressing the major issues before us. And I'd also like, in welcoming Lord Bellamy to his seat, I'd say the problem is, of course, we've had to welcome too many Ministers of Justice in recent years to that place which you sit, and I do wish that and hope that your response to this debate will actually give us some hope for the future. I was drawn to two remarks that were from the Chamber, first of all. The Noble Lord Garnier said, "It's all been said before in this House." I'm afraid I'm going to repeat this, if I paraphrase what he said, to right the end of my life, and I sincerely hope that that is not the case. But it is certainly true that we've had a repetition of all of the points that we have heard in the past in this Chamber. And I think that is an important point to remember. And the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Gloucester, invited us to have a national debate. Well, I think the source of the issues that this national debate might have been laid out in this debate. The Lord Farmer, when he opened this debate, focused on the causes of crime. It's not often that we would have such a debate right at the heart of these matters. And the House here today has focused on those causes, whether they be alcohol, drugs, poverty, poor education and background, and so forth. We've also heard, of course, about the issue of the injustice of the IPP prison sentences position. And that is something which I think this House will not allow any minister to forget, and will continue to do it. But one thing I think the House has been united on is its ambition. There is a sense that we all know what the problem is that we're trying to solve. And though there might be a difference in emphasis, I think that the House here has shown that it really wants to shift the dial back from the punitive to the rehabilitative elements of our justice system. And I think the House today has recognised the importance of reducing reoffending, which, in the government's own words, is stubbornly high. So, good marks for ambition, but it is, of course, in the delivery against those principles or ambitions where much work, and nearly all the work, remains to be done, and where we need to hold the government to account for its actions. Lord Farmer talked in his report, an earlier report, about that golden thread, and he's talked about it this morning, this afternoon, when he talked about that link through the prison gate, both and before, of family life. And I think one of the threads from this debate has been the need to build a seamless line of support for offenders through the prison gate. And that should start from sentencing. Judges and those sentencing can be encouraged to outline the nature of any support required, having sat through the case on which a custodial sentence is determined. But of course, prison should not be the automatic choice anyway. There is now widespread evidence, as exemplified by my noble friend Baroness Burt, by the Right Reverend Bishop of Gloucester and by Lord Garnier, that short prison sentences do not lead to better outcomes in terms of rehabilitation. And particularly for women, they can be irreparably damaging to family links and bonds. The number of women in custody has fallen since 2010, but the statistics, when interpreted now, predict an increase in the coming few years, especially as the court's backlog is cleared. But custodial sentences for women should be the very last option, as, of course, my noble friend Baroness Burt said, and also by the noble Lord Thomas of Cumgieth. So the challenge for government is to reduce reoffending through routes to employment. Only 8% of people leaving prison are in paid employment 6 weeks after leaving prison, and after a year, that figure rises to just 17%. And England and Wales have one of the highest rates of imprisonment in Western Europe, and with 80,000 people incarcerated, approximately rising up to 100,000 by 2026. Yet prison isn't working. Reoffending rates remain stubbornly high. 45% of adults released from prison go on to reoffend within a year. And for those who served a sentence of less than 12 months, this increases to 61%. And research by NACRO shows that around 1,000 people leave prison homeless every month, leading to an increased risk of reoffending. Even during the extra funding and support available during the pandemic, that was still as high as 650 people a month. So Ambition 1 is on the government's list. It's in their strategy document, the White Paper, and it says clarity over who is accountable for improving rehabilitation and resettlement outcomes to reduce re-offending. That is their ambition. But, my lords, there are a plethora of bodies, as we've heard today, who fall into this statement of principle. Just to name but a few of them we mentioned this morning: prison officers, prison trainers, the probation service, local authorities, the NHS, housing associations, benefit provision offices, employment advisory boards, and the plethora of skilled third sector organisations. As the Noble Lord Thomas of Camgir said, we need to have a holistic approach to bring together all of these bodies in a way which makes it work for everyone. And for the excellent third sector bodies, of course, the great problem for them, and we all know, of course, the Clink example, scaling up is a very, very difficult thing to do across the whole of the country. So there's no hope for running all of this out of the Ministry of Justice in London. Now, devolution is welcome, but it hasn't gone far enough. The Ministry of Justice should be able to set a framework of actions, and then it has to have the mechanism for it to be delivered locally. If through-the-gate support is to be meaningful and workable, then a consistent and deliverable structure is required. Prison governors will need the ability to influence those providing services, not only within the custodial setting, but immediately on release as well. Local authorities, with housing, social care and a multitude of other required services, will need to be adequately funded for the work they undertake. Too often there's been an expectation that they will carry out the work without additional resource to ensure adequate delivery. Now, some people, for example, are entitled to the discharge grant to help them on release. Last year it was raised from £46 to £76. That was the first increase in 26 years. And inflation has now bitten well into that increase. Thousands of prisoners remain ineligible, including those released from remand, fine defaulters, and people serving less than 15 days. So perhaps the Minister, in replying, could explain how the extra £200 million it plans to spend in 2 years' time on supporting prison leavers will access the services they need for help. How will that money be committed? Will it be given to the released prisoners directly? Will it be given to training providers, to housing associations, or to the NHS? And who will administer these funds? Will it be the probation service acting as a commissioner? These are all critical questions to understand whether the delivery mechanism the government is proposing will actually work. And fundamentally, of course, is £200 million enough to meet the need? After all, the savings to the public purse of reducing reoffending is a massive financial bonus to the country. £18.1 billion, we've been told in the debate today. So this is a perfect example of how the government can spend to save money for the people of this country. And as my noble friend Baroness Burt says, an easy way to get cracking on all this is to end Friday releases. That's an easy first step for improving the coordination of all these services, who find they're not in their place on that date of release. Now, the White Paper talks about several pilot schemes, and I'd be grateful for further information from the Noble Lord the Minister on the Grand Avenue scheme in and around Cardiff. There is a Grand Avenue in Cardiff, and I can tell him more about that if he wishes to know, and when it was built and so on. But this project, which I understand is a 10-year project, may provide guidance on the way forward in the respect of commissioning support services. And I hope we won't have to wait 10 years to learn the lessons, because we need to be getting on with this holistic approach and commissioning now. In conclusion, there is much to be encouraged to encourage us in the government's White Paper, but there are many questions remaining about resourcing, devolving and coordinating the vital services to reduce reoffending. The goal is obvious, but the solutions have escaped government over these last decades. And I hope that this doesn't become another false dawn where ambition is failed by an ability to deliver. I look forward to the Noble Lord's maiden speech and hopefully answers to this fundamental question.
My Lords, I too look forward to the Noble and Learned Lord's maiden speech. He joined us as an expert on legal aid, which he put his name to a very illustrious report last year. I gently point out to the Noble Lord that his 3 predecessors resigned on principle, and I hope that the Noble Lord doesn't find himself in a similar position in the months to come. My Lords, I'd like to open by thanking the Noble Lord, Lord Farmer, for tabling this debate. It's been an extremely wide-ranging debate, and a lot of expertise has been demonstrated. I'd also like to acknowledge the 2 reports which the Noble Lord has written, his 2017 review of reoffending by male prisoners and his 2019 review on the importance of strengthening family offenders' family relationships and its impact on intergenerational crime. Those 2 reports have been debated a number of times in a number of debates, and I think they will have an enduring legacy. For me, my Lords, the statistic which summarises the conclusion, in a sense, was that 39% of prisoners who receive visits from family members are less likely to reoffend, and the Noble Lord quoted that statistic in his speech. My Lords, I first took an interest in criminal justice matters about 20 years ago through the voluntary sector. I became a trustee of the Wandsworth Prison Visitors Association, which led to me becoming a magistrate and having a long-standing interest in these matters. Over the last 20 years, we've seen a lot of changes to the wider criminal justice system. Some have been driven by funding cuts, others have been driven by ideological commitments to particular organisational models, for example in the probation service. But of course, on top of all that, there has been a huge increase in the prevalence of drugs in the prison estate and indeed in the mental capacity of prisoners who are, of people who are sent to prison. And all this has added up to a feeling that the wider criminal justice system just isn't working. It isn't keeping victims safe, it isn't rehabilitating offenders, and it isn't providing staff with long-term rewarding careers where they can use their expertise to reduce reoffending. My Lords, since this is such a wide-ranging debate, I want to concentrate on particular themes and ask the Noble Lord the Minister a couple of questions. Firstly, prisons. Offenders are more likely to come out of prison addicted to drugs than when they went in, making our communities less safe and drug fines in prison have let up by 500% since 2010, while inmates accessing NHS alcohol and drug treatments programs have fallen by 12%. A third of adults released from custody go on to reoffend within a year, and the figure which we've heard from other Noble Lords is this costs the UK taxpayer £18 billion a year. My Lords, as part of the problem, the average prison officer in England and Wales now has only 4 years' experience in the job. In 2017, the median time served by a frontline prison officer was 12 years. Surely, my Lords, this has an impact on the availability of rehabilitation within prison. In today's Times newspaper, Charlie Taylor, who's the current Inspector of Prisons, wrote about the uneven performance and lack of purposeful activity in the prison system, particularly in Category C prisons, where offenders are supposed to be prepared to be released into the community, and this is simply not happening in a number of Category C prisons. My Lords, current prison conditions mean that inmates are not given the opportunity to engage with meaningful education, substance misuse reduction or rehabilitation programs. Does the Minister accept that this is a failure of the government and needs the primary concentration of ministers to reverse this situation? Next, my Lords, moving on to youth justice. The government has slashed £1 billion from youth services in our communities since 2010, leaving a gaping hole in what used to be nightclubs and support for young people in the community. In 2020-21, 73% of youths in custody were in YOIs, 17% were in STCs, and 10% were in secure children's homes. Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons has issued urgent notifications for 1 YOI and 2 STCs, and these are where there is a significant concern about the treatment of those young people in custody. My Lords, when I first became a youth magistrate about 13 years ago, there were about 3,000 young people in custody. Now there are about 800. So that is significant progress. But its inevitable consequences are that those young people who are in custody are more entrenched in their criminal behaviour and need more support to try and stop them reoffending when they come out of prison. Does the Minister agree that this is the situation and extra support needs to support young people as they come out of custody? Next, my Lords, I want to refer to the public confidence in the criminal justice system regarding rape. 41% of rape cases now end with the victim withdrawing their support. Does the Minister accept that this is a result of a lack of confidence in the justice system, and what does he believe can be done to reduce the 1,081 days between a rape taking place and a verdict being reached by a court? Next, my Lords, I want to return to community sentences. A number of local lords spoke about the importance of community sentences, and I need to declare an interest here as a sitting magistrate in that I do occasionally sentence women to short terms of imprisonment. But I think I can say, in the 15 years I've been sitting as a magistrate, I've only ever done that when the woman concerned has served multiple community sentences for one reason or other that those have failed. However, I do agree with Baroness Burt and the Bishop of Gloucester about the importance of women's centres. They are a very important element in trying to stop reoffending for women offenders. But my Lords, I think it is worth quoting the Chief Inspector of Her Majesty's Probation Service, where she has described the probation service as, and I quote, in survival mode due to staff shortages. And can the Minister say something about the recruitment activities of the probation service? Because to make community sentences work as they surely must, we need to reinvigorate community sentences and the probation service. My Lords, this has been, as I said, a very wide-ranging debate, and there have been a number of contributions, all the contributions have been extremely worthwhile. And I do understand that we're talking about intractable problems which are difficult to deal with, and a number of noble lords have got extremely decades-long interest in these matters. But I just wanted to reflect on one particular speech, and that's of the noble and learned Lord Wolfe, and just reflect on what he said. He opened his speech by saying, when one walks into a prison, one walks into a shockingly sad situation. That is true of my experience going to prisons over the years as well. But his call, noble and learned Lord's call, was for less long sentences, shorter sentences, and a reinvigoration of community sentences. Those two elements will do more to improve our situation in the wider criminal justice system than anything else. And I urge the noble and learned Lord to listen to the noble Lord Wolfe's words.
My Lords, it is an honour, and I must say something of a challenge, to make my maiden speech in response to this particularly powerful debate. May I first thank all those who've made me so welcome in this House and assisted with my introduction, not least my supporters, Baroness Scott of Bybrook and Lord Anderson of Ipswich. I would also like to thank your lordships for your personal kindness and the courtesy with which you rightly raise the most direct and challenging questions. To give briefly a little personal background, my lords, I take my title in respectful tribute to my birthplace, the ancient settlement of Wadston in the Vale of Aylesbury, which found itself rebuilt in the late 19th century as a so-called model village to house the estate workers for the then newly constructed and amazing edifice known as Wadston Manor, now in the care of the National Trust. My late father, then recently returned from the war, was the local GP in a sprawling, single-handed rural practice. In those days, the 1950s, the family doctor, as well as the morning and evening surgeries, spent his day largely on the road, in home visits, in visiting your patient in the local hospital, because it was your duty as the GP to go and see your patient in hospital in those days, and as often as not would also come the call in the middle of the night in the mud and the snow to deliver the baby on some distant farm. I mention those things because this occasion enables me to salute not only that generation, the founding generation of the NHS, but also all those, then and now, who dedicate themselves to frontline public service, often under the most appalling pressures. And in the present context, I would make special mention of the staff of HMPPS, who are working in most difficult circumstances, as has been pointed out, picking up the pieces of what has already gone seriously wrong at a much earlier stage. As my noble Lord Bird pointed out, it is the social crisis that has led to people being in prison in the first place. Many prisoners have already fallen through the crack, and that is essentially our challenge. And I disclose, as I should, that I do have a niece that works for HMPPS in the probation sector, and indeed my sister, also of Waddesdon, has spent a lifetime in this sector. One point I would make, relevant to our debate today, which perhaps resonates with one of the points made by Lord Farmer, is that the rural society of the 1950s I've just been describing was not in any sense a prosperous society. Few possessed a car or a telephone, a fridge, a washing machine, a television, or indeed a bathroom. But as I recall it, there was in the village and the surrounding area a sense of community, of social cohesion, of family stability. I would argue a social strength despite material poverty. That kind of stability has, I fear, in the meantime, frayed under the pressures of modern life and has perhaps contributed to the causes of crime and the problem of reoffending which preoccupies us in the debate today. So, to delay this debate no longer and the government's response to it, please forgive me the briefest telegraphic description of my own personal career. 22 years at the bar, from timid beginnings in the London Magistrates' Court, a salutary education in the School of Real Life, and indeed at the Legal Advice Centre in North London, mentioned by my learned and noble friend Lord Thomas of Cwmglaeth all those years ago. Then one became a little more specialised. One found oneself at one stage as one of the UK judges in Luxembourg. There was the setting up of the Competition Appeal Tribunal, followed some years later with a long period on the other side of the profession, working with one of London's major international law firms, chairing one of the firm's global practice groups, working all over Europe, in the US, Asia, the Far East, and elsewhere. A striking reminder in this last period of the global reach of the common law and the strength of the UK in that sector. But that, my lords, is all for another day. Personally speaking, it's been something of a zigzag career, and whether my present role turns out to be a zig or a zag will be for your lordships to decide. So on to today's debate. May I first particularly thank Lord Farmer and his advisor, Dr. Callan, not only for his speech today, but also for his extremely valuable reports of 2017 and 2019, for his ongoing work with the ministry, and his tireless and constructive interest in the matters under discussion. I cannot, in the time available, deal with all the points made. We have ranged extremely widely. And I will do my best, if I may, on other occasions to follow up those points or deal with them outside the context of the present debate. One of the matters I don't think I can really deal with today in terms of rehabilitation of prisoners is sentencing policy. I will not, with your permission, deal with the problem of IPP sentences, but I have assured Lord Moylan that I will come back to him and to the cross-party group on this subject, and that we will come to grips once again with that intractable problem. There are many other issues that have been raised. I think of older pensioners, I think of alcohol abuse, I think of rape, youth justice. All those things are extremely important. But I would like today, if I may, to try to concentrate on the main themes of the rehabilitation of prisoners, what the ministry and the government is trying to do about it, and where we are going. And I will readily recognize this is a difficult and intractable subject, that many of us have been thinking about it and discussing it for years and years and years. But perhaps, my lords, you may arrive at the conclusion, at long last, we are really beginning to come to grips with the detail of the problem. You have, I think, in the course of the debate, already heard of some encouraging matters have been mentioned. The new centre in Swansea, the new Futures Network mentioned earlier, the work initiatives mentioned by the Right Reverend Plett, the Bishop of Gloucester, and other matters. But the government and my own approach, I think, is as follows. Lord Farmer is entirely right to regard the importance of family life, family connections, and the maintenance of family relationships as the golden thread that runs through the whole problem. But a thread by itself needs to be woven into a stronger fabric to form, if you will, the warp and the weft of a fabric that can sustain and develop and last into the future in a robust way. And I would select today, respectfully, 5 other threads in the fabric that the government will seek to strengthen and develop in the coming period. The first thread, and if I may say so personally, I would regard as the most important thread, is the question of education, which has been raised several times before and rightly. The government has established, or perhaps I should say re-established, a prisoner education service with the specific role of improving literacy, numeracy, and technical skills in prison. It is entirely right that a very substantial proportion of the male prison population is dyslexic. It's as simple as that. And for that reason, as has been eloquently explained earlier by noble lords, many of the prisoners the system is dealing with have simply dropped out of school, fallen through the crack, and these difficulties have not been addressed earlier. That, I think, underlines the other aspect that has come across so forcefully in this debate, that we are dealing with widespread social problems that just happen to finish up in the prison sector. And the words that cropped up most frequently today, I think, were words like holistic, interdepartmental, across government, and all those aspects need to have a coordinated response from government as a whole. Just to give one very small example from a Ministry of Justice point of view, I intend to make it one of my personal priorities to focus on the special educational needs tribunals that are responsible, as you know, for dealing with the provision of special needs in the school system, working with local authorities and the Department of Education to help address that problem at an earlier stage. That we have to think laterally the whole time in dealing with these these type of problems. And I would say, first of all, that better education of the prison population is the first thread, weave, or strand in the overall approach to the situation. The second strand I would mention, also mentioned today, is accommodation. My lords, 12,000 people a year are discharged from prison with no home to go to. The government is setting up a community accommodation service with the objective that no one should leave prison with nowhere to go. That has been rolled out so far across 5 regions of the government, that accommodation should be provided for a minimum of 12 weeks, and that homelessness protection teams and strategic homing specialists should be fully involved in the accommodation needs of discharged prisoners. That at least is another first step. And one of the questions I've been asking in recent days of my department, I'm still quite new to all this, is how you plan in advance a prisoner's release so that he knows he's got accommodation to go to, the family knows what's happening, and everything is already, as it were, set up across all the relevant services and across the relevant departments. And one of the initiatives, I gather, is in train, is that there should be prepared a proper, as it were, discharge packet, so that the prisoner has an ID, has a CV, has a certificate that he's fit to work, and he has a home to go to. So these are detailed, they are small steps, but they are vital steps, if I may say so. Accommodation, therefore, is the second thread. Thirdly, employment. It has, as your lordships will know, always been difficult to an extent to overcome employers' reluctance to employ offenders. That, I would submit, is perhaps beginning to change. There is an employment innovation fund of £21 million been set up to improve working on how to get prisoners back into employment. The intention is to have an employment advisory board in every prison so that the prisons themselves can start equipping the prisoners with the skills they need to enhance their chances of employment. Those boards will be chaired by a local business executive who knows what the employers are looking for, and that will, over time, improve the situation. About half our prisons now have such an advisory board, and it's hoped that the rest will be installed by April of next year. The prisons themselves will have prison employment leads in them to match candidates to jobs. And it's hoped that by April of next year, all 91 resettlement prisons will have such a mechanism to again encourage prisoners into employment. I would make particular mention of the New Futures Network, already mentioned by the Noble Lord, as an online resource matching and broking prisoners to their available vacancies and jobs. We shall later on introduce legislation to facilitate prisoner apprenticeships, which is being welcomed by employer organisations. And I will, in this context, again salute a particular employer that has been mentioned, the Timpson Group, who are particularly active in this area. The proportion of prison leavers employed at 6 months post-release did rise by 2/3 between April 2021 and March 2022, and now stands at around 23%. Not high enough, I know, but progress, slow progress upwards. In continuing the threads, the next one, which I'll mention briefly because it's a large topic, is control and improvement of substance misuse. It's no use releasing prisoners if they are still in the grip of substance misuse. As you know, the government has appropriated over £900 million to deal with drug problems generally. A substantial proportion of that goes to the prison community. Important measures have been taken in prisons to reduce drug availability and drug usage, and that is a key element to the program. And there is finally the Integrated Probation Service, which has, as you know, been reorganized entirely over the last few years, has had a considerable uplift in resources, and is a vital part of the ongoing need to support and to encourage the prisoners when they are released. So those 5 threads woven together with the family considerations, which I venture to suggest are now pretty firmly embedded in the culture of the prison service. The governors are very alerted to and supportive of this. Every prison has to publish its policy on family matters. There are various initiatives, particularly virtual calls that enable family video calls to maintain family contact. There is the stories with dad or the stories with mum type of call. So that is, I think, there's always more to be done, of course, but with the encouragement and leadership of Lord Farmer, that I think is now, as a matter of culture, growing in the prison service. Part of all this, I think, is also the Grand Avenues project in Cardiff, which was also mentioned, which is again part of the programme. So there is a lot being done, my lords. I think the figures I have are that over the last 10 years, the number of offenders, that is to say the number of people who are released and then re-offend, has actually, roughly speaking, halved, from nearly 800,000 to just under 400,000 over the past 10 years. That, however, is not the end of the story, because those who do re-offend are re-offending more often, as it were. So where we are at the moment, and these are the figures I have, is that of just over 25% of offenders who received a caution or a non-custodial conviction or were released from prison in 2019-20, then re-offended within a year. That has fallen by about 5% over 10 years. Not enough, but it is at least some decline in the trend. So those are the matters, I think, upon which we are working. I will mention, just to finish, because I must, I'm afraid, finish, though I could go on for a very long time, that we are very conscious of the particular question raised by Lord Farmer and by the noble Lord Ponsonby, of the question of staffing in prisons and the need to increase the number of prison officers. The intention is to increase them by another 5,000 over the next few years. It's not very easy at the moment to recruit people of the necessary calibre, but the government is very conscious of the problem, and we are doing our best to resolve it as soon as possible. So, my lords, I haven't got the solution to the problems that you raise, but I can, I hope, reassure you to some extent that we are on the case and doing our best to improve the situation. Thank you.
My lords, may I, on behalf of the whole House, thank and congratulate my noble friend the Minister for his excellent maiden speech. It isn't easy, I think, on entering this House to combine your maiden speech with a ministerial response to a debate. But I think I can say on behalf of us all, he's done an excellent job. I think the noble Lord is of roughly the same age as I am, and I think when you get to this age, the idea of serving in this House is really an optional decision, and I think I would suggest it's a service rather for the common good, rather than for one's own personal ambitions. And I think that from the Minister's speech that one can derive that there is this heart connected with his head in this role that he's taken on here. I'm also pleased for our lordships that we have a minister who is specifically the Minister for Family Justice now in our Lordship's House. So I think he's really internalised those ideals of service, sacrifice and duty which we were talking of before. And I think when you look at his CV, which he presented to us today, we can see the wisdom and the experience which has garnered over decades, which we're now receiving the benefit of. So, again, may I congratulate the noble Lord and welcome him to our house, and I'm sure I can say on behalf of us all, we wish you the very best, and we will give you all the best support that we can. It may sometimes be quite critical, but very much welcome to our house. May I also, just to keep things short, I'm sure everybody's looking forward to lunch, that can I thank you all for a very rich debate, and I would refer to also to the noble and learned Lord Wolfe, where he said that this debate, I think, can be of great value. We've had 2.5 hours of discussing a very difficult subject from many different angles. I hope that it will be taken away by those in government, by those in the whole of the sector, and studied, and that drawn from it can be recommendations. Sorry. Quickly, okay. Sorry, but I'm just wanting to thank you all for your very rich contributions, and I better close. You want lunch? My lords, I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it. My lords, we'll just have a moment for the front benches to change, and indeed the woolsack.
Order. Repeat of a statement made in the House of Commons today. Post Office compensation for the Horizon scandal. Lord Callanan.
My Lords, with the leave of the House, I will now repeat a statement made by my honourable friend, Minister Scully, in another place. With your permission, sir, I would like to make a statement on the latest steps that the government is taking to ensure that swift and fair compensation is made available to postmasters impacted by the Horizon IT scandal. This House is well aware of the terrible impact felt by many postmasters affected by issues with the Post Office's Horizon IT system, which began over 20 years ago. These distressing consequences have been widely documented both in the courts, in the 2019 group litigation order judgments, and by the more recent Court of Appeal judgments, as well as in the media. I would like to pay tribute to colleagues on both sides of the House who have supported postmasters in their efforts to expose the truth and to see justice done. Today, I would like to take the opportunity to update the House on the latest steps that the government is taking to ensure that fair compensation is paid to people impacted by the Horizon IT scandal. As you all know, the members of the GLO performed a great public service by bringing the case in 2019, which exposed the scandal. That is why I was pleased that the Chancellor announced in March this year that further funding is being made available to ensure that they receive similar levels of compensation to that which is available to their non-GLO peers. Today, I can update the House that the Government intends to make an interim payment of compensation to eligible members of the GLO who are not already covered by other compensation support, totalling £19.5 million. Together with the share of the December 2019 settlement that we understand was distributed to the GLO postmasters, this brings the total of compensation to about £30 million. Postmasters will be contacted in the coming weeks to submit an application, after which we aim to distribute the funds within a few weeks of receiving their application. I hope this will go some way in helping many postmasters who have and still are facing hardships. In parallel, we are continuing to work at pace on delivering the final compensation scheme for the GLO. I can confirm that we will be appointing Freeths to access the data and methodology they developed in relation to the distribution of the 2019 settlement. Freeths represented the GLO claimants and have vital knowledge and expertise based on their involvement in the case. This will allow us to work at pace on the design of a scheme with the JFSA and Freeths to give those in the GLO similar compensation to their non-GLO peers. As promised in March, we will informally consult with members of the GLO about the proposed scheme's operations. I'm also pleased to announce that members of the GLO group will be able to claim reasonable legal fees as part of participating in the compensation scheme. I hope this will allay any concerns that they might have about meeting the costs of seeking legal advice and support when applying to the scheme. Turning now to progress on compensation for overturned criminal convictions, I am pleased to report to the House that interim payments are progressing well. As of the 27th of June, there have been 75 overturned convictions, with the most recent convictions being overturned in recent weeks. The Post Office has received 73 applications for interim payments, including several new applications in recent weeks. 67 offers have been accepted by claimants, with 66 payments totalling nearly £7 million paid out in compensation so far. This marks significant progress, with 9 additional interim payments made to postmasters since I updated the Bayes Select Committee on the 11th of January 2022. I am pleased that these interim payments have helped to deliver an early down payment on the compensation due to affected postmasters in advance of full and final compensation packages being agreed. For those postmasters with an overturned conviction who have already submitted quantified claims, I can share that we are working with Post Office to agree part payments of agreed elements of claims, such as loss of earnings, wherever possible, and will continue to do so with additional claims which are submitted. Taking this step should enable us to avoid undue delays by awarding partial compensation while outstanding matters are resolved. I acknowledge that one area where it has been challenging to agree compensation is non-pecuniary damages, some of which reflect the wider impact on postmasters' lives that these wrongful convictions have had. These include compensation for the loss of their liberty or impacts on their mental health. A number of the postmasters have agreed to refer this issue to the process of early neutral evaluation to be conducted by former Supreme Court Judge Lord Dyson. It is hoped that this evaluation will facilitate the resolution of these issues. Government stands ready to support the delivery of the early neutral evaluation process and is keen to ensure that the outcomes of this process enable swift compensation. I urge all postmasters with a Horizon-related conviction to continue to come forward to seek to have these overturned. They are being contacted individually by the CCRC and other relevant bodies to encourage them to do so. In addition to the progress on compensation for those with overturned criminal convictions, good progress has been made on delivering compensation for those in the historical shortfall scheme. As of the 23rd of June, 65% of eligible claimants have now received an offer, meaning £29 million has now been offered, and that 444 further postmasters have been offered compensation since my last update to the House. I would like to thank the independent panels for their diligent work in progressing these cases. As I have said previously, I have set the Post Office the ambition to make 100% of HSS offers by the end of the calendar year, and the Government is working closely with Post Office to achieve this. As I have said before, it is important, in addition to providing compensation, that we learn lessons so that something similar can never happen again. That is why the government has set up the Post Office Horizon IT inquiry and put it on a statutory footing to ensure that it has all the powers that it needs to investigate what happened, establish the facts and make recommendations for the future. We are cooperating fully with the inquiry to ensure that the facts of what happened are established and lessons learned.
My Lords, can I start by thanking the Noble Lord the Minister for repeating the statement in anticipation of answering our questions. The Noble Lord the Minister has often been on the right side of this debate, and I thank him for that. The biggest and most frequent criticisms that your Lordship's House has had are threefold, and some of those have been answered. The time taken to deliver compensation, who gets it, and the levels and the amounts. Now, many of those have now been resolved over previous months and with this statement. March's announcement that 555 sub-postmasters would receive compensation they were entitled to was welcome. And as is today's further announcement confirming £19.5 million interim compensation package. However, it is frustrating that it's taken so long to reach this point when it has been clear and obvious for many years what was needed to be done. I'm sure we can all agree the victims of this scandal have been made to endure the stressful uncertainty for far too long. Yeah. It's clear that the positive resolution we've now reached is thanks to the tireless work of campaigners both inside and outside this place. Now that includes, as ever in this place, Lord Arbuthnot. In the other place, Kevin Jones. Both Lord Arbuthnot and Kevin Jones both have done a tremendous job in fighting this injustice. And to be fair, the Noble Lord the Minister here and Minister Scully have acted where their predecessors have failed to. We all know the history of this case, so I will not rehearse the arguments. It is well documented both here in Parliament and across the media. We can all hope that this sad episode drives lasting change. The shame of this miscarriage will, and rightly will, be felt across government for many years to come. I do, however, have a few questions for the Minister, some he has touched on and some looking for a bit more detail. As such, can the Minister provide a timescale for when all payments will be made? Will the Minister confirm that the compensation will not affect the Post Office's core funding, the day-to-day operations, or the viability of it in any way, given the vital role that the Post Office performs in many, if not all, of our communities? The Minister knows that we have called across this House for those involved to be held accountable. Can he update the House? He has a little bit on the investigations that are ongoing, but specifically on Fujitsu and others involved in the technology that led to this failure. Have Fujitsu been sanctioned? Have any of their other contracts been re-evaluated, been checked or been looked at? But not just those external to government. The Minister has previously committed to hold those responsible account, and by that I mean the Post Office Board. Can the Government confirm that the inquiry will extend to the directors of the Post Office, including those who were placed there by the Department, those who wrongly sanctioned legal action? Will affected postmasters who have lost thousands in legal costs, and this is will the affected postmasters who have lost thousands in legal costs, this is far from all they have lost, and the Minister touched on the non-pecuniary damages. I just wonder if he could say a little bit more, because the financials are being restored, but as he said, and as the statement says, Many people were affected in many other ways, which weren't just financial. Last year's historic shortfall scheme from the non-GLO postmasters included the interim payments, which are needed urgently both for those living in poverty and to start bringing a closure to the ordeal. Now, I think the Minister said he expected payments to start within 2 weeks, but can the Minister confirm that this will be the case, and will that cover all of those affected? So just taking a step back, in his High Court judgment on the Horizon IT systems case, Justice Fraser stated that the denials by the Post Office, in his words, amounted to the 21st century equivalent of maintaining that the earth is flat. He also went on in his judgment into this scheme, stating the Post Office showed the most dreadful complacency and a total lack of interest in investigating these serious issues. Will the Post Office now introduce an independent component when conducting prosecutions? So if there are any future prosecutions in any other areas, there will be an independent component before taking the next stage. This whole ordeal around the wrongful prosecution of post submasters has caused a huge waste of public funds and time, as well as causing a huge deal of mental anguish to those wrongfully prosecuted. Can the government ensure that such huge levels of carelessness and complacency is never repeated, so that we can avoid further waste of public funds, as well as avoiding the stress caused by this ordeal? All sides of this House are rightly united and outraged at what the sub-postmasters and postmistresses experienced and the injustices they suffered for almost 25 years. Lives have been unjustly destroyed and jobs lost, some imprisoned, others losing their business, with many having the prospect, as well as some having convictions hanging over them. But saddest of all is that some did not live to see the justice that is finally now being restored.
My Lords, I want to start by thanking the Noble Lord the Minister for his commitment on this issue and for his statement here today. As he knows, when I was first involved in this as a member of the Welsh Assembly back in the early 2000s, even then it was obvious there was something very seriously wrong. How could I be in a crowded room in a pub with so many people with their families who had been regarded as pillars of the community, the sort of people who went and looked for pensioners who hadn't come in to collect their pension to check that they were all right? And I was being asked to believe by the Post Office that these people had taken their money. And that was definitely something which jarred with me at the time. So the big question, my Lords, is how has this been allowed to take so long? And how was it covered up for so long? And what will happen to those people, both within the Post Office and Fujitsu, who knew that they were covering up problems? I realise that there will have been people who were doing so without realising that they were involved in a cover-up, but there were many who knew. And we must also consider the impact on the Post Office as an institution, which had previously been one of the most trusted British institutions. I have some questions, some of which the Noble Lord has already addressed, but I have a few questions on the statement today. First of all, I welcome the interim payment that is announced, payments that are announced, but the amount of money sounds relatively modest, given the length of time it has taken to get this place. It is interim, but that £19.5 million, can the Noble Lord the Minister tell us how many people that money will be going to, so we can get some sort of measure of how much they will be receiving in the interim. There is reference in the statement to postmasters being contacted in the coming weeks and so on. Can the Noble Lord the Minister give us a target date by which he hopes the interim payments will be made? Because we have had so much delay here. And finally, because I realise that time is short, there have been 75 overturned convictions. Are there more in the process at the moment? Will we expect there to be other overturned convictions? And what will the government be doing in terms of payments to those who have already died? Because many of the people involved in this process, because it's taken more than 2 decades, are now very elderly. And some of those people who died, unfortunately, did so as a result of suicide because of the situation they were placed in. So what plans does the government have to compensate those families of those who died and those families who stumped up large amounts of money to avoid their relatives going bankrupt as a result of misplaced allegations?
Well, I thank Lord McNichol and Baroness Randerson for their statements and their questions. Starting with Lord McNichol, let me say he knows already that I totally share his frustration, and I think his statement about stressful uncertainty for the postmasters sums up the issue very well, and I totally agree with the Noble Lord. Also very happy to join him in paying tribute to, in particular, Lord Arbuthnot and Kevin Jones. I know there are a number of other parliamentarians on all sides who have been involved with this. They are truly a tribute to parliamentarians who get criticised for a lot of things, but it can really show when there are scandals such as this, the role that members of both houses can play in bringing public attention to these, and government attention to these matters. With regard to the questions that Noble Lord posed, Baroness Randerson also asked about the overall timescale. The ambition is that the ambition is that all offers will have been made by the end of the year. The GLO interim payments will be made within weeks. The Noble Lord asked me for an assurance that the core funding of the Post Office is unaffected, and I can give him that assurance. He raised the issue of the directors of the Post Office. Indeed, they can be held to account by the inquiry, as indeed can ministers and as indeed can officials who were involved in this. We're determined that there will be no hiding place for those who contributed to this scandal. He asked me about further private prosecutions, and right at the start of this scandal, when I spoke to the Chief Executive of the Post Office, he assured me that they had no plans to do any more private prosecutions, and I'd be very, very surprised if they went back on that, given the trouble that this has got them into. Noble Lord also referred to Post Office complacency. That may have been the case in the past, but I think the new leadership under Nick Reid are really producing a change in the culture and some real improvements in the service that the Post Office is offering. Baroness Randerson referred to cover-ups, and I'm sure there probably were, but of course that's a matter for the inquiry to establish. She asked me how many people were receiving compensation. The 19.5 million interim payments goes to all members of the GLO scheme, so there are about 500 of them. And I can also confirm to the Noble Lady that where some of those members have sadly died, we are engaging with their next of kin and with their estates on seeking the appropriate levels of compensation.
My Lords, again, my noble friend comes before this House with good news, and I'm truly grateful to that. We look forward to the day when the finalisation of the compensation scheme can be completed, and we hope that it is earlier so that sub-postmasters can have truly substantial payments. My Lords, as the public inquiry goes through the process of considering the responsibility of Fujitsu and Post Office directors and others, can my noble friend the Minister assure your Lordships that the inevitable delay arising out of the public inquiry will not cause to be legally time-barred any redress that might be needed to be taken in relation to those people who are at fault?
I can give my noble friend a very quick answer to that, and the answer is yes, I can give noble Lord that assurance, and once again pay tribute to the work that he has done in exposing this scandal.
My Lords, I thank the Minister for repeating the statement, and my apologies for having briefly left the Chamber during his doing so. And can I pay tribute to the noble Lord Arbuthnot and others for the work they have done in bringing this scandal to public attention. And my question arises, in fact, in the light of the previous question, which is about the public inquiry. Can the Minister tell the House how long it might take? For the obvious reason, which is the sooner the public inquiry is completed, whatever its outcome, the sooner we can be reassured that a scandal of this kind can never happen again.
I can't give the noble Lord a timescale. Obviously, we want it concluded as quickly as possible, but it needs to be thorough and it needs to go into all of the facts. And of course, it's in the hands of the chairman of the inquiry to determine exactly how long it should take.
My Lords, we're all very grateful to my noble friend, as well as to my noble friend Lord Arbuthnot. He and Mr. Scully have pursued this with vigour, and they deserve our thanks. But, my Lords, these people who have gone through hell are being compensated, but there is no compensation that can truly be adequate. And an idea has occurred to me, which I would commend to him. Could these people, who have been exonerated and compensated, be issued with a medal for meritorious service through the Post Office?
I think that's an interesting idea. I will take that back and discuss it with officials.
My Lords, I very much welcome the Minister's statement, in particular the announcement of the public inquiry, but it's in the nature of public inquiries, however speedy they are intended, they have an uncanny knack of going on for several years. So can the Minister confirm that both the Post Office and their sponsoring department, albeit not on an interim basis, have conducted internal inquiries, the better to learn the lessons now?
Well, I mean, of course, officials and I'm sure ministers are very keen to learn the lessons, but I really do think the inquiry is the best place to fully go into all of these matters which took place, as I said, over decades, and they will get to the bottom of it, and the appropriate individuals will be held responsible.
My Lords, can I congratulate my noble friend on the brilliant job which he's done on this, but can he help me on the question of Fujitsu? We don't need a public inquiry to tell us that the software was deficient. We have reports of whistleblowers who said that they knew that the software was deficient. So why is the taxpayer having to pick up the bill for this? And why are they not being forced to pay up? And if they're not prepared to be forced to pay up, why on earth are we allowing them to do any work for any government or anyone else where we have any influence?
As my noble friend knows, I do have considerable sympathy for the points that he has made, which, on the face of it, do seem to be very obvious. But I think we do need to wait for the inquiry to positively establish the facts and lay it all out in stark detail before considering what further steps to take.
My Lords,
I had the honour of entering this house at the same time as Lord Arbuthnot. We've been friends for many years, and I'd like to also congratulate him on his tenacity and his effectiveness. It has been outstanding, and I think so many people around the country are grateful to him. I was intrigued by what Lady Ranson was talking about, the Welsh pub, because I've consistently tried to personalise this by mentioning my friend Rita Threlfall at every occasion, because this is about individuals and it's about their families. It's not about 555, which almost means nothing. And I agree entirely that no amount of money can actually restore the dignity. So I agree entirely that my noble friend and Minister Scully have done their best. I actually don't think it's enough, and my words at the end were going to be exactly the words of which have just been mentioned. I don't understand why Fujitsu are not paying their way for this. I need to understand, if the Minister could understand why, or explain to me why Fujitsu are not financially responsible for this and why, as was said, the taxpayer is paying. Please explain it.
Again, I have suitable sympathy for the points that my noble friend is making. But so far, Fujitsu have not been found guilty of any fraud or other crime related to this matter, and they are cooperating in full with the inquiry, as we would expect of them. So I realise that this is uncomfortable for the House, but I really do think we should wait for the results of the inquiry to set out in stark detail exactly where the failings were.
My Lords, I associate myself with the tributes paid to my noble friend Lord Arbuthnot and Paul Scully in the other place, and also with the congratulations to the government on bringing forward payments at last, at least to many of them. Could I just ask my noble friend for reassurance? The statement talks about reimbursing reasonable costs of legal action. I understand that going forward, because we have to guard against egregious costs being imposed. But for those who have already had to take legal action, can my noble friend assure the House that there will be full recompense for all the legal expenses that they have had to go to, in addition to which there will also be compensation for the suffering that they have clearly been through as well?
If my noble friend is talking about the GLO legal action, then of course the costs of that were funded, and the lawyers were not paid by the litigants themselves. A lot of the compensation did go to pay the legal fees, which is part of the problem with the GLO scheme.
Lords, I hope the House will allow me the flexibility to take advantage of the fact that we have a few moments left in this exchange. But on the terms of reference of the inquiry, and forgive me for not knowing the detail of them, but will they encompass the role of the judiciary, which after all succeeded in sentencing an enormous number of postmasters to prison and with criminal sentences, and will that be a feature of the inquiry when it is held, to investigate how that was possible?
Very good point.
The inquiry can cover all relevant matters. Of course, the role of the judiciary was examined and is being examined in the cases that are proceeding through the courts at the moment, and the convictions being overturned. And I'm sure all those members of the judiciary who are still in their posts will be paying close attention to those cases. But of course, to be fair, they can only adjudge a case on the evidence that is presented to them. But I'm sure they will want to take careful account of any technical evidence that was given in these various cases, and perhaps treat it with a bit more scepticism in the future.
My Lords, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his reception of my suggestion. It occurs to me that if we could have a public ceremony in, say, Westminster Hall, where these people were publicly recognised and given a medal, it really would do something for their morale.
as I said, it's an interesting proposition, and we'll certainly have a look at it.
Motion for debate. The 2022 Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting and the future of the Commonwealth. Lord Howell.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion on the order paper in my name, and I declare a general interest and involvement in this subject over many years, although nothing specific in the register. My Lords, my purpose in seeking this debate is not merely to reflect on the just finished Heads of Government meeting in Kigali in Rwanda, but also to share some thoughts on how the Commonwealth network fits into the entirely new contours of the international landscape we now confront, and into our own future prosperity, security and influence. My Lords, Kigali went extremely well, so it seemed to me. Personally, I welcome the outcome that the change of Secretary-General will be orderly and in 2 years' time. This prevents further division and gives a chance for the current Secretary-General, Lady Scotland, to overcome her past difficulties and help lift the evolving Commonwealth to its new level of significance in both economic and security world affairs. A good deal of quiet work has been going on at the Secretariat, especially in the causes of women and girls in the changing Commonwealth, in environmental and marine cooperation, and the struggling smaller island states. But people now do look to Marlborough House to give an altogether stronger lead to the network, especially in face of new security threats to its members, which its members confront, to which I will come a little later. I also salute the work of my noble friend Lord Marland, who I see is here and I hope is going to speak, whose business forum meeting at Kigali showed how he has injected fresh vigour into expanding Commonwealth trade and investment. And the opportunity is certainly there for that when the Commonwealth today contains several of the fastest growing and highest tech economies in the world, as many, of course, as many of the poorest, most threatened by current events like the pandemic, energy costs and increased climate violence. But, my Lords, I want to come to the future and how the Commonwealth fits into that, and I can do it best by asking some basic questions. First, what today is the Commonwealth's purpose? Let me begin by repeating what the Commonwealth is not. It is not a bloc. It's not an alliance. It's not a treaty-bound organisation. It's not a relic or nostalgic leftover of empire. Indeed, it is an entirely different network today, not just from the imperial past, but from the 8-member Commonwealth of Nations set up in the 1949 London Declaration. Now it is with 54 members, about to increase to 2 more, and several others indicating a desire to join. So that's hardly a sign of a declining system or a fading association, as ill-informed critics like to keep claiming. Indeed, I found my Japanese friends constantly inquiring about it, and in better days than now, there was quite a strong interest in the Republic of Ireland's closer association with it. Perhaps that will return when things improve on that front. And at one stage, even the Americans were asking about the need for a Commonwealth office in Washington. It struck me as a little odd, as they fought a whole war of independence to get away from us. But, my Lords, nor is Britain at the centre of some kind of hub-and-spoke arrangement, with the member states sometimes depicted as outposts. That belongs entirely to the 20th century thinking, completely out of date. Networks have strong links all round, but no centre. All are connected to all. And today, my Lords, the Commonwealth is such a network. Indeed, it is the largest that really has ever formed in history. Modern networks, digitally empowered, work away and grow at every level and never sleep. And remember that although Kigali was for heads of government, the Commonwealth is primarily a people's and grassroots linked system, giving new relevance, indeed almost a sort of blood transfusion, by the technology of connectivity and Zoom and the age of the microchip. That's why, my lords, although some governments may not see eye to eye, and although some may blatantly disregard the values embedded in the Commonwealth Charter, which is always very regrettable, nevertheless, at the non-governmental level, at the civil society level, at the business level, at the level of everyday life and work, a binding and integrating process continues apace. I think this may be difficult sometimes for officials and diplomats to grasp, but it draws together a largely English-speaking nexus with a vast and growing mesh or lattice work of common interests in everything from science and law to health and education of all kinds, including, for example, the largest, long-distance learning system in the world through the Commonwealth of Learning, based in Vancouver, or the Association of Commonwealth Universities with 500 or more universities on its books. And of course, parliamentarians connect through the lively Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, which we all know, but the linkages go far beyond governance, to engineering, to all kinds of technology and research, to education at every level, to health and medicine, to magistrates and judges, architects and designers, every aspect of our culture, and of course sport, as we shall all be reminded shortly at the forthcoming Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Indeed, it goes to all professions. The list of Commonwealth professional bodies, most of them now thriving, goes off the page, it's so long. My lords, Her Majesty the Queen, a decade ago, described the Commonwealth as, quotes, these were her words, in many ways the face of the future. And of course, that is exactly what the communications revolution has proved as time has gone by. And I must say, her comments showed a good deal more insight and perceptiveness than some of her ministers or some foreign policy experts or think tank tyros. But so that is the scene. And one has to ask my second question, which is why does any of this matter to us here today in the UK as we still seek to reposition ourselves globally after the Brexit drama and other changes? Well, first of all this activity covers areas where soft power and influence, and ours is very, very considerable and usually underrated, increasingly work best. Second, it is of course true that in the last 50 years our trade and investment links with the Commonwealth countries have declined substantially. But now, as Asia rises and becomes the fastest and biggest growth area of the globe, pulling ahead not just economically, but also in advanced technology and the education and skills to drive that technology, and as two-way direct investment flows open up again on a massive scale, the situation is reversing fast. These, my lords, are the markets we need to be in, as the official intention to join the rather heavily called Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, that does underline that very fact. And incidentally, if and when we join, and we have the strong support of Japan in doing so, then more than half the members will be Commonwealth states. And beyond the CPTPP lies the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, of which we're not members at the moment, but that will be, and indeed already is, far the biggest world trading network of all. And then, elsewhere, there is the new African Continental Free Trade Area, which opens out big new areas of economic exchange on a continent set for an immense population of growth to about 1 billion people by 2050. But, my lords, aside from that's the new picture on the trade side, but aside from all that, there is now a new geopolitical and security priority emerging, and it's something I very much wanted to get into this debate we're having today. Today, China is intruding into every part of the Commonwealth, and not just commercially, and not just via unrepayable loans, but via military matters, officer training, and even policing involvement. China understands what our experts have often seemed to overlook, that small island states, far from being strategically unimportant, are now of immense strategic value in controlling maritime traffic, air traffic, GPS systems, and even the space area as well. Hence, to take a current example, Chinese interest in establishing naval bases in places like the Solomon Isles and having a footing, or indeed outright control, in 96 port facilities in 53 countries scattered across the entire world, many of them Commonwealth. This is China's way of extending its naval reach against ours and pursuing its hegemonic strategy of rejection of Western, and especially what they see as American lopsided dominance of the globe. Not a week goes by without news of China extending its distinctly military activities into new islands in the South Seas, to the utter dismay of our Australian ally, who take these things very seriously, or the Caribbean states, or the coastal states of Africa. I'm not, my lords, one of those dogmatic Sinophobes who think we have to break all links with China and regard it as a deadly enemy. In some key areas, like energy and climate, we have to work with them closely, and perhaps rather more cleverly than some of the American approaches in recent times. But, my lords, if we let our Commonwealth network, our best means of transmitting our soft power, crumble away or be nibbled away, then that undoubtedly will be a major foreign policy failure. Meanwhile, China, the Commonwealth, and the Ukraine horror weave together. President Biden said the world is united against Russian brutality. Well, the West may be, but the developing world, so-called, is not. Too many Commonwealth members are reluctant to condemn the unprovoked Russian attack on a smaller nation. Their immediate reasons may be understandable, but their preference for a sort of neutrality on Chinese lines when such actions undermine the entire international order is deeply concerning. There can in fact be no neutrality between inhuman butchery, unprovoked aggression and ordered governance. No nation is safe from that kind of lawlessness. My lords, via the Belt and Road Initiative, via double taxation, via and investment agreements, and so on, the Chinese influence is creeping onwards. China now has BRI Memoranda of Understanding with 141 countries, including 38 of the Commonwealth's total of 54, about to be 56. That indeed is networking, but it's the wrong sort of networking from our point of view. What should be our chain of liberty against the autocrats and the best containment of rising Chinese power in Asia and elsewhere could well become turned on its head and become instead a spearhead of Chinese influence across the planet. My final question, my lords, what should we do now, beyond all the initiatives that are undoubtedly we have taken during our chairmanship? I'm very glad to see that at the G7 in Bavaria the other day, the idea of counter-influence to the tentacles of the Belt and Road Initiative was resurrected and developed. And of course the Commonwealth is central to this. Using private enterprise in harmony with government policy, we certainly ought to be able to check the global march of the Chinese state and its corporate henchmen across the globe. While not matching all Chinese inducements, we certainly should be containing Chinese ambition. My lords, further tests of which side one should be on may come up shortly if and when China impatiently uses force against Taiwan. Are we ensuring that the Commonwealth will choose diplomacy and understanding against brutal aggression on that issue? Have we talked to them? Have we lined up the support of India on this one, in contrast to India's wobblier stance on Russia? How does Pakistan fit in with their strong Chinese links, or Sri Lanka wallowing in debt, or Malaysia, or the African leaderships? My lords, we are told repeatedly over the decades that we lack a role and a vision. Well, the role to me is now quite clear, and has been for some time, at a time of enormous international instability, with old types of primitive warfare and new types of threat multiplying everywhere. Our role is to uphold freedom under the law and to stand shoulder to shoulder with other like-minded nations, large and small, in fruitful two-way partnerships and coalitions. In doing so, the Commonwealth is the key element of that mission. It is changing all the time and may well evolve into something different. That's possible. If so, we should be at the heart of it, creatively, constructively, and imaginatively. Are we up to it? We shall be straining every muscle of diplomacy to ensure that we work as closely as possible with the Commonwealth family. But this family needs to move from being seen by British officialdom sometimes as marginal and a slightly tiresome legacy needs to move into a central component of our strategy, direction, role fulfilment and our future security. That is the assurance, my lords, we need from ministers, that they understand what is happening and where we are going. As to the vision and the presentation of a story in this new world we have entered, well, I do admit that needs some brushing up. But, my lords, the time for doing that is now before it is too late. And I hope this debate will assist in that respect. I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
My Lord, I begin by thanking and congratulating Lord Howell of Guildford for introducing this debate. We know his interest in the Commonwealth, and he has spoken about this on several occasions in this House in the past. He will forgive me if I take a slightly different view and raise questions which have not been raised before about the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is basically a legacy of the British Empire. Of course, not entirely, because it includes states which were not parts of the British Empire, such as Rwanda and Mozambique, and it excludes states which were once part of the British Empire, such as Ireland and even the United States. But nevertheless, it remains the fact that it is primarily a legacy of the British Empire. Now, given that it's a legacy of the British Empire, we can't understand it unless we understand the British Empire. What was the character of the British Empire? What was it about? What did it do to those 54 or 56 odd colonies, as a result of which the Commonwealth came to be constituted? Now, empires, the British Empire was very different from the other great European empires, such as the Portuguese, the Spanish, the French, the Dutch, the Belgium, and many others. So that's the first thing to notice about the British Empire. But the second and the most important thing about the British Empire is that the empires are never a cozy affair. Empires involved brutality, genocide, a great deal of violence, humiliation of the ex-colonies and subjects of the British Empire. And these memories of this brutality and genocide may be forgotten and forgiven by the imperial power, but are never forgotten by the victims, by those who suffered them. And they continue to remember them, with the result that we are often surprised that they don't seem to show sufficient gratitude. For example, many of them, 6 in the West Indies, do not wish to be members of the Commonwealth or want to be republics, and we are surprised. Or they raise questions about slavery during the British Empire, and we are surprised. We are constantly surprised by many of the awkward but realistic questions that they seem to raise. And the question to us, therefore, is our view of the Commonwealth based on adequate recognition and acknowledgement of what actually went on in the name of the British Empire? To think of ourselves as a kind and generous people who went thousands of miles to other countries to civilize the natives and came back having done our job and sometimes angry that they were not sufficiently grateful is not really a proper understanding of what actually we did. So my first question is, before we talk about the Commonwealth and before we talk about the Commonwealth as a viable force, we ought to understand what the British Empire was about. In the 3 minutes that I have in front of me, or even less than 3 minutes, I want to set out a very brief agenda in the hope that on future we might be able to take them up. The first thing I would suggest is there has to be a broadly agreed Commonwealth view of the British Empire. Britain has one view of the British Empire. India has a very different view of the British Empire, partly good, partly not so good. South Africa and other countries have a totally different view of the British Empire. And I think the time has come for historians and others of different members of the Commonwealth countries to get together and to debate and to form a just estimate of what the British Empire really did. That's very important. And unless truth is faced, we are in danger of allowing Commonwealth to become an irrelevancy or as a pointless and ornamental appendage. The second thing is important to realize is that for the Commonwealth, it's very important that if it is going to be a Commonwealth and not a British Commonwealth, it should not be seen as a property or extension of the British foreign policy, or expect the Commonwealth countries to do what we would like to do in Ukraine or anywhere else. We see Commonwealth through our eyes. Have we tried to look at ourselves through the Commonwealth eyes and asked ourselves how we look from their perspective? I would therefore suggest that the Queen should not automatically be, or her successor should not automatically be the head of the Commonwealth, and what mode of operandi we should operate, well, that's something that can be sorted out later. The third important thing we need to do is to build up an institutional infrastructure, to which Lord Howells rightly referred, where we can have cooperative institutions, cooperative practices at the level of journalism, sport, education, and so on. And finally, I think it's very important that because Commonwealth consists of transcontinental countries, it's the only association I know other than United Nations whose members come from every continent. It's very important that it should be a pressure group for important global issues like climate change and others. So my simple conclusion is that as Britain stretches out to explore its relations with other countries in the context of implementing the Brexit policy, it's very important that it should face the truth, recognize its past, and come to terms with it. Otherwise, we are in danger of talking about a wonderful picture of the Commonwealth which matches no reality.
With apologies, might I respectfully remind noble lords the backbench speaking time is 5 minutes. Thank you.
Lords, the Commonwealth is very important to people like me who would not have been here without the Commonwealth. It was the membership of the Commonwealth that opened the doors for the people of the members' countries to come and work and settle in the United Kingdom, to rebuild the country after the Second World War. I commend the British people who welcomed our families with open arms, and in the same breath, I acknowledge the adult education service that helped people like me to work and learn at the same time, to compete the labour market with the provision of equal opportunity. My Lords, the United Kingdom, being the head of the Commonwealth, has a huge amount of respect and influence in the development of its member countries. Under the banner of the Commonwealth, all member countries commit to the development of free and democratic societies and the promotion of peace and prosperity to improve the lives of all the people of the Commonwealth. In 2018, the Commonwealth Heads of the Government meeting in London, this theme was Towards a Common Future. Following meeting, the leaders adopted a communiqué which set out a series of political commitments and practical actions that had been agreed. These commitments included strengthening democratic institutions and building peace. My Lords, the Commonwealth has an overall combined population of 2.5 billion people, and approximately 1.5 billion of them living in two member countries, India and Pakistan. A quick glance on the economic conditions of these two countries paint a very gloomy picture. According to the recent report of the Global Multidimensional Poverty Index, in India, 97 million people are living in the extreme poverty. According to their classification, extreme poverty means individuals who are without income, home, health, or food twice a day. Also, people who are bedridden, no facilities to make and eat food, having deaths due to health ailments comes under the list of the extreme poverty category. According to UNICEF, less than 50% of the population of India has access to safely managed drinking water. In Pakistan, according to the World Bank, in 2018, 46.5 million people, that is 21.9% of the population, live under the national poverty line. According to WaterAid Pakistan, 21.7 million people, don't have clean water. That is 1 in 10 people. That is only the tip of the iceberg. If you look at the other strands of poverty, including health, education, environment, and other areas in these two countries, the situation is alarming. Yet, my lords, India's defense budget 2022-23 is increased by 9.8% to $70.6 billion US. Whilst Pakistan has announced a defense budget of 7.5 billion, the allocation is a 12% increase over the original military expenditure last year. These massive disparities between the level of poverty facing such large number of population of these two countries and their incredible defense spending shows sense of insecurity and fragile peace between these nuclear neighbors who have been at war with each other at least 3 times, which continued with continued sporadic border skirmishes. Any accident or mistake can trigger an all-out war that could have devastating consequences not only for the region, but the world at large. The main dispute between India and Pakistan is the issue of Jammu and Kashmir, a region that is divided between India and Pakistan, is waiting for the implementation of UN resolutions of 48-49 and many subsequent ones to decide about their future. My lords, the development of these two countries is held hostage by the continued violence and war-like situation between the two countries over Kashmir. If this was resolved, it would not only bring an end to the continuous suffering of the Kashmiri people, but also to 1.5 billion people of India and Pakistan. The extravagant amount of money spent on defense could be better utilized for the benefit of the poor people of these countries. Over the years, many rounds of bilateral talks between India and Pakistan have failed to resolve the issue, and this is unlikely that they are going to succeed without a third-party mediation. Since Commonwealth member states are committed to a development of free and democratic societies and the promotion of peace and prosperity to improve the lives of the people of the Commonwealth, I am mindful that the Commonwealth has a role to bring peace in the Indian subcontinent. Britain, as the head of the Commonwealth, is placed best to help in the mediation for long-lasting peace that would benefit 1.5 billion people of India and Pakistan and resolve one of the oldest disputes in the history of United Nations. With that background, my lords, can I ask the Minister, what steps is Her Majesty's government prepared to take to bring India and Pakistan to a negotiating table and help to resolve the Kashmir issue that is acceptable to India, Pakistan, and the people of Jammu and Kashmir?
My lords, I congratulate the Noble Lord the Minister for stewarding, on behalf of 2 Prime Ministers, the duties of Chair in Office of the Commonwealth, culminating in a smooth handover to Rwanda. It is a rare achievement for a Foreign Office Minister to participate at successive CHOGMs, and unprecedented for a minister to be present at 2 such meetings when they are over 4 years apart. My remarks focus on 3 things: identity, agenda, and the realms. At last week's CHOGM, the Commonwealth admitted its 55th and 56th member states, Gabon and Togo. I have the impression that the news excited more interest in Paris and Brussels than in London. Continental observers appreciated that 2 new members, both part of La Francophonie, was proof of the vibrancy of the Commonwealth. Yeah. New members necessarily flex to the club they are joining, their presence enriching but not fundamentally altering the organisation. So, French-speaking new members must not change the Commonwealth as an exclusively English-speaking organisation. Its meetings are productive because everyone speaks the same language, unhindered by the barrier of interpretation. Enlargement must not change that. Second, in recent years, the Commonwealth's agenda has expanded, even effloresced. The final communiqué at Kigali ran to 117 paragraphs over 22 closely typed pages. I would remind your lordships that history suggests that the impact of a summit communiqué is in inverse proportion to its length. In the run-up to CHOGM in Samoa, I urge the Noble Lord the Minister to help the Commonwealth Secretariat to prioritise. Third, and perhaps most urgent, is the future of the 14 overseas realms within the Commonwealth. Last week in Kigali, the Prince of Wales said, "Each member's constitutional arrangement, as republic or monarchy, is purely a matter for each member country to decide." Clear, selfless, and as much as he could say, which leaves the royal family in an invidious position. Having said repeatedly that they will serve for as long as their service is welcome, a change in constitutional arrangements might look like a rejection of the royal family. Yet they cannot express understanding, still less support, for a change without looking reluctant to serve. Her Majesty's government can help. First, the government can explicitly acknowledge the case for change. Constitutional arrangements which were agreed in the rush of decolonisation are now out of kilter with the times. It is impossible for us Britons to argue with the sentiment of an Australian Republican campaign poster which said, "We want a head of state who is entitled to an Australian passport." Increasingly, the realms want a head of state who lives among them and who is able to represent them and only them on the international stage. They want one of their own to occupy the pinnacle position in their country. Second, Her Majesty's government can state explicitly that a change in constitutional arrangements would have no negative impact on the bilateral relationship of the United Kingdom with any realm that becomes a republic. And third, the government can make the Commonwealth the framework for future relations with realms that change their status. India was the forerunner. In 1950, India became a republic and remained a member of the Commonwealth. In many ways, that transition was the founding act of the modern Commonwealth. As the Prince of Wales also said in Kigali, arrangements such as these can change calmly and without rancour. Since Her Majesty became Queen, 18 realms have become republics, the latest being Barbados last year. Debate is hotting up in the remaining realms. Logically, the accession of a new monarch would be a moment for them to take stock. On the first day of this month, Matt Thistlethwaite was sworn in as Assistant Minister for the Republic in Australia. The direction of travel is clear. It is vital that any change be consensual and harmonious. It would be monstrously unfair for change in multiple realms to be presented as a stampede for the exit or a personal rebuke to the new monarch. In many ways, change is overdue. The unique arrangement of having a head of state residing thousands of miles away in a separate sovereign country persists primarily out of respect and affection for the Queen. My Lords, I conclude that Her Majesty's government can de-dramatise the impending and, I would say, inevitable change by joining the conversation already begun and stressing the importance of the Commonwealth as the vibrant, indeed irreplaceable framework for the future.
My Lords, I too am grateful to the noble Lord Howell of Guildford for securing this timely debate. My Lords, there is a tension throughout the history of the Commonwealth in terms of its structure between cohesion and comprehension, between the fullest capacity to relate and demands of function and utility. My Lords, when the Imperial Conference of 1926 adopted the London Declaration that the United Kingdom and Dominions were autonomous communities within the British Empire, equal in status, in no way subordinate one to another, in any aspect of their domestic or external affairs, comments which I think still resonate in terms of the last speech. The competing argument of imperial federation was in terminal retreat. Since then, my Lords, despite the closest bonds in war, despite the Ottawa agreements on trade, despite the sterling area, the pressure in the Commonwealth has remained relentlessly centrifugal. Legislative independence under the Statute of Westminster, the arrangement of the London Declaration in 1949, and the readmission of republics and the strategic decision of the UK to align itself with both the European Community and the United States. A vigorous UK foreign policy in the 1980s conflicted with much of the rest of the Commonwealth and tested the partnership to its limits. Yet, my lords, and notwithstanding the very significant questions about the legacy of empire asked by the noble Lord Tariq, the Commonwealth endures and flourishes. Why should this be? One feature, I believe, is Her Majesty the Queen, who now in the 71st year of her reign is still holding true to the pledge she made on her 21st birthday in Cape Town in 1947. The speech tends to be quoted in one part. In another, the Princess Elizabeth assured us, if we all go forward together with an unwavering faith, a high courage and a quiet heart, we shall be able to make of this ancient Commonwealth, which we all love so dearly, an even grander thing, a more free, more prosperous, more happy, more powerful influence for good in the world than it has been in the greatest days of our forefathers. She said this on the cusp of momentous change, both in her own life, the life of this country, and of the Commonwealth itself. Nonetheless, as head of the Commonwealth, the Queen has lived out what she commended to us. All of us, I suspect, have coins about us, and those coins bear one of the royal titles, FD, Defender of the Faith. Increasingly, commentators down the years have noted the Queen's personal commitment to the Christian faith. It is also true that she has never lost faith in the Commonwealth, never wavered in her outward support or her active engagement, even when the subject became controversial. Indeed, this steadfast belief has been key to the survival and development of the partnership. What others have identified as the key weakness of the Commonwealth, its absence of a power structure and capacity to project influence, the same allows it to focus on relationships and provides a non-threatening forum for smaller states to engage with larger ones on an equal footing. Hence its expanding number with applications from beyond the former territories of the British Empire. What is inconceivable to the authors of journal articles on international relations and practitioners of realpolitik is seemingly all too evident to the leaders of Mozambique, Cameroon, Rwanda, Gabon, and Togo. Two causes for optimism, then, going forwards, my lords. One is the flexible nature of the Commonwealth, which allows it to survive without threatening its members, especially the smaller ones. This is particularly valuable in the arena of cooperation necessary to meet global and individual state targets to tackle global warming. Such flexibility will enable the Commonwealth to develop rather than to atrophy. Secondly, that His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales will bring his own particular quality of commitment and service to succeed that of the Queen when he in due course becomes head of the Commonwealth, a decision made at the 2018 London Heads of Government meeting that was by agreement and was not automatic. But two further things I think are necessary, my lords. One is to nourish the Commonwealth organisations that facilitate relationships and outcomes at an entirely different level, from the Commonwealth Association of Tax Administrators, the Association of Commonwealth Universities, and the Commonwealth Magistrates and Judges Association. Secondly, I think that we should increase rather than decrease the support through the Foreign Office and diplomatic service to support our international relations at this time. The threat of cuts to the civil service, I hope, will be prevented in the Foreign Office. I hope, my lords, that Her Majesty's government will, going forward, give powerful and tangible evidence of its engagement with member states of the Commonwealth, and that the depth of our commitment
will match the warmth of our words.
My Lords, I too congratulate my noble friend, Lord Howe, on securing this debate and on his wise and perceptive remarks. He has made personally a distinguished contribution to the Commonwealth in various capacities. I also pay tribute to my noble friend Lord Marland for his work for the Commonwealth Business Council, whose activities have burgeoned under his leadership, and look forward to his speech. And it is a great privilege to follow the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Southwark, with his wise words. My Lords, the Government's recent Commonwealth Chair in Office report tells an impressive story and is a comprehensive rebuttal of the case of those who say that the Commonwealth is an amorphous anachronism doomed to atrophy. The British Government's role in supporting Commonwealth work in global health security, most recently during the pandemic, has been vital, especially in delivering vaccine doses, where there is still much more work to be done. In addition to core funding for the Secretariat, the Youth Programme, the Fund for Technical Cooperation, the Commonwealth Foundation and the Commonwealth of Learning, the Government has supported 32 other projects, from good governance and parliamentary accountability to countering violent extremism. Some might say that future government support to the Secretariat should be accompanied by even more persuasive advice in the future than in the past. Some may say that, I could not possibly comment. Important progress has been made in many areas. Commitment to human rights and the rule of law was marked by the delivery of the first Commonwealth statement in the United Nations Human Rights Council. Trade barriers have continued to be lowered, an area where further progress can and should be made. The Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub gives vital support to some of the most climatically vulnerable countries in the world, again with essential British financial support. The examples of British government support are legion, but as my noble friend Lord Howe rightly pointed out in the debate in Lord Lordship's House last June, the binding ties, as he put it, of a voluntary, non-treaty global organisation, such as the Commonwealth, rely less on governments than on links between businesses, non-governmental organisations, the professions, educational and scientific institutions, and in sport, culture and the arts. And that remains the reality. The Commonwealth's priorities: economic development, global health security, human rights, good governance, the rule of law, an international rule-based system, climate change and protection of the environment, and a securer world, all will continue to need contribution of both government, including our own, and non-government participants. The Commonwealth is well endowed with all such participants, and clearly has demonstrated the collective will to drive those priorities forward. The Commonwealth has, in my view, much to be proud of. It also has formidable challenges ahead. I hope and believe that we shall meet those challenges. I look forward to hearing from my noble friend, the Minister, to whom the Commonwealth is greatly indebted, as the noble Lord MacDonald has said, for his work over the last few years, as indeed is your Lordship's House.
My Lords, the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting 2022 was postponed and finally took place in Kigali in Rwanda between the 20th and 25th of June. The Commonwealth is a free association of sovereign states. It's the development of free and democratic societies, the promotion of peace and prosperity to improve the lives of all people in the Commonwealth. There are now 56 countries in the Commonwealth, a population of 2.5 billion, of which India, one country, makes up 1.4 billion, and more than 60% of the combined populations of member states are 29 or under, so it's a young Commonwealth. The combined GDP, $13 trillion, estimated to rise to almost $20 trillion by 2027. Of course, Her Majesty the Queen is the head of the Commonwealth. And, my lords, even if all the remaining countries become republics, I have no concerns whatsoever. They will still continue to be members of the Commonwealth just in the way that India has. The 28th Chogam theme was towards a common future. I want to thank the noble Lord Howe, who's been a great champion for the Commonwealth. And if I may quote him in a debate on UK Commonwealth trade in July 2021, he sums it up beautifully. In the age of networking and digital connectivity, the binding ties of a voluntary, voluntary the key word, non-treaty global organisation such as the Commonwealth are sealed as much by enterprise and trade, civil society concerns and common everyday life and work interests as through government channels. And he talks about the vibrancy and brings it alive as never before, the nexus of non-government organisations, professions, businesses, education at all levels, science, law, hundreds of informal links, not to mention sports connections, an enormous and expanding range of art and cultural links of every kind. These are increasingly at the core of the Commonwealth. It's absolutely brilliant. And talking about sport, as a proud Chancellor of the University of Birmingham, we're going to be hosting the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham in July and August this year. And it's going to be a university playing a role in the Commonwealth Games like never before. At the heart of the Games, the athletes' villages on our campus, squash on our campus, hockey on our campus. We sponsored the baton relay that went around 76 countries and territories of the Commonwealth, including a non-Commonwealth country. It went to the UAE, to Dubai, where I was present for the opening of our new campus there, the first Russell Group University to open up in Dubai. Birmingham, of course, is a vibrant, relatively young city. It's going to bring out the best of global Britain, showcase the region's strengths, and I'm really looking forward to a fantastic game. Her Majesty's role is championing the Commonwealth and its people, and of course it has been agreed that His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales will continue this role in the future. And of course this year is very special for the Commonwealth Games because it's in the year of Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee. What a great celebration we have had. And global health and security have been at the heart of the Commonwealth, particularly at this time. And what better example of cross-border collaboration with the Commonwealth than the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine developed by Oxford, AstraZeneca headquartered in Cambridge, in conjunction with the Serum Institute of India, the largest vaccine manufacturers in the world, even before the pandemic, based in India. That's a Commonwealth project. 2 billion doses have been produced by the Serum Institute of India. And of course, we've got the British International Investment BII, previously known as CDC, mobilising up to £8 billion. Green finance, the UK is the headquarters of green finance increasingly for the world. Once again, the Commonwealth at the heart of it. And digital. The more digital we get as a world, the more vulnerable we get. And of course, we've agreed to the Commonwealth Cyber Declaration as well. And in CHOGM 2022, of course, it was about delivering a common future, connecting, innovating, transforming, protecting natural resources, increasing trade. Sapartha Dasgupta, his report on the economics of biodiversity at the University of Cambridge, has to be a must-read for this, applying to the whole world as well as to the Commonwealth, describing nature as our most precious asset. And how wonderful that one of our own, the noble lady, Baroness Scotland, her term has been renewed for a second term as Secretary-General of the Commonwealth. And right in the middle of this period, India, free trade agreement being negotiated with India. I would request the Noble Lord the Minister to give us an update on how well this free trade agreement is progressing. I've been, as former President of the CBI, at the heart of these negotiations. I think there's huge potential with that free trade agreement. I took an active part with the Australian free trade agreement with the UK, the New Zealand free trade agreement with the UK, and I believe the India one should be as comprehensive as possible, as well as hopefully trying to complete it by the end of this year. The reality is this, my Lords, before I conclude, that the Commonwealth in total only accounts for 9% of the UK's trade, and trade with 5 Commonwealth countries, Australia, Canada, India, Singapore and South Africa, account for over 70% of this. So the potential to increase trade between Commonwealth countries is absolutely phenomenal. I think we are just scratching the surface, and I think we need to continue to press for increased trade between Commonwealth countries. It's an open goal. And with the cities as well, 20 of the global emerging cities in the Commonwealth, we're now about to publish the Oxford Healthy Cities Commission next month, of which I'm a commissioner. Again, that can help this in a big way. I'm a great fan of the Commonwealth. Huge potential, untapped.
My Lords, this summer sees the coming together of 3 significant international gatherings following the restrictions of the pandemic years. One of them was the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Rwanda last week, some of the background to this debate. Another is the International Ministerial Conference on Freedom of Religion or Belief next week in London. And a third is the Lambeth Conference, bringing together bishops from all but 3 of the 38 provinces of the Anglican Communion, which starts in late July. And in each case, the leadership of these significant meetings is being provided from within these shores. There are many parallels between the Commonwealth and the Anglican Communion, which is unsurprising given our shared history. Both draw together autonomous units of nations and provinces. Both are held together by what the Prime Minister described last week as the invisible thread of shared values, history and friendship, and what the Anglican Communion describes as our bonds of affection. Both have inevitable stresses and strains, and both need to work hard at developing a sense of mutual interdependence, not least because of the complexities of this nation's imperialistic past, so graphically portrayed by the noble Lord Tariq, and the huge financial disparities between the members of each body. In particular, we in the UK need to recognise that although Western secular values have a great deal to commend them, other nations can look on in horror on occasions at our individualism, materialism, religious indifference, and the breakdown of our family and community life. One of those Western secular values to which I'm sure that everyone in this House is committed is the theme of the meeting next week, and will play a major part in the Lambeth Conference too. And that is the human right not to be discriminated against, let alone persecuted, on the grounds of religion or belief. I have a particular interest in this subject, both historically and in the present, not least because we in the Diocese of Guildford are twinned with Anglican dioceses in Pakistan and Nigeria, Commonwealth countries which come 7th and 8th, respectively, in an annual register of the nations in which it is most dangerous to be a Christian. The other Commonwealth nation which appears in the top 10 is India, which reminds us that even functioning democracies can move in a sharply negative direction over a short period if religious intolerance combined with a strongly nationalistic agenda is really given its head. And in India especially, that intolerance extends to Muslims and those of other faith traditions, though statistically it is Christians who bear considerably the greatest weight of religious intolerance around the globe. The 3 regimes, of course, are very different. In Pakistan, a beautiful country I was privileged to visit in 2019, there is systemic discrimination against Christians and other minorities when it comes to further education and the availability of quality jobs, as well as the periodic misuse of the blasphemy laws and the all-too-regular shooting or lynching of Christians and others, especially those accused of converting from Islam. In Nigeria, where I'm travelling in November, there are almost daily attacks by Fulani tribesmen on Christians in the Middle Belt, which sometimes, it should be acknowledged, provoke a measure of retaliation, along with the continuing problems with Boko Haram in the north, which are clearly religiously motivated despite protestations to the contrary. The president of the Nigerian National Humanist Society has also just been sentenced to a 24-year prison sentence off the back of alleged slurs of Islam. In India, which I visited in 2017, both Christians and Muslims are suffering through incendiary rhetoric from some members of the ruling BJP, resulting in often violent and well-targeted attacks on Christians and other minorities, and a plethora of anti-conversion laws which ostensibly prohibit forced conversions but can all too easily be abused. And here's where the Prime Minister and the British government possibly missed a trick when it came to the first of those conferences, rightly highlighting shared concerns such as global warming and educational discrimination against women and girls, as we will also be doing at the Lambeth Conference, rightly addressing issues of food security in the wake of the war in Ukraine. The issue of freedom of religion and belief seems hardly to have featured in those conversations, despite its terrifying and growing prevalence in the 3 Commonwealth nations with the largest populations of them all. Persecution is persecution, whatever its cause, of course. But there's no question that in terms of the sheer numbers involved, persecution on the grounds of religion or belief is uniquely widespread and deadly. And while I'm delighted that we will be hosting the global conference on this theme next week and applaud the seriousness with which this is treated in this House and in the other place, I also believe that we need a joined-up approach which brings this to the fore in all our discussions with our Commonwealth and trading partners so as to create a better world and fairer world for all.
My Lords, I'm extremely grateful to my noble friend Lord Howell for his kind and generous remarks to me, as I am my noble friend Lord Goodlad. I agree with every single word my noble friend Lord Howell has said, with one exception. Kigali was not about heads of government. It was about a business forum, which I was privileged to chair, a youth forum, and a women's forum. Very, very vibrant events. The business forum is an extraordinary event. Where else, apart from perhaps Davos, can you attract 1,700 businesses from 60 countries, 20 heads of state, the president of the World Bank, the president of FIFA even, and the Secretary General of the World Health Organization. It was an incredibly vibrant event, probably because there had been pent-up tension after 4 years of us sitting with COVID and not meeting each other face to face, but also it was in Africa. Africa, the Commonwealth had not been to an event like this for well over 10 years, and it was a terrific credit to our hosts, the Rwandan government, that this was such a resounding success. Rwanda has proven to be a country of formidable leadership. It was safe, secure, clean, and is a fast-growing economy, lifting its people out of poverty. The statistics, of course, for trade in the Commonwealth and business are well known. It's 20% more competitive doing intra-Commonwealth trade because of common law, common language, and common trade agreements. And therefore, it should be well set for the British government to take benefit of it. But I'm afraid to say it has been asleep on its watch. It's been encumbered inevitably by the post-Brexit situation and then subsequently COVID. And so I'm afraid I do think that it hasn't taken full advantage of its last 4 years of chair in office. And that perhaps manifested itself in the unfortunate circumstances surrounding the extension of the Secretary-General's contract, where the UK led a campaign to change the Secretary-General, and unfortunately it failed. So the task ahead for the UK government is to repair those bridges and to play catch-up. There are signs, and I thank my noble friend the Minister, who has been a stalwart supporter, and indeed the noble Lord MacDonald, who kept us afloat whilst we needed it by sending provisions. So I'm very grateful to you both. But I do think the opportunity has been missed, and they now must turbocharge the relationship and to ensure the Commonwealth takes advantage of the showcases that are available. And one of them, as my noble friend Lord Billamoria said earlier, is about to be the Commonwealth Games. And where I say there are signs of it happening, I'm happily chairing or co-chairing with the Department of International Trade a business forum at that event, which will involve his university. So it is important that the UK really now starts to prioritise the Commonwealth. It isn't, of course, an alternative to the European Union, but it is this vast market that's available. And there are other problems ahead for the Commonwealth, because inevitably Samoa are now the chair in office, next chair in office, designate chair in office. That will be a difficult place for people to visit. It's a long way from anywhere. But it in itself is an opportunity. With the Chinese as invasion of the Pacific, as my noble friend Lord Howell has responded to, Samoa could be a very pivotal place for us to, for the UK and other Commonwealth countries to establish the power of democracy. And finally, the second opportunity presents itself is that of Sri Lanka, a country which is now on its knees with financial difficulties, which has sought succour from China for its investment. And it would give an opportunity for the Western democratic countries led by the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth to support them and to help them reinvigorate their economy. And finally, there's never been any mention of empire, as the Lord Pracker suggested. There wasn't for 3 or 5 days at Kigali, I'm happy to say. And I'm happy to say that His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales arrived in triumph and left in triumph. And that is one of the great advantages this country has, as well as my noble friend, the Minister, who has carried out an excellent job on behalf of the Commonwealth for all these years.
My Lords, the Commonwealth and its various associated organisations may sometimes be perceived as belonging to a colonial era. Its work goes largely unnoticed until CHOGM comes around every 2 years. Then we have the usual debate about its relevance and its effectiveness. The large umbrella of the Commonwealth Secretariat, with all its internal and external politics, tends to overshadow the work done by that myriad of Commonwealth network organisations. I've had close associations with many of these throughout my career: Commonwealth associations of lawyers, of medical practitioners, speakers associations, and most of all the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. The constant theme of these groups, so evident at their meetings, is friendship, understanding, and an eagerness to share good practice and uphold government accountability. I don't think, my Lords, that any of us should minimise the value of getting together and sharing views. We live in a world where increasingly electronic communication is king. But sitting around a table with our Commonwealth colleagues, or together in working groups, as well as the grander occasions of major conferences, with all the opportunities for bilateral exchange, is invaluable. For example, while a member state may have publicly expressed anger about a particular instance, such as the showing of a TV programme in the UK which has offended that state, subsequent meetings between parliamentarians continue as before, often without even mentioning the so-called offensive incident. The Commonwealth, in all its dealings, emphasises that there are official views and personal links, and that these do not necessarily have to coincide. And this, my Lords, is a vital component of soft power. As we all know, there are global and pressing issues at the moment that require a concerted approach. These now include food availability and distribution, economic recession, climate change, security, and slavery. An organisation of 56 member states is a good place to begin the dialogue that will provide the basis for global agreements and action. My Lords, despite the potential and actual advantages of the Commonwealth network, it is itself under severe strain, both economic and political. Like all multilateral bodies, it faces change and renewal. In which direction should it go? Where can it be most effective? And what kind of changes might be undertaken in the immediate future? By way of answer, I would like to refer to the work undertaken by the CPA. A gradual change of emphasis championed by the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association towards more practical workshops, the prioritisation of women parliamentarians at all levels, and in modern slavery, has resulted in tangible changes. I've participated in small workshops examining government accountability throughout the CPA programme, through the CPA programme on public accounts committees. Almost all Commonwealth countries have such committees, but their effectiveness varies. What has become abundantly clear is how much our colleagues welcome practical sessions of this kind, where they can be learning from and between many different systems. And now CPA has produced an online course fashioned from lessons learned during these workshops. Similarly, the mechanisms to protect and promote women, whether against violence, online abuse, and/or slavery, and towards parliamentary involvement, are very widely welcomed. My Lords, it is these smaller, less highly publicised networks which constantly meet and deliberate on how better to implement the Commonwealth Charter on the democratic process that should, I think, be fostered. The funds needed for these programmes are minimal in consequence to those of the Umbrella Secretariat, and the outcomes are impressive. Perhaps the essential changes should lie in the direction of increasing the work of these networks with the attendant opportunities for exchange, fostering friendships, sharing practical methodology, monitoring elections, and providing guidelines for government policy and action. Inevitably, my lords, there is internal wrangling within each member state and sometimes between states, but the undercurrent of fellowship between members of the Commonwealth is sustained by the work of the networks as a whole, and this quietly provides the continuity that is the essence of the Commonwealth.
My Lords, I'd like to thank my noble friend Lord Howell for bringing this debate and for his lifelong dedication to the work of the Commonwealth. Before going to Kigali, the Prime Minister set out in the article for the Daily Telegraph how the invisible thread of shared values, history, institutions and language which binds the Commonwealth creates a trading advantage. As a network of countries and of civil society built around the shared values of the Commonwealth Charter, democracy, human rights, tolerance and the rule of law among them, the Commonwealth also has the potential to be one of our greatest tools in facing the key challenges of the 21st century. As last year's integrated review recognised, we are in an age of systemic competition. Authoritarian states seek to extend their influence and to challenge the international rules and norms which underpin our security and prosperity. The Commonwealth can be a bulwark against this. I welcome the Foreign Secretary's vision of the Commonwealth as a counterweight to authoritarian regimes. But as our values come under greater pressure, we cannot be complacent. My noble friend Lord Howell rightly pointed out the influence from China that extends through the Commonwealth. Many Commonwealth members are part of the China's Belt and Road initiatives, and Beijing has even gone as far as cultivating ties with Commonwealth countries' armed forces. Can my noble friend tell the House what discussions he and other members of the UK delegation had in Kigali about countering this influence from China, and what practical steps the Commonwealth can take to limit this? Winning a systemic competition requires us to prove that our system is better. We need to show what we know to be true, that democracy, human rights and the rule of law give us a competitive advantage. In order to show this, we need to be faithful to those values. The Kigali communique states that the heads renewed their commitment to Commonwealth's fundamental values of democracy, and that they further reiterated their commitment to human rights and to fundamental freedoms. But in too many countries, human rights are being rolled back. In Freedom House's annual ranking, 23 of the Commonwealth's members are found to be not free, only partially free. The Commonwealth's largest member is often billed as the largest democracy in the world. I fear it is increasingly at risk of losing that title. It is deeply concerning that the Prime Minister Modi's India is becoming less tolerant, more autocratic, and less safe for millions of its own population, minorities, Christians, Muslims, etc. NGOs have faced restrictions. Human rights advocates like Akar Patel, the chair of Amnesty International's India board, have been subject to travel bans. The Editors Guild of India are calling for the immediate release of Mohammed Zubair, the co-founder of the fact-checking site who has been at the forefront of countering fake news and disinformation and who was arrested earlier this week. He joins other journalists and human rights defenders, including Khurram Parvez, the chair of the Asian Federation Against Involuntary Disappearances and the leading campaigner against human rights violation in Kashmir. The communique from Rwanda tells us that the heads stress the importance of freedom of expression, yet they stand by as the free press faces attack in the Commonwealth's largest member. I know that my noble friend, the Minister, takes this issue very seriously and that the British High Commission in India is supporting interfaith work. But can my noble friend tell the House and confirm whether the Prime Minister discussed freedom of religion and human rights with Mr. Modi in India in April or in Kigali last week? My Lords, for many in the United Kingdom, CHOGM was unfortunately overshadowed by the government's new refugee offshoring policy. Rwanda is a good example of the grey areas of foreign policy. It is at once a symbol of huge achievement, recovering from genocide, but also it's a country with an alarming human rights record of political repression, kidnappings, and assassinations. As far as the offshoring scheme goes, debating the provisions for refugees in Rwanda is a distraction from the more fundamental point that shipping asylum seekers elsewhere is a fundamental neglect of our duties and responsibilities, duties that we have signed up to, duties that were not imposed upon us. There is substantial evidence to suggest that the offshoring scheme will be expensive, inefficient, and ineffective. It breaches our international legal obligations. The UN Refugee Agency has stated that Rwanda plan is, and I quote, inconsistent with global solidarity and responsibility sharing, and does not meet the requirements necessary to be considered a lawful and appropriate arrangement. Shared burdens and respect for international law are surely the epitome of Commonwealth values, yet with the Rwanda plan, we have somehow set them aside. My Lords, sometimes we seem to think that we can urge others to improve their record on the rule of law, on human rights, on democracy, without respecting and protecting those values ourselves. Underpinning warm words about shared values are real rights and freedoms which intimately affect the lives of the Commonwealth's 2.5 billion people. If we are serious about the Commonwealth as a bulwark against authoritarianism, a promoter of human rights, democracy and the rule of law, the values that make it successful, then we need to strengthen those rights at home and argue them strongly abroad.
I hope that your Lordships have noticed how much of the Commonwealth is represented in your Lordship's house today. And it shows that we are interested in knowing what's happening to the Commonwealth as much as we want to share with you. Some of the things which I feel were done incorrectly was really line drawing on a map. People were not consulted whether they would like to be with each other or not. And some of the countries have had problems as a result, not to mention India and Pakistan. In India, we didn't have the line of separation until a month before it came into force. And we were very close to the line, so my family was very anxious because they wanted to know where they were going to live. And in the end, we were refugees in Delhi. Not against the old building, but still refugees, because my father left everything he owned behind. Anyway, the main thing about the Commonwealth is that somehow I don't feel that they have learned to understand each other, because until you understand each other, you don't actually do things together. And when I first went some years ago, the French-speaking and the English-speaking members of the Commonwealth had very little ways of communicating with each other. I hope that's gone. But it just shows an example of how things can go wrong without meaning to go wrong. And I do think that if there are two tribes who don't like each other, you don't want to put them in one country. And I don't think any of that kind of research was ever done before the lines were drawn on the map. And I think that is one of the weaknesses of the Commonwealth, that I'm not sure that everybody likes everybody else who lives next door to them. As far as India and Pakistan are concerned, that, you see, first of all, it was going to be Muslim countries together and Hindus separate. Now, Kashmir is a Muslim country, and it should definitely have gone to Pakistan. It has no business to be given to India, but it wasn't given to India either. It doesn't belong to anybody except itself. And there's no end of problems with it, and the problems will not be resolved unless some definite action is taken. The UN said we could have a plebiscite. I think we should have a plebiscite, and that will resolve the question of who they want to be with. Anyway, that is not for me to resolve, because I have no power to do anything. But if I did have, I would say, have a plebiscite. The other thing which we could do is try and increase the trade links, which we don't. We have a lot of army links, but no trade links. And that's not very good either. It's a big mess, and I don't know if it can be resolved, because people have pretended to try and resolve it, but they haven't been able to. Maybe the new generation, like Lord Ahmad, will have something to do with it and resolve something terrible. But I know that one of the Pakistani generals, a very senior general, said to me there'll be no more war between India and Pakistan, proper war, because we know we can't win. And that is true, we're so much bigger than them. But imagine making a Pakistan, which you have one part, the main part, in one part of the country, and you have another little part, Bangladesh, 1,500 miles away. How can a country work like that? It can't work as a country if you have two very definite, separate bits. And it didn't. And so they attacked Bangladesh, which didn't go down too well with India. But anyway, here we are. And that's what we're left with. So we've got to make the best of it.
Well, my Lords, the House of Lords would not be the House of Lords without a debate on the Commonwealth. And perhaps vice versa. The Commonwealth seems to need people like us to restate and support its aims and objectives. It's not a very visible organisation. It does not set out to proclaim its importance. In fact, the media are not kind to it. I had high hopes of a report in the FT, but I still can't find one, and Lord MacDonald has explained this about the communique being so long. But this debate is more than compensating for this. Having heard and learned from the noble Lord Howe on various occasions, I do not personally need any more convincing about the value of the Commonwealth. He rightly refers to connectivity and informality, and of course I understand the arguments put forward by Lady de Souza about soft power and quiet diplomacy, but surely it could sharpen up its act a little to explain to the world what it is about. We've heard a lot of successes. The principal success story is quite clear. It has been the contribution of Her Majesty the Queen. Her role has been properly recognised through the Jubilee, and above all from her own remarkable performance as an individual as well as a monarch. Where would the Commonwealth be without her? I therefore personally expect, and I indeed look forward to, a more piano contribution from the UK in future. It was an enterprise started by this country, as Lord Perec reminded us, but I see no reason why the UK should not retire a little more from the stage and encourage others to come forward. And I'm sure that the reappointment of the Secretary-General will assist in that process. Prince Charles himself set the tone when a new head of state replaced the Queen in Barbados last November. He said it was a new beginning, and he acknowledged the appalling atrocity of slavery. My Lords, anti-racism and decolonisation are rightly going to be continuing themes. I would also agree with Lady Hellich that we must see more effort by the Commonwealth in human rights and governance. This is the Minister's own proper area. So could we be doing more about it? Or will quiet bilateral diplomacy or a new trade agreement ever be enough, for example, to change Prime Minister Modi's discrimination against minorities and the media in India? And the Bishop of Guildford has spoken on Pakistan as well. Human Rights and Democracy was the FCDO report published in July 2020. It contains some powerful statements of hope, some by the noble Lord himself in his preface, which I reread. There is a comprehensive list of priority countries, including, I'm glad to say, the two Sudans, where the FCDO remains active. I asked the Minister earlier this week whether any member African states were backtracking on issues such as abortion and gay rights, and he replied, one important thing about networks such as the Commonwealth is that they allow us to look at a broad range of human rights issues in a progressive and productive way. Fair enough, not a direct answer, but a very positive one. Climate change and oceans are issues already pursued by the Commonwealth, but smaller member countries and islands need to take up climate change more aggressively. Not so much for themselves, since their carbon footprint in most cases is minimal, but for some, climate change is such an urgent question, and they need to persuade us larger gas-guzzling nations to take more action in prevention and mitigation. And we will have to help pay for this. Australia's new Prime Minister, as my friend the Noble Lord Goodlad knows better than any of us, will be bound to help in that operation. My Lords, I wanted to say a word about Rwanda. Rwanda under Paul Kagame has made great strides since the terrible massacres, but few are under the illusion that his government is now squeaky clean, with opposition leaders imprisoned and branded as terrorists. The most prominent case is that of Paul Rusesabagina, who's sentenced to 25 years. Could the Minister say whether the Commonwealth or FCDO have done anything for him or for human rights in Rwanda? He will already know that 24 human rights agencies have written to Commonwealth leaders asking them to speak up on this issue. My Lord, I end with a quotation from a friend who attended CHOGM. He says, "It was wonderful to see African countries taking the lead in Kigali, not least Rwanda, but also the new members of Gabon and Togo. The success of the Commonwealth in moving beyond its roots in former colonies depends on the Secretariat and its most powerful member countries carefully listening to all members, big and small, and allowing its newer and smaller members to take the lead in equal partnership, not on driving the interests of a few."
Concentrate on the problems, not the virtues of the Commonwealth, because I only have 5 minutes. First of all, I think, as has been said by Lord MacDonald and other people, there was a great constitutional change when India became part of the Commonwealth and a republic could continue to be a part of the Commonwealth, which after all is an association of the former colonies of the United Kingdom. And so I think that was very welcome, and now any country which was formerly a part of the British Empire could become a republic and still be a member of the Commonwealth. That is very straightforward. Secondly, I think the fact that the CHOGM took place in Kigali gives us a notice that there are non-British Empire countries which want to join the Commonwealth. And that, I think, is a very welcome sign, because Commonwealth is one of the few associations, apart from the United Nations, which straddles all 5 continents. And I think that is a very good thing. But at the same time, I think there is a difficulty whether the traditions of the British Commonwealth, which have been, as it were, talked about quite a lot this afternoon, will continue to be adopted by those people who are not formerly from the British Commonwealth. And we shall see. The main problem, I think, is that Her Majesty the Queen, as many people have said, has been a very strong influence in maintaining the Commonwealth. Her reign of 70 years has more or less corresponded with the new Commonwealth. Now, the problem is, and I think we have not actually talked about it, I think the decision made in 2018 at her request that Prince Charles continue to be the head of the Commonwealth after she is gone, I think was a mistake. Sorry, I have to say that actually restricts the future of the Commonwealth, because it would have been better had the Commonwealth decided to rotate the headship of the Commonwealth among other countries besides Britain. I think that would have been more democratic, more egalitarian, because we should not always assume that Commonwealth has to be led by the British head of state. Yes, of course, people will not protest too much, but I think when the tensions grow quite a bit, especially because some countries will have problems with that, or there may be differences, I think that will be a major point of disagreement, that why should Britain always be the head of the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth should be a truly democratic association of all countries which want to be members together. That's one thing. So I think looking at the Commonwealth, let us say it's a miracle it has survived for so long. It's quite astonishing that countries which are not part of the British Empire have chosen to join the Commonwealth, which is very interesting. And I continue to contrast the Commonwealth with, say, the UN. The UN is a very sort of badly organized body because it is run by an oligarchy of 5 permanent members, which can treat themselves as totally above international law, as they have been treating themselves with a veto and all that. The Commonwealth doesn't have that defect. And so I think, and Commonwealth also has been able to expel members if they have violated the Harare Declaration. So I think from that point of view, the Commonwealth does have some advantages. Now the question is going to be, how can the Commonwealth go on maintaining that advantage? And I think a little bit more of equality among members and sort of making the role of Britain more ordinary like other members rather than special and always at the top would be a very welcome change. I don't think it'll happen, but I think it would be good if it did.
My Lords, I am grateful to the Noble Lord Howell for introducing this topical debate following CHOGM in Kigali last week. The Noble Lord has played a pivotal role in promoting the role of the Commonwealth as well as the challenges it faces. As my noble friend Lord Villamoria mentioned, the Commonwealth represents 2.5 billion people, of which 60% are under the age of 29. And at the outset, I'd like to congratulate the Noble Baroness Lady Scotland on her re-election as Commonwealth Secretary-General and express my regret that our government chose to oppose her re-election. In her manifesto for her second term, she highlighted the need to deliver a smart, connected, digital Commonwealth that can unleash the talents of the population as well as close the Commonwealth digital gap in health, in education and trade, building the digital infrastructure to boost connectivity between Commonwealth countries. And it's in this regard that I want to devote my remarks in my short time, as well as the need to promote more education on the impact of climate change within the Commonwealth and what members can do to mitigate it. As technology continues to build our digital economies and value continues to move on the development of digital systems, the importance of promoting technological standardization and regulatory harmonization that fits the digital world are essential in enabling a collective and productive global economy, particularly amongst Commonwealth members. We must look at the innovation who are looking at architecting both financial systems and decentralized systems of coordination to unlock new value networks and optimize the very fabric of society and common nations. We are witnessing a new renaissance in how we organize people, societies, systems of government, supply chains, and systems of value creation and distribution. Compliance data networks can facilitate a greater national security, reduce the cost of cross-border coordination and system coordinations, and provide a platform for the Commonwealth to unite its members and citizens. I have for many years been advocating promoting digital ID, which helps vulnerable populations in the developing world gain access to global services and provide aid and resources to assist with education and technology capabilities. To fight crime, reduce corruption, and enable more privacy, we must look to how the Commonwealth can build universal policies and digital regulations to streamline economic cooperation and growth globally. Enabling new technologies such as blockchain, this can assist in creating more transparency, more accountability, as well as enforcement. In this regard, I warmly support the Commonwealth connectivity agenda to boost digitisation of economies and potentially achieve the $2 trillion target in inter-Commonwealth trade by 2030. And I join in congratulating the Noble Lord, Lord Marland, in his able chairmanship of the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, as well as the Business Forum. Finally, my Lords, whilst much has been achieved last year at COP26, much more needs to be done now to follow up on the initiatives and resolutions. As the Commonwealth represents a third of the population of the world, I hope that more initiatives can be taken to educate the youth on the impact of climate change and what can be done to mitigate it. We are sadly seeing an increasing frequency of climate change catastrophes which invariably are impacting on the poorest people in the world. Apart from education, what can be done to incentivise financial tools such as green bonds? My Lords, time precludes me from elaborating on this subject. Long live the Commonwealth. I look forward to the answers of the Minister.
My Lord, it's a pleasure to follow the Noble Lord, and with his great experience in these issues, in particular in Africa, which he brings to bear in the House. And I join him in congratulating the Noble Lord, Lord Howell, for bringing this debate. This is not the first debate that he's brought to this chamber in the Commonwealth, and I hope very much it will not be the last. And it's been of interest to me that the debate has been a realistic one, not about the history, but also if the Commonwealth is to remain relevant, those characteristics that it will need to display to do so. I also pay tribute to the Minister for the Commonwealth, who I had the pleasure of being with in Kigali last week, as well as Noble Lord Lord Marland, and his very able private office. The Minister is remarkable for looking fresh after having programmes outside this country, which have been so hectic. But I pay tribute to the hosts for Rwanda and the amazing army of young people who were so helpful and supportive of the hosts. But I will return to some other elements with our relationship with Rwanda in a moment. I am a supporter of the Commonwealth where the nations choose to be part of it and should be equal. And I agree with the Noble Lord Desai that whilst equality on paper is impressive, the reality often, in even the visuals, when we look at the choreography of even the pictures of those heads of state or government there, is sometimes different. And the real strengths, as the Noble Lord Lord Marland had indicated of CHOGM, was the preceding fora, the business fora that he led so ably, that I was a delegate to, the Women's Forum, the Youth Forum and the People's Forum, an ability to allow some of the debate of how civil society and those representatives from across the various family networks to have the level of open discussion and debate, and indeed some of the reality that, for example, the Noble Lord Tariq, who I regret to see is not in his place for the winding speeches, had indicated. When I chaired the Commission for the All-Party Group on Trade Out of Poverty, or with the Nigerian Trade Minister on inter-Commonwealth trade, a witness said something that has always stuck in my memory about the Commonwealth. And she said that the Commonwealth has two major strengths. The first is that China is not a member of it, and the second is that the USA is not a member of it. And I think the ability for a network of consensus, seeing the value of a non-rule-making body but a consensual body, shows its strength. Of course, there are others. Lord Donald indicated la francophonie and those interaction between the two. I don't see the Commonwealth as an English-speaking network. I see a Commonwealth as a network with where language and other elements are a common and binding factor. But it is of interest to me that very close allies of the UK, like the UAE and Qatar, are associate members of La Francophonie, not of the Commonwealth. Ukraine has had observer status to La Francophonie since 2006. So there are multiple networks around the world, of which the Commonwealth is a very strong one, but not unique in some areas. But where perhaps the Commonwealth is unique is that it can bring together the most innovative places in the world, but also those with the greatest developmental challenges. It has some of the most open societies, as well as those where being a gay is still a crime. Capital punishment can be used arbitrarily, and opposition political parties are often either banned or restricted. And I agree with the noble lady Baroness Hellich in this regard, where we have to see our relationships with our friends, but also not through rose-tinted glasses. I was a member of a small delegation of the All-Party Group on Africa visiting Kigali last week. We met an opposition member who is banned from meeting members of her own political party in public discourse in Rwanda. And after our meeting with her, where we stayed, there was individuals who did not identify themselves but asked for reports on our activity as British parliamentarians. So we have to understand that even a very warm welcome that we received from Rwanda does not meet the norms that we would consider to be free and fair and open societies in this country. And on visits that I've made to Commonwealth-friendly nations, one which was through the aegis of the All-Party Group on the abolition of the death penalty, I was told by the leaders of the Anglican community in that country that they welcomed my visit to campaign against the death penalty, but on condition that I did not campaign for LGBT rights. We have to be open, and we have to be aware that the communiqué issued from Chogum was weak in this regard. It condemned discrimination in all forms, but was not able to single out those where there's been the most egregious abuses. But the communiqué was also of interest to me that there was no mention of any condemnation of Russia, and that was symbolic in its absence. But it's also useful to say what was in it. And on the positive, the fact that for women's empowerment and gender equality, as well as for moving on trafficking and forced labour, youth development, tackling some of the climate challenges, are all, I think, joint priorities. And the communiqué in those areas was strong and it was forward-looking. And I commend the Minister and the UK envoy, Joe Lomax, for the work that they've done in preparing that. And our all-party group on Africa, who, with Jack Patterson so ably supporting us in that role, we were able to participate in the forums, and we were able to work and discuss as equals with others from around the Commonwealth on development issues, climate, trade, and the common future. And it was, as I agree with Lord Marland, it was appropriate that many of these discussions were taking place in Africa. That continent is now seeing the potential, for the first time in a decade, famine in a near neighbour of a Commonwealth country. The climate challenges for that continent in particular are going to be immense, and the future that it will sap away from the young people should be a focus of our mind. However, on trade, I do share the view of the Noble Lord Marland. I think that the Chair in Office of the UK has been a missed opportunity. We could have had the opportunity of turbocharging intra-Commonwealth trade and reducing trade barriers, systematically removing them. And whilst the communiqué has indicated that we want to see greater interconnectedness in trade agreements, it has been a frustration to me that in those agreements that the UK has negotiated and signed with Canada, Australia, New Zealand and the EPAs, there's been no mention of intra-Commonwealth trade facilitation. My final point, which is linked with the visit to Rwanda, and I will close with some reflections. It's not directly related with CHOGM, but it's my first opportunity to report to the House on a visit that I made to the Hope Hostel Guest House. The noble lady Baroness Helich mentioned the MOU with Rwanda. I visited the centre where those individuals would have been sent. The MOU, which is not a treaty, has no legal underpinning. I visited the centre, which is a private limited company on a one-year rolling contract, has facilities which, under my examination, had no areas for those suffering trauma or for those that potentially on suicide watch, on an agreement which has not been disclosed, and where there is no limit as to who else may be put in the Hope hostels other than those that are coming from the UK scheme. This obviously was an area of debate and discussion amongst the civil society groups that were there. I do believe that it is a stain on the UK. It is not the case that it is a criticism of Rwanda. It is a criticism of the UK government. I'm afraid that there are so many areas, like the UK slashing of overseas assistance, the immigration agreement, that when, apart from the ministerial diplomacy, the UK, I'm afraid, is letting down its position in the world. But finally, if the Commonwealth is to reinvent itself and be relevant for the future, it needs to embrace more the fora that were there, invest in our youth, have joint and equal consensus on many of those challenges. An Indian delegate at the People's Forum had said that whilst we share a common history, we also have common pain, but we need to find common solutions to the common problems that exist.
I too would like to thank the Noble Lord, Lord Howe, for his excellent introduction to this debate. It's a constant factor, is the Noble Lord, in terms of debates on the Commonwealth. Of course, joined by the Noble Lord, the Minister, whose record of being able to stay in office for so long is incredible. But anyway, I wish it to continue, don't get me wrong. And as the Noble Lord Memoria reminded us, this CHOGM postponed since June 2020. And I'm pleased that the 26th one finally took place with the fitting theme of delivering a common future, connecting, innovating and transforming. And I think the fact that it was hosted in Kigali with the latest addition to the Commonwealth, Rwanda, joining in 2009, without the historic links to the UK. And it's a reminder that the summit is about diversity, and that's what makes the Commonwealth what it is. It's the difference that unites us, and that's very important. And CHOGMs present an opportunity for members to work together on shared ambition, but also to consider what had been delivered since the last summit. And of course, at the London CHOGM in 2018, the UK government announced a series of projects in support of the outcomes.
later itemised in a ministerial statement by the Noble Lord the Minister in January 2019. And I will return to a number of those specific projects later on, but I hope the Noble Lord the Minister, one thing I think is important, I suppose I'm old-fashioned in this regard, I like to understand what we set out to achieve at the last one, and then consider what was achieved. We seem to constantly reinvent the wheel when it comes to CHOGMs. So I hope he can tell us how many of those projects announced in 2018 were implemented, and is there a reason why we didn't get an update of the 2019 ministerial statement at the end of our period of chair in office? And of course, as we've heard, the 56 nations which constitute the Commonwealth cover a population of 2.5 billion, but both within and between the constituent parts, we do see massive inequality, as highlighted by the Noble Lord Hussein. And I'm therefore pleased that the communiqué noted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Sadly, a theme I think could have been better reflected in this debate. And I think the communiqué, as well as an opportunity to accelerate progress, but it was disappointing that the agreement didn't explicitly say or state any concrete steps to realising those opportunities. Nevertheless, the discussion showed that leaders are engaging on the subject, but I hope the Noble Lord the Minister can elaborate exactly what was discussed on the Sustainable Development Goals, and was there any serious analysis of the progress in meeting them? Unfortunately, the Commonwealth is still off track in meeting the goals, with progress still stalling as a result of the pandemic. The 2022 Commonwealth SDG tracker shows that the countries which make up are lagging most SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, and SDG 10, reduced inequality. On the latter goal, I hope the Noble Lord the Minister can update the House on the Commonwealth She Trades programme announced following CHOGM in London. There is, however, room for optimism as more progress has been made on SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. And I hope the Noble Lord can tell us whether the government has made any assessment of the reason for this. And can the Noble Lord the Minister update the House on progress, as we've heard, in terms of climate change, on implementing the ocean protection agreements, again made at the London summit? Overall, the tracker shows that collective progress on the SDGs slowed significantly for Commonwealth countries over the past year. So, can the Noble Lord give us a better indication on what steps the FCDO is taking to ensure greater progress, especially considering that the Prime Minister did not mention the SDGs or sustainability in his opening remarks at CHOGM. I'd like to move on to the question of equality and human rights raised by many Noble Lords today. And the communiqué's focus on human rights was largely intertwined with the concept of the rule of law, with the main action encouraging the establishment and strengthening of human rights institutions. And it is slightly disappointing that as part of this, there was only a brief mention of civil society, although we've heard a lot about it in today's debate. And of course, we've heard about the events prior to it, the Youth Forum, the Noble Lord Marland mentioned the Business Forum, the Women's Forum, and of course, we've heard of the People's Forum. As is the case with all summits and international institutions, we should be cautious that the involvement of civil society is not merely a tick-box exercise. You know, the fact that these forums were held is good, but let's let's see what was heard from those forums, how they were engaged. And of course, the Noble Lord the Minister, in a response to my oral question on Tuesday, said that one of the areas pursued during the UK's time in chair in office was to strengthen the voice of civil society within the Commonwealth. And he said that over 10 foreign ministers engaged quite directly with civil society at the CHOGM meeting. And perhaps he can tell us a bit more in his response what form this took. The Noble Lord also asserted that the UK continued to fund human rights priorities, including those of LGBT rights. And they were featured very prominently, he said, in the civil society discussions. And can the Noble Lord therefore tell us exactly how much of that funding has reduced between the London CHOGM and this CHOGM? I'm very concerned that the very groups that we've been trying to support have had their support substantially cut. And of course, one of the things that we've heard the Noble Lord, Lord Purvis, mention LGBT rights in particular in his visit. One of the things that I was really concerned about to read last night, that in support of the new plan for immigration that will fix our broken immigration system, someone who sought refuge in this country because he was gay was put on a plane last night and sent back to Nigeria, where the penalty for being homosexual is a minimum is 14 years, up to 14 years in jail. But this individual, also outed in Nigerian newspapers, has had several death threats. And it's not uncommon for lesbian and gay people to be subject to those horrific sort of abuses. I hope the Noble Lord the Minister will take my comments on board, because we can't be saying one thing to people and then doing something completely the opposite. We have to be consistent, as the Noble Lady Baroness Hellish said, in support of our obligations to protect people. And I hope he will take that back to his ministerial colleagues. My Lords, I think one of the things that we've heard this week, particularly on women and girls, raised by the Noble Baroness Annally in her question on the Commonwealth this week, and particularly her concern that in hosting this CHOGM at Rwanda, we're in a host country where they failed to actually sort of take further the opportunities for women and girls. And I hope again that will be a priority. Can I conclude just simply on the I welcome what the Noble Lord, Lord Howe, said in relation to the reappointment of Baroness Scotland. It's right that it provides continuity and that there is a successful, sensible handover of power, of responsibility. Absolutely right that that should be done. But I cannot not fail to express our disappointment that the UK government sought to undermine the position and seek her removal. I hope we can overcome that and work together, and I heard the Noble Lord the Minister's reassurances earlier this week about how we will continue to work together with Baroness Scotland to ensure that the Commonwealth can focus properly on the 2030 agenda.
My Lords, may I firstly join all others, but I genuinely and sincerely say it from the bottom of my heart to thank my dear noble friend Lord Howe. He has been an incredible champion of the Commonwealth and remains so, and for tabling this debate at this timely fashion as we return from Kigali. And I thank him for his dedication to the Commonwealth, including both as a minister but as the honorary president of the APPG, and of course the various other Commonwealth organisations that he's led with great leadership and great aplomb. May I say also from the outset, I very much welcome this important debate and recognise all the noble lords who've contributed. for their important and valuable work in strengthening not just what the Commonwealth stands for, but through this debate, the importance of the Commonwealth to a progressive, forward-looking, open United Kingdom in our strengthening of relationships across the world. And I reassured the Noble Lord Collins right from the outset. He talked about the CHOGM of 2018, and may I put on record my deep thanks to many Noble Lords who've mentioned my old role and the longevity in office. And whenever that's mentioned, I do wonder, because our debates are followed as to who, where, when is listening. And one should always, as a minister, practice one important attribute: keep your bags packed. But that's perhaps for another moment. But I'm really grateful for the kind words. And I know equally, in expressing those words, the dedication and devotion to the Commonwealth by Noble Lords in this respect. To the Noble Lord Collins, he mentioned about each deliverable. After 2018, a specific spreadsheet on every single line of the communique was set up. This has been included in the annexes and addendums, and if you would allow me, I will share them and circulate them again, but that was exactly intended, so we didn't lose sight. And also, I've worked directly with the Rwandans over our extended period of office to ensure there is that very continuity. The Noble Lord mentioned, indeed others, such as Lord Purvis, of ensuring that this isn't from one CHOGM to the next. Yes, we had a slightly extended stay as chair in office, but we used that time to also strengthen the deliverables for Rwanda, including on some of the COVID protocols, on their time when they had to stop or postpone the Commonwealth heads of government meeting, but also, and I will come on to the issue of the leadership and the Secretary-General, I assure Noble Lords that during this time, notwithstanding different perspectives which prevailed, we've always, and I've certainly taken the view of practicalities, and we've worked closely with both the Secretary-General and the Secretariat on the delivery and the handover of the chair in office role. And therefore I come to a point which has been raised by the Noble Lady Baroness Flather, and I thank her for talking of me of part of the new generation. When you reach a certain age, that's a quite welcome remark. And I've said this before, but I think the issues and the history of India and Pakistan and the wider subcontinent are very much defined in my very being as someone who has heritage and strong connections to both sides. It is important that we look towards the future, and I say to the Noble Lord Hussein, in recognising his contribution, ultimately it must be for both those countries to decide upon, as we say in the Commonwealth, a common future which brings people together. There is so much between not just India and Pakistan, but countries across the Commonwealth, now 56, in tying us together. And the issue of the English language, which was a point raised, I believe, by the Noble Lord MacDonald, amongst others, remains very central. And I quote the Secretary-General in one of her contributions, Baroness Scotland, who said the importance of the English language as defining where the Commonwealth is and how it will remain. At CHOGM 18, the Noble Lord Parrick mentioned about the British Empire, the role of the Queen, and the past history. I say to the Noble Lord, who I respect greatly, I've been Minister of State for the Commonwealth now for 5 years, and it's been a matter of great pride and honour to serve in that capacity amongst other areas. Why? Because the Commonwealth is about the here and now and the future, and the fact that you do have Rwanda, a country that doesn't have the history of the old empire, and other countries, including one of the new members, who have no history with what was the British Empire, wishing to join. That's a real sign of the vibrancy of the Commonwealth network of states, that others wish to join. And I, if I may, just quote President Kagame right at the start of CHOGM 22, when he said, and I quote, "The fact of holding the meeting in Rwanda, a new member with no historical connection to the British Empire, expressing our choice to continue reimagining the Commonwealth for a changing world." And I think that underlines the perspective that many a Commonwealth country see. And I thank the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Southwark, and the Noble Lord, Lord Millamoria, for qualifying that the decision for the Prince of Wales to succeed Her Majesty the Queen was not decided by one country, Britain. It was decided by consensus by all members of the Commonwealth. I was there during CHOGM 18 when these discussions took place, and it is right that the Commonwealth is defined by the important issue of consensus. But I've mentioned the Secretary-General, the Secretariat, Member States. Equally, I pay tribute to Baroness de Souza for her incredible work within the Commonwealth Network. She mentioned the CPA. It was lovely seeing Stephen Twigg there. We didn't really get a chance to sit down, a few respective taps on the shoulders as we rushed from one meeting to the next. But I recognise fully the important role the CPA play and the CPA UK in strengthening inclusive and accountable democracy across the Commonwealth, and other networks play equally an important role. The youth, women forums, the business forums and civil society forums were mentioned by Lord Collins and my noble friend Lord Marland, amongst others. Yes, they directly did feedback, and I will come on to the important role of civil society, which I believe is central. From returning from Kigali, where we were represented by my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, and the Prime Minister, as well as myself, and the COP President, Alok Sharma, we reflected, yes, and talked of the 4 years, but more importantly, it was an opportunity to look to the future, to see and foster a renewed sense of unity and purpose for the Commonwealth at a time of great change. I'm delighted the noble Lord St John mentioned the importance of digital, and I will come on to some of the points that we discussed, but equally in our report as Chair in Office, we focused, for example, on initiatives such as cyber security to demonstrate the importance. What is the Commonwealth? If you're a small island developing state such as Vanuatu, for example, you will not have the capacity and technical expertise to deliver, and that's what the Commonwealth does deliver in bringing people together. So it is about the future. It is not a legacy of the British Empire of old, and I think the vibrancy of discussions demonstrates that, as well as the issues that we discussed. Climate change is increasingly becoming important for small and less developed states, and of course COVID-19 remains very much alive and part of us in terms of its impact on all of us, and therefore, even notwithstanding the COVID lockdowns, the Commonwealth family did act together on these important issues, including a statement. And as the noble Lord Billamoria highlighted, it was an important partnership from academia to private sector engagement and manufacturing that saw ourselves and India come forward with a very important and lasting partnership, which was tied together by the fact of the Commonwealth advantage, the ability of two different countries, but companies within those countries, tied together by common contractual nature of agreeing contracts, common languages, which has resulted also not just of benefit to India in terms of its manufacturing, but inward investment into the United Kingdom for a lasting partnership. The Commonwealth family does make up a third of the world's population, 30% of the votes of the United Nations, and the United Kingdom over the last 4 years has strengthened our role in strengthening the voice of the Commonwealth within the context of the United Nations. And just to share a personal note, if I may, again, Lady Scotland was mentioned. Prior to the closed session where the Secretary-General issue was taken, the United Kingdom didn't hold back. It was during an earlier session, as I attended the last governing council of what's called CMAG, the governing group, the council, that I made the specific announcements of our continued support, the United Kingdom's continued support for the Small States Office in Geneva. That's carrying out important work on issues of human rights as well. So I hope I give a practical perspective that whilst there may be different perspectives or differences that may arise, in terms of practicality, the United Kingdom has always sought and will continue to engage very directly and constructively with the Secretariat and all aspects of the Commonwealth institutions. The CHOGM 2022 programme was also varied, and as my noble friend Lord Howell rightly highlighted, the importance of our global soft power as the Commonwealth network was also very much in play. As Minister for the Commonwealth, I met directly through bilateral meetings, and the noble Earl, the Earl of Sandwich, Lord Sandwich, mentioned on human rights issues. It's not always the collective discussions. The Commonwealth is also defined by the opportunity for world leaders, ministers, and indeed others to come together to sometimes discuss some of these more sensitive issues around human rights, at times candidly, constructively, but also privately. And I think that's what the Commonwealth Network also provides for these discussions to be undertaken. I personally represented the United Kingdom in a number of ministerial meetings. negotiating on key issues. The point was made by the Noble Lord Purvis about Russia-Ukraine language, climate language, and I assure the Noble Lord I sat through the Foreign Ministers' meeting, and whilst there were differences of views and opinions, the Commonwealth is defined by consensus, and the agreement of the communique that Lord MacDonald quite rightly highlighted ran over several pages, was perhaps not reflective of what was achieved under the Noble Lord's stewardship as PUS at the Foreign Office during our time. But what's also important, there was a continuing leader's statement which summarised some of the key issues, and I think that reflects a learning and a constructive carry forward by Rwanda of something we started in London back in 2018. I also had the pleasure of being invited to the Business Forum, which was a very grand affair, but prior to that I went to the exhibition of businesses. It was profound. One of the biggest challenges, as my noble friend Lord Marland and I pay tribute to his stewardship. We talk about longevity. There's another example of someone who has banged the drum of the Commonwealth Enterprise Investment Council, and rightly so, and it was an incredible event. But I was really taken by the businesses who were there, providing practical solutions to issues of food security, climate, and yes, I say to the Noble Lord St John, there were many companies there, including British companies, showing expertise in digital. I also took part in the intergenerational dialogue, a discussion about sport in the Commonwealth. I met David Seaman, the England goalkeeper, amongst others. I met the FIFA chairman. So these places, as has been highlighted by my noble friend Lord Marland, did bring together business people, youth, sporting, and we look forward to Lord Billamoria's hospitality when we all go to Birmingham for the games. Indeed, I'm going to Birmingham on Saturday. There are meetings taking place of the OSCE, which I will be attending. So I'm very much looking forward to Birmingham hospitality at that time. Also on the leader's statement, the UK government believes that the Commonwealth gets stronger as it grows, but it's about encouraging other countries. So we were delighted, Togo and...
May I ask the Noble Lord the Minister if he's going to say anything about the question of persecution raised by the Bishop of Guildford?
7 minutes on the clock, so I'll certainly get to that. I assure you, human rights is an important agenda item. The interests of countries across the Commonwealth were also reflected, which included, and literally it says here in my notes, included freedom of religion or belief. These were discussed at a bilateral level, and I assure my noble friend Baroness Hellich that their human rights, and I'll come on to the issues of the communique and the statements and commitments made in a moment. Just a point on the Secretary-General. Yes, there was a selection process done. There were two very capable candidates. Kamina Johnson-Smith, the Foreign Minister of Jamaica, it was a very close a particular ballot that took place. But nevertheless, I assure the Noble Lord Collins, indeed all Noble Lords, as the Prime Minister himself has said, that we will work very constructively, as we've done before, with the Noble Lady Baroness Scotland. And I've always said, even in the differing perspectives we have, and I note the comments of all Noble Lords, that her advocacy of the Commonwealth in terms of what it stands for and its values is very well respected by many across the Commonwealth. In terms of announcements and delivery, I thank my noble friend Lord Goodlad for his very touching remarks about my time as Minister, but also he knows Australia well. The Noble Lord MacDonald mentioned about an Australian Minister for Republic saying that would there be a time the monarch of the United Kingdom would hold an Australian passport. I think I have to give full disclosure that the Minister of State for the Commonwealth, Lady Ahmed of Wimbledon, does actually hold an Australian passport, having grown up in Australia, but that reflects the vibrancy of the Commonwealth itself. The United Kingdom made a series of announcements on 5 new virtual centres of expertise. I'm sure I will provide the detail to the Noble Lord St John, again reflecting digital, our Platinum Partnerships initiative supporting economic growth. We also announced the launch of the UK's Developing Countries Trading Scheme, which is simpler and more generous trading arrangements, including 18 Commonwealth members. The Noble Lord MacDonald talked about identity, agenda and realms. Some I've already touched on. And as far as the realms are concerned, of course, we've seen Barbados, we've also seen Jamaica, and it's important, and I pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen and indeed His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales in the leadership they've shown and the full warmth that they've demonstrated in our engagement with those countries seeking to show a change in terms of their overall and progress towards a republic. But as India has notably shown, that it does not change the warmth and affection and the strength of the Commonwealth family. Within trade, we showcased investment with Commonwealth partners, the Commonwealth Advantage, as the Noble Lord Marland reminded us, my noble friend, knocks 21% off the cost of trade. UK trade with the Commonwealth was worth over 120 billion last year alone, and we have made progress. We've signed free trade economic partnerships with many Commonwealth countries, secured free trade agreements with 33 Commonwealth countries, including EPAs covering 27 African, Caribbean and Pacific countries, and this is notwithstanding the challenges we faced because of COVID and indeed the limitations that posed on us. I mentioned, the Noble Lord Billamoria mentioned the FTA. The second round of negotiations concluded on the 17th of March. The third round will begin shortly. And during his visit to India, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister and Prime Minister Modi, as he will know, set a rather challenging but a recognised challenge to everyone to actually achieve this by the time of Diwali. There was also a British international investment announcement at CHOGM 22. We, through BII, will provide £162 million of capital investment in hydropower sectors in Africa, for example, to note one particular issue. There are a number of other announcements we made on that front, but I will mention those. My noble friend Lord Howell and my noble friend Baroness Hellich talked about Chinese influence in the Commonwealth. The UK has invested 30 billion in FDI and bilateral ODA in Commonwealth countries, and we are working with key partners across the Commonwealth to provide an alternative, structured and managed alternative to the reliance on China. Turning, if I may, to the important issues of human rights, the communique itself mentioned in response to the Right Reverend the Bishop of Guildford noted that freedom of religion or belief are cornerstones of democratic societies. Indeed, CHOGM 2022 human rights language in the communique has further reiterated their commitment to human rights enshrined in international instruments. They underscored the vital role of vibrant civil society, including human rights defenders, in protecting democracy, and urged good cooperation between member countries and their respective national human rights institutions. And there's more specific to that on LGBT rights that raised by a number of noble lords, including the Noble Lord Purvis and the Noble Lord Collins. Since 2018, the United Kingdom have invested over £11 million in programmes to support the promotion and protection of LGBT rights across the Commonwealth. We continue to work with the Commonwealth governments and civil society partners. There are challenging. Some countries have moved forward, some have held still, some have moved backwards, and that is a candid assessment of where we are. But at CHOGM, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, announced a further package of investment worth over £2.7 million to continue to promote and protect the rights of LGBT plus people across the Commonwealth. And I will share full details of our human rights perspectives with all noble lords. Progress has been made on the human rights, and I hope my noble friend Baroness Hellich, the Noble Earl, Lord Sandwich, the Noble Lord Collins, the Noble Lord Purvis recognise this, because we are building on progress together as a constructive partner and friend to Rwanda during our term in office. Girls' education programmes worth over £200 million. I've mentioned the LGBT communication, and we are looking and we are working with India, for example, on a new joint UK-India diplomatic training programme for Commonwealth members as well. My lords, in the limited time I have, I hope I've been able to provide noble lords for a flavour in terms of what's been achieved, what was discussed, what continues to be delivered, and our continued commitment to the incredible institution, network of families that is the Commonwealth. There are differences, undoubtedly, on issues between member states, but what the Commonwealth provides for is an opportunity to come together, for civil society to talk directly to ministers, for specific feedback to be given and interactions to take place. And we are truly delighted to be hosting the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham later next month. We're still in June at the moment. And we look forward to welcoming our Commonwealth friends and family here to the UK. As we reflect back to our 4 years in office, may I, and it's not customary, but I think I should do this, I pay tribute to the incredible teams we've had at the FCO, FCDO, leading on this, Philip Parham, who was the Commonwealth envoy, Joe Lomax, who's sitting over there in the box together with Sarah Lingard, who were, what can I say, they were a great force of support and incredible officials in supporting me, along with Harriet Matthews, our Director General, during the Commonwealth meeting, as well as Laura Hickey, who did amazing work on various aspects of the communique. And popping his head just over the box there is my ever-resilient, ever-working Private Secretary, Alex Crenshaw, together with Nick Castasas, who the Foreign Secretary's Private Secretary, who all did. And these are unsung heroes. You know, too often than not, I get the credit for the work they do, and it's about time, for the record, they're also named. So I hope noble lords will excuse me for doing so. And in doing so, it's great to hear the loudest here from the former PUS at the FCO, who himself did an incredible work in strengthening our time as chair in office. But to all noble lords across all aspects of your lordship's house, and to the Right Reverend prelates who bring to focus the real moral compass of the responsibility we have, and I pay tribute to the two bishops who've taken part, the Bishop of Southwark and the Bishop of Guildford, for your direct accountability. And it's right that the government's held to account. We look forward to your contribution to the FORB events later this week as well. But I assure you that we very much remain committed to the Commonwealth. We wish to play our part as a partner in the Commonwealth. And I say finally, the Commonwealth is about the here and now, but it's also importantly about the future and how we continue to strengthen economic resilience, strengthen security. We step up action on climate change, how we become a force for good for standing up for human rights for all, freedom of religion, those who are suppressed, LGBT community, women's rights, girls' education, and the Commonwealth family, with differing perspectives, different current times of travel, different pathways they may undertake. But most importantly, as a network, it allows us, as a family of Commonwealth, 56 countries, to come together for that common vision and common future.
My Lords, well, I give the Minister a little more credit for an excellent summing up, and anyway for all the work he does in promoting and developing Commonwealth links of every kind. And I thank everyone who's spoken in this debate for, on the whole, a very positive tone. This is a very difficult time. The world is changing fundamentally, and obviously I see the Commonwealth structure itself actually evolving, as it has evolved and will continue to evolve. And I think we have to think very hard about how we can both benefit from that as a country, why not, and indeed shape and benefit the Commonwealth and the whole geopolitical situation. I think, Minister, I think we do have to follow through this, what the Chinese are really up to. I noticed they've been having, over the weekend, their BRICS, their BRICS meeting of 3 billion people. It must have been a rather odd meeting with India and China there when they're actually been recently at war with each other, and I don't really know what went on. But we have to watch the Chinese. They are trying to rebalance the world in ways which are not good for freedom and democracy at all. We have to we looked at Marlborough House to be more vital. Now the Secretary-General issue is solved. I think on the realms which Lord MacDonald raised, the realms versus republics and so on, or realms versus republics and other kingdoms and sultanates, that will sort itself out. It's really a media muddle because the media don't understand the difference between the Queen as head of state and the Queen as head of the Commonwealth. And the answer is there isn't much difference at all. But the media get very muddled by that. And finally, I think we all have to think in terms of new initiatives, constant new initiatives to develop further. As Lord Purvis says, there's much more work to be done. Some of us are planning, raising the idea of a brand new Commonwealth centre at the end of the Elizabeth line. We've got our eye on the Woolwich Barracks, now vacant, a vast area, a little bit of which would make a magnificent resting place for the whole Commonwealth as an exhibition centre. But that will come. The Minister, I'm afraid, will hear more about that. Generally, the world is changing so fast, the digital relationship is altering international relations so greatly that I think we now can confidently look on the model of the voluntary, non-treaty Commonwealth in all its diversity as something which will shape the international future rather than be part of the international past. And I thank all my friends and colleagues and your lordships for applying their mind to that prospect this afternoon.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. May I ask me to say content? Contrary, not content. The content side.
My Lords, I beg to move the House to now adjourn.
The House to now adjourn.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.